there's this I don't know what it is.
So you're just gonna sit there and jerk yourself off? Or you're gonna ask some questions?
I'm trying to what's the replacement that I could replace Trovo with?
You don't need one. You just need to stream more often, and you'll be fine.
Sorry, it's my OCD.
You're okay. I understand what you're saying. It's like, hey, if you're going to make an investment, why not make the investment on as many platforms as possible? But you're already going to be live on like 5 different platforms, maybe 7. It's way, way too many to keep track of. You're going to be fine there. You now need to just stream more often. If you're not streaming every day as a streamer, what are you doing?
Doing stuff with cryptocurrency.
Okay, you can do all that while streaming.
Okay.
Are you on crypto Twitter? Yes or no? I'll wait.
Am I on Twitter?
Are you on Twitter Spaces?
Twitter? No. I need to create a whole X account.
What are you doing, dude? You consider yourself to be involved in cryptocurrency and you're not on X? My friend, you are not involved in cryptocurrency.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I had to cancel so many of my accounts because I'm trying to find the right niche.
All right, Doug. Well, you do your thing. I'm going to continue listening to my Great Scientist podcast.
Transmit the human voice through a wire. Although Alexander Graham Bell created the first working telephone in March 1876, the same device was used for speaking and listening, and the user had to shout into it in order to be heard by the receiver. Edison was convinced that there was a way to enhance the sound quality, and he spent the next 2 years experimenting, which would enable the vibrations to travel through his jawbone. In 1877, Edison improved upon Bell's telephone by adding carbon buttons that enabled the sound to be transmitted with greater clarity. While Edison did not invent the telephone, his innovations improved the device and further fueled the success of the Menlo Park enterprise. At around this time, Edison was also working on a method to record sound, not just. By July 1877, able to record the vibration voice onto paper and then have it transmitted back using the coded vibrations. He began calling the device the phonograph. However, Edison was not able to find a method that allowed him to play back the sound until November, when he decided to use tin foil wrapped around a cylinder as his recording medium. Although Edison's phonograph could only record 10 seconds of sound, allowing him just enough time to record the nursery rhyme, "Mary Had a Little Lamb," a demonstration of the device in New York City at the office of the Scientific American Journal in December caused a sensation. Edison's success in reproducing the human voice earned him the nickname the Wizard of Menlo Park. Edison now set up the Edison Speaking Phonograph Company and had his agents give demonstrations of the device throughout the country. In April 1878, he gave a private demonstration to President Rutherford B. Hayes in the White House. Although most of the public regarded Edison's invention as a fun magic trick, in a journal article about the applications of the phonograph, Edison anticipated recorded music, audiobooks, and many other devices. After the phonograph had been initially developed, Edison turned his attention to the issue of electrical lighting. By the mid-19th century, most homes were well lit at night in countries like the United States, but this was achieved through sophisticated lamps that burned whale oil and other substances. Edison and many others were working on new ways to achieve this, which would remove naked flames from homes and end the large urban fires which were constantly in the newspapers as occurring across the country, notably the Great Fire of Chicago in 1871 that had destroyed large parts of the city. With the financial backing of Grosvenor Lowry, general counsel to Western Union and Edison's personal legal advisor, the Edison Electric Light Company was incorporated in 1878 with a mission to own, manufacture, operate, and license the use of various apparatus used in producing light, heat, or power by electricity. The first experiments in electric lighting had begun by the British inventor Sir Humphrey Davy at the beginning of the century, but 7 decades of experimentation by scientists had not yet resulted in a commercially viable product. The 1870s witnessed considerable interest in arc lighting, which consisted of 2 carbon rods separated by an insulating layer of plaster which lighted up with the introduction of an electrical current. However, as arc lamps were too bright and often had to be replaced as the insulating plaster burned away, they were not suitable for indoor use. On a visit to the Ansonia Brass and Clock Works in Connecticut in September 1878, where he saw a dynamo that distributed electricity power into a series of 8 arc lights, Edison became convinced that it was possible to build a city-wide network of electric lights from a single generator. Edison's experiments focused on incandescent lighting, and he sought a material for a filament that could burn for a long time without losing the intensity of its light. He hired the mathematician Francis Upton to collect all the existing literature on arc and incandescent lighting, both to inform his own experiments and to serve as a benchmark for the performance of his creations. Edison and Upton determined on the basis of their research that a long-lasting incandescent light bulb would need a platinum filament, a vacuum inside the bulb to prevent the filament from deteriorating as it reacted with the air, and a regulator that would enable a circuit of lights to remain at the same intensity even if one of them were to fail. By the spring of 1879, Edison had managed to power a circuit of 18 lamps, but he remained a long way from realizing his dreams of lighting up New York City with electricity. By the autumn, Edison decided to replace the platinum filament with carbon, which was much cheaper, and in October, he produced a bulb that glowed for 13 and a half hours. A few days later, Edison managed to keep a light going for over 100 hours. Edison had finally created a product which he believed would replace the dangerous and environmentally damaging gas light at a fraction of...
Folks, this is some of the best athleticism that we've ever had the opportunity to witness. It's just off the chain.
Of the cost. As with the phonograph 2 years earlier, visitors once again flocked to Menlo Park in order to see the laboratory lit up at night with Edison's incandescent lamps. Although he had been issued with a patent for his new design, Edison had not yet won the race to commercialize electric lighting. Across the Atlantic in England, the chemist Joseph Swan had been experimenting with incandescent lighting since the 1850s and held a public demonstration of a working filament bulb in February 1879, several months before Edison's breakthrough. Although he managed to install his lights at Crackside, the country house of his friend William Armstrong, Swan's light bulbs had a much shorter lifespan than Edison's. Throughout his life as an inventor, Edison believed that what mattered was not who came first, but whose product was the best. After a brief period of competition and litigation between Edison and Swan's companies in England, the two merged in 1883 to create the Edison and Swan United Electric Light Company, commonly known as Ediswan. A similar conflict played out in England between Edison and Alexander Graham Bell's telephone companies before their 1880 merger to form United Telephone Company of Great Britain. Edison would face a much tougher challenge, realizing his plans for the electrification of New York City. In order to facilitate his lobbying efforts, he moved his electric lighting operations to Fifth Avenue and incorporated the Edison Electric Illuminating Company of New York. In the meantime, Edison dispatched his trusted lieutenant, Charles Batchelor, to establish the Edison Company's commercial interests in Europe. At the International Electrical Exhibition in Paris in August 1881, Batchelor secured 2 large rooms to exhibit all of Edison's products, including incandescent lights, phonographs, and telephones, while his associates ran an expensive public relations campaign designed to promote Edison's system in the French national press. Edison won 5 gold medals, and Batchelor secured an offer to provide the lighting for the foyer of the Paris Opera. The Theatre of La Scala in Milan soon followed suit with an order for 3 Edison chandeliers. In London, other Edison associates were busy rigging up a lighting system powered by a coal-fired generator at Holborn Viaduct near the junction with Farrington Street, which enabled him to light up the General Post Office building at Mount Pleasant. The work of the Edison Company in London informed Edison's plans to build a power station at Pearl Street in Manhattan. In order to protect his electrical wires from the elements, Edison opted to run them underground, and by the summer of 1882, buildings in New York's financial district began to light up with Edison's incandescent lamps. In September, Edison then personally switched on the lights at the offices of the banker J.P. Morgan, a shareholder of the Edison Company. Edison's power plants soon began to appear throughout America, and his European subsidiaries likewise built out a network of over 150 power plants. He entrusted the operations of the Pearl Street station to a young electrical engineer by the name of John William Lieb, whom he sent to Milan the following year as chief electrician of the Italian Edison Company. This soon became the largest electrical utility company in Europe. Despite the death of his first wife in 1884 and the changes to his personal circumstances with 3 young children to raise himself now, Edison soon signed a contract with the Bell Telephone Company of Boston to work on enhancements to the design of the telephone. The deal led him to resume his working relationship with Ezra Gilliland, a former Western Union colleague in Cincinnati, who was now leading the Bell Company's telephone experimental department. In late 1884, Edison accompanied Gilliland to the World Industrial and Cotton Centennial Exposition in New Orleans, where he met the agricultural industrialist Lewis Miller of Akron, Ohio, and his 19-year-old daughter, Mina. In early 1885, Edison and his daughter Marion joined the Gillilands on a trip to Florida. In March, Edison visited the small town of Fort Myers on the western coast and decided to buy a 13-acre plot of land where he could spend his winters carrying out experiments. After returning to New York, Edison was determined to find a new wife to help him take care of his 3 children. He remained in correspondence with Mina Miller over the course of the year, and by July was determined to marry her, despite being twice her age. At the end of September, he sent a letter to Lewis Miller asking for permission to marry his daughter, which was readily granted. Mina's mother was less enthusiastic, but the couple were married anyway in Akron on the 24th of February 1886. Before their wedding, the couple were looking for a more spacious house, and in January 1886, Edison purchased the mansion of Glenmont in West Orange, New Jersey, for $125,000 in a liquidation sale. Edison considered the house a wedding gift to his new bride, though formal ownership did not pass to Mina until 1891. After the wedding, The couple initially spent their honeymoon in Fort Myers, though they were initially obliged to stay at a hotel, as Edison's house, christened Seminole Lodge, was not yet ready to accommodate them. Following the honeymoon, the couple moved to Glenmont, and Nina found herself struggling to manage the household as the 20-year-old stepmother of 3 children, with a husband who spent long hours at his lab. In 1888, Nina gave birth to a daughter named Madeline. 2 more sons followed. Charles Edison, born in 1890, would serve a 3-year term as governor of New Jersey in the 1940s, and Theodore, born in 1898, who followed in his father's footsteps as an inventor. In May 1886, Edison encountered a problem of a different kind for the first time. Previously, he was used to dealing with technical and scientific problems, but this was one of a more human kind: labor strikes. This was an era in which socialist movements were gaining momentum across Europe and the Americas, fueled by dreadful working conditions and demands for workers to work 60 or 70 hours a week for meager wages. Edison's workers were struggling to keep up with consumer demand for electricity generators and walked out in protest at their long hours. He resisted the demands for unionization and decided to consolidate his manufacturing operations and move them out to Edison United Manufacturing Company, set up a factory in Schenectady, as Edison became the latest in the long line of American industrialists during the Gilded Age who resisted calls for workers' rights. At the end of the year, Edison was ill with pleurisy and went to Fort Myers to recuperate. When he had recovered in early 1887, he supervised the construction of the laboratory at West Orange. Not partner Ezra Gilliland had appealed to Edison to turn his attention back to the phonograph. Despite an initial reluctance, based on the advances made by the Bell Company during the intervening decade, in 1887, Edison decided to form a new company, the Edison Phonograph Company, determined to make a better machine than Bell's. However, by giving Gilliland the responsibility of marketing his new return for a 15% share of the profits, Edison had unwittingly created a rival. As Edison struggled to secure financial backing for his second-generation phonograph, which would employ a wax cylinder, the venture capitalist Jesse Lippincott attempted to consolidate the entire industry by negotiating with Gilliland and Edison's attorney, John Tomlinson, behind Edison's back. Edison felt betrayed by his associates and pursued costly litigation to consolidate his control over the market in opposition to Lippincott. While Edison's primary focus was the second-generation phonograph, by 1888, he was channeling his energies into a protracted public relations war with Nikola Tesla, a young rival from Europe who had made his home in the United States over the best and safest method of distributing electricity. A Croatian-born Serb, Tesla was a firm promoter of the alternating current system, widely known by its abbreviated name AC today, which enabled electricity to be transmitted over long distances of hundreds of miles at a high voltage, in contrast to Edison's direct current system, which operated at a low voltage and could only distribute power within a radius of 1 mile. Despite his ideological opposition to Edison, Tesla joined one of Edison's subsidiaries in Paris in 1882 and soon came to the attention of Charles Babbage. In 1884, when Batchelor returned to New York City, Tesla accompanied him and began repairing dynamo. Was at one of Edison's workshops. While Edison recognized Tesla's talents and praised his ideas, he privately believed that they were unrealistic. Within months of his arrival in the United States, Tesla left the Edison Company and formed the Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing Company, but was soon left penniless when his investors abandoned him. In 1888, Tesla made a major breakthrough in developing an AC motor. The development of transformers in the mid-1880s enabled AC voltages to be changed, making it possible to send AC electricity at a high voltage over long distances before bringing the voltage down at the destination to serve end users. Tesla's motor attracted the attention of the businessman George Westinghouse, who was developing AC infrastructure via his company, Westinghouse Electric. After Tesla joined forces with Westinghouse, Edison launched a bitter campaign highlighting the dangers of AC electricity. In one demonstration, Edison invited journalists to the courtyard of the West Orange Laboratory to witness the execution of animals with AC electricity in a process he described as electricide, death by electricity. Edison also saw an opportunity to discredit Westinghouse when he was approached by New York electrical engineer Harold Brown, who had been instructed by the governor of New York to develop an electric chair for the execution of criminals. In conjunction with Thomson Houston, Westinghouse's AC rival, Edison ensured that the electric chair carried a Westinghouse generator, and Edison's lawyer attempted to popularize the term Westinghouse to describe execution by electric chair in an effort to further sully Westinghouse, Tesla, and AC electricity in general. In 1889, J.P. Morgan approached Edison with a plan to merge all of Edison's electric companies into the Edison General Electric Company. In 1892, Edison merged with Thomson Houston to form General Electric, which controlled 3/4 of the American electrical industry and brought Westinghouse to the brink of bankruptcy. The current war between Edison and Westinghouse had certainly brought out the less pleasant and more ruthless streak in Edison. In August 1889, Edison and Mina went to Paris to attend the Universal Exhibition. While the event is best known for the inauguration of the Eiffel Tower, a controversial creation at the time that was initially intended to be a temporary structure, the Edison Pavilion was also a popular attraction. Here, Edison demonstrated his designs and inventions. His new design for the phonograph attracted over 30,000 visitors in a month. Edison was acknowledged as an international celebrity in France, and in September, he was entertained by the composer Charles Gounod in the private salon of Gustave Eiffel, the designer of the famous tower, at the top of the tower, which Edison praised as a symbol of modernity. On a visit to the Paris Opera, Edison was given the honor of watching the performance from the presidential box. Edison's products required a supply of high-quality metals, and the lack of high-quality iron ore in the eastern United States forced American industry on the eastern seaboard to rely on expensive ore from the Midwest and from as far afield as Cuba and Spain. Since the late 1870s, Edison had been trying to extract metal from lower quality ore. He developed a method to extract iron from beach sand using a powerful electromagnet and formed the Edison Ore Milling Company in 1881, but the company closed after 3 years after its operations failed to make a profit. In the late 1880s, Edison renewed his interest in this endeavor, this time focusing on developing machines to make low-quality ore into fine material before separating the metallic and non-metallic elements with magnets. Edison acquired a mine at Bechtelsville in Pennsylvania to test his methods and hired John Birkenbein, the president of the American Institute of Mining Engineers, as a consultant. By February 1889, Birkenbein was able to produce iron with over 60% purity. The ambitious Edison now sought to buy up mines himself and refine the metals for use in his own supply chain, making his whole enterprise self-sufficient in the process. After sending a team of surveyors to prospect potential sites, Edison acquired a large site at Ogdensburg in New Jersey, where he built an ore crushing mill to reduce massive boulders to tiny fragments via a series of rollers, which were then separated by 3 groups of electromagnets. It's an indication of the breadth of his activities that Edison diverged from his usual work to develop new methods in this area. The formation of General Electric in 1892 had created a giant of American industry, but privately Edison was irritated that J.P. Morgan had removed Edison's name from the company name as a concession to Thomson Houston. Edison's feeling that he was being sidelined in the new corporate entity was reinforced when Morgan appointed Charles Coffin of Thomson Houston as the company's first president. Although he remained on General Electric's board of directors for a decade and continued to develop products for the company at his lab, Thomas did not attend further board meetings. Edison's alienation from General Electric prompted him to focus his energies instead on his mining pursuits. Then, in 1893, Edison suspended operations as a nationwide economic depression, dubbed the Panic of 1893, led to a collapse in demand. Edison was forced to seek a loan from his father-in-law Louis Miller's company, which the latter managed to raise with some difficulty. Despite the financial troubles, at the Chicago World's Fair in 1893, the Edison Tower of Light dominated the exhibition at the center of the Electricity Hall. Although a kinetoscope was not among the exhibits in Chicago, by 1894, Edison had established the Edison Manufacturing Company, which provided 25 kinetoscopes to the Kinetoscope Company, which then set up a bank of machines and charged visitors 25 cents to watch short films, the subjects of which included the strongman Eugene Sandow, Buffalo Bill, folk dancing, and dancing bears. Edison went on to sign a deal to record boxing matches. At $200 apiece, the kinetoscopes generated a much-needed cash for Edison, who returned to his mine at Ogdensburg, which restarted operations in November 1894. Edison's desire to streamline operations and transform the mine into a profitable enterprise in turn led him to build a modest 2-story cabin known by the misleading name of the White House. Yet, despite all of his efforts in the quest for efficiency and productivity, Edison's ore remained less competitive than the large mining corporations in the Midwest, and by 1899, he finally cut his losses and closed down the mine. It was one of his few major business failures. In February 1896, Edison had just begun research into X-rays when he learned of his father Samuel's death at the age of 91. Although Thomas Edison's fame ensured his father had a comfortable retirement in his twilight years, his aloof approach to parenting and workaholic nature had caused problems with his children, and in the late 1890s, Edison's relationship with his two eldest children largely came to an end. His eldest daughter, Marian, had relocated to Europe, where she married the German army officer Karl Oskar Oeser in 1895. Although Edison gave his reluctant blessing, he stopped writing letters to Marian, who was forced to continue a one-sided correspondence. Marian's younger brother, Thomas Jr., struggled to emerge from his father's shadow and bitterly commented that there was no place in the world for two Thomas Edisons. In 1894, he had begun working for his father at the Ogdensburg mine, but was treated as an ordinary worker, and after leaving this position in 1897, he suffered a mental breakdown. Tom and his younger brother William each founded their own short-lived businesses carrying the Edison name against their father's wishes. Tom further scandalized the family when he secretly married 18-year-old actress Marie-Louise Thuy in February 1898, only to leave her the following year after she had an affair. It was only Tom's involvement with a fraudulent company promising health benefits from snake oil that led his father to seek a partial reconciliation and pay him a monthly allowance to prevent him from further discrediting the Edison name. Edison's family troubles were accompanied by a legal fight over his kinetoscope. Like many of Edison's former subordinates, William Dixon left the Edison Company in 1895 and joined a competitor, the American Mutoscope Company. While Edison hoped to continue developing the kinetoscope with one viewer per device, Dixon believed the future of motion pictures lay in projecting the images onto a larger screen. After Edison was granted his patent for the motion picture camera in 1897, he sued Dixon's company, renamed Biograph, for patent violation. In July 1901, the circuit court ruled in favor of Edison, but Biograph won an appeal 9 months later, prompting a countersuit from Edison. As a result, Biograph shifted its focus to newsreels and public events, while Edison's studio continued to make light entertainment. In 1903, Edwin Porter produced The Great Train Robbery for the Edison Company. While it was not the first narrative film to be made, it was a popular hit and occupies an iconic place in American film culture. As the 20th century dawned, Edison had abandoned his mining operations, but he developed the idea of using the sand created as a byproduct of his milling process to make Portland cement, a venture that proved more profitable than the defunct mine. Meanwhile, Edison was also intensifying his efforts in developing battery technology that would outperform traditional lead-acid batteries, which took a long time to recharge and was prone to leaking. Edison's solution was a storage battery which could be charged by running an electrical current to move oxygen ions through an electrolyte solution from a negatively charged metal plate to a positive plate. Once the battery was connected to power an electrical device, the ions would move in the opposite direction. After 3 years of experimentation with materials, Edison decided to use iron for the negative plate, a nickel oxide for the positive plate, and potassium hydroxide for the electrolyte. His work on his storage battery coincided with the early stages of automobile development, and he hoped that his batteries could be used in electric vehicles, which, far from popular perception, are not a new development of the early 21st century, but were actually in wide development at the beginning of the automobile revolution, before being eclipsed by petroleum-fueled engines. Edison bought several electric cars for his personal use, driven by his teenage son, Charles. In 1901, Edison obtained a patent for his battery and formed the Edison Storage Company. At the low price of $15 apiece, Edison's batteries were in high demand, but it soon transpired that they were prone to leaking and lost as much as 30% of their capacity after recharging. Edison's team made a number of enhancements to the durability and longevity of the battery over the following years. Over the same period, the engineer Henry Ford was working on a series of models that culminated in the Model T, the world's first mass-produced car, launched in 1908. Ford had first met Edison in 1896 as a young employee of the Edison Illuminating Company in Detroit. Edison had encouraged his efforts to develop a car powered by a combustion engine running on gasoline. During the intervening years, Edison came to regard combustion-engined cars as harmful to the environment and hoped that his batteries could provide a cleaner solution for automotive development, but the success of the Ford Model T ensured that combustion engines would become the preferred means of powering automotive vehicles. In 1912, at their second meeting, Ford asked Edison to design a battery and starter motor for him. Edison's storage batteries could not produce the voltage required to run a starter motor of a combustion engine, and lead-acid batteries remained standard in cars. Despite their failed collaboration, Ford's admiration for Edison was undiminished, and the two remained close friends. In 1913, Ford took the naturalist John Burroughs to meet Edison in Fort Myers, and the three would go on annual camping excursions until Burroughs' death in 1921. On the 9th of December 1914, an explosion in Edison's film inspection department caused a fire to spread throughout the Edison factory complex at West Orange, destroying many buildings, including the phonograph works. Edison had belatedly and reluctantly begun to record on discs in addition to his cylinders, and his records continued to be in high demand, and so he ordered the swift rebuilding of the factory to ensure that he could keep up. As a man with lifelong hearing difficulties, Edison held unorthodox views about music, cherishing clarity of tone over displays of emotion in songs. For this reason, he continued to feature folk music and marching bands in his records, while his rival, the Victor Talking Machine Company, began recording discs with the great operatic tenor Enrico Caruso. In 1915, soon after the fire, Edison was keen to demonstrate the capabilities of his phonograph by organizing so-called tone tests in concert halls. He recruited Anna Case, a 25-year-old soprano at the Metropolitan Opera in New York, to make records on his phonograph. In front of a live audience, Case and fellow opera stars recruited by Edison would begin singing in tandem with her recording before pausing every now and then to allow the machine to continue on its own, leaving the spectators guessing as to whether they were listening to the live performance or the recording. Edison's efforts to keep up with demand for his phonograph records faced a major challenge with the outbreak of the First World War in Europe. This quickly resulted in a British trade embargo on carbolic acid, a chemical used by military doctors to prevent infections, one which was also a key ingredient in Edison's records. The great inventor responded to this challenge by building a plant to make his own carbolic acid using benzol, a byproduct of steel making that he obtained from steel producers in the Midwest. The experience of the economic disruption of the war led Edison to believe that the United States should be economically self-sufficient. Unlike his friend Ford, a rabid anti-Semite who believed that the war was caused by Jewish businessmen in Europe and that the United States should stay out of it, Edison was of the opinion that the United States should be prepared to defend itself should the war spread across the Atlantic. Shortly after the sinking of the passenger liner the Lusitania, which was carrying many American passengers, by a German submarine in May 1915, Edison proposed an American submarine fleet to protect the East Coast. Not long thereafter, he signed a contract with the Department of the Navy to build submarines and battleships. Edison was appointed to head the Naval Consulting Board to advise the U.S. Navy on innovation and research. Although the Naval Research Laboratory proposed by the Consulting Board did not materialize until 1923, after the United States entered the war in 1917, Edison worked full-time as a defense advisor, leaving his son Charles in charge of operations at West Orange. Although Edison's fertile mind developed almost 50 different projects for the Navy, none of them were implemented, causing the by now 70-year-old inventor to express frustration at the bureaucratic processes within the U.S. government. In a further display of patriotism, Edison sold phonographs to entertain servicemen overseas at the discounted price of $60 apiece. After the war came to an end in November 1918, Edison returned to West Orange, which Charles Edison had managed competently in his absence. Now in his 8th decade, and having seen that Charles was capable of running the company, Edison was increasingly willing to leave day-to-day operations to his son and other subordinates. In 1923, he formally resigned as president of his holding company, Thomas A. Edison, Inc., leaving Charles as chief executive. However, when sales of his phonographs were threatened by the development of wireless radio technology, Edison stubbornly refused to abandon his attachment to his phonograph cylinders, and Charles spent much of the 1920s forlornly dealing with an increasing number of departures among staff and management who defected to more innovative companies. Edison's failure to keep up with the times did nothing to diminish his fame, and a 1922 poll by the New York Times named him as the greatest living American. Although Edison's companies owned 31 patents in the decade between 1921 and 1931, a major decline on some previous decades, during this period he turned his mind to larger conceptual issues. While he had once enjoyed the financial support of the likes of J.P. Morgan, throughout his life, Edison believed that Wall Street financiers were exclusively interested in further accumulating fortunes rather than in also developing American business and industry. He was a critic of the Federal Reserve and the gold standard, arguing that gold is of little utility and its value rests on its scarcity. In a New York Times article from 1922, Edison proposed that the US dollar should instead be backed by reserves of agricultural and industrial commodities that had tangible value and utility, such as wheat, sugar, coffee beans, wool, and coal. Money created on this basis, he argued, could never lose its value. One particular commodity, rubber, was the focus of Edison's energies during the final decade of his life. In an age prior to the mass deployment of plastic products, rubber was essential for many aspects of life. Edison's interest in it began during the First World War, when import restrictions caused the price of the commodity to spike in the United States. Moreover, during his camping trips with John Burroughs and Henry Ford, they were often joined by the tire manufacturer Harvey Firestone, and the four discussed the issue extensively. During the war, Ford and Firestone began manufacturing their own rubber by implanting specimens from abroad, but Edison was determined to create rubber from plants native to the United States in the interests of national security. With the financial backing of Ford and Firestone, Edison established the Edison Botanic Research Corporation and collected specimens of rubber-bearing plants by consulting botanical scientists and sending his agents throughout the whole of North America. Much of the experimentation with rubber was carried out at Fort Myers, where the climate was more suited to rubber cultivation. After methodically extracting the rubber from each plant, Edison would record the characteristics of each sample, ordering his agents to return to the field to acquire the best performing plants for further testing and cultivation. By the summer of 1929, he had narrowed down his search to 2 varieties of the goldenrod plant. This was one of his last major projects as a lifelong researcher, inventor, and innovator. In the autumn of 1928, the 81-year-old Edison was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor in a ceremony at West Orange. Speaking via radio link, President Calvin Coolidge declared, quote, "Although Edison belongs to the world, the United States takes pride in the thought that his rise from humble beginnings and his unceasing struggling to overcome the obstacles on the road to success illustrate the spirit of our country." Edison's friend Henry Ford would also take steps to honor his achievements. At his birthplace in Dearborn, Michigan, Ford planned to build a museum dedicated to the history of American industry. As the centerpiece of the display, Ford proposed building a replica of Edison's Menlo Park complex, which had fallen into disrepair following the death of Edison's first wife. In October 1928, Edison and his son Charles joined Ford in obtaining original masonry from the site to use in the exhibit. When the museum was inaugurated on the 21st of October 1929, it was renamed the Edison Institute of Technology, with Edison and President Herbert Hoover as guests of honor. Oil magnate John D. Rockefeller and scientist Marie Curie were among the guests, while Albert Einstein called in from Germany. The climax of the ceremony saw Edison connecting 2 wires to reenact the lighting of his incandescent lamp, which in turn lit up the whole display. Within days of the ceremony at the Edison Institute, the stock market on Wall Street in New York City crashed, sending the United States and the world into the Great Depression. Meanwhile, Charles Edison was in the process of implementing a decision taken earlier that summer to close down the phonograph operations. While Edison was particularly sentimental about the phonograph and regretted the demise of the business, he was optimistic about his other experiments and was able to cultivate a goldenrod plant that yielded 12% rubber from its leaves. He planned to build a factory in Georgia on land owned by Henry Ford to produce rubber for the Ford Motor Company, but this would never see fruition in his own lifetime. In spite of his optimism for the future, Edison's physical health was in decline. For several years he had been suffering from diabetes, and in a curious approach to his health, had been subsisting largely on milk and cigars. He had developed sleep issues as well, and rarely slept for any more than 4 hours at night, something which caused him to frequently doze off during the day. In May 1931, he gave a radio address from Fort Myers to the National Electric Light Association, telling listeners not to despair at the latest economic downturn, stating, quote, "My message to you is to be courageous. I have lived a long time. I have seen history repeat itself again and again. I have seen many depressions in business. Always, America has come out stronger and more prosperous. Be as brave as your fathers before you. Have faith. Go forward." After returning to West Orange in June, Edison made occasional visits to the laboratory before he collapsed in his chair at home on the 1st of August. His health rallied for a few weeks, and he was able to take car rides outdoors, but by September, it was apparent that Edison was dying. In the early hours of the 18th of October 1931, Thomas Alva Edison died at the age of 84 at his home of Glenmont in West Orange. Thomas Edison is celebrated as one of the world's most prolific inventors, with 1,093 US patents to his name and a further 1,339 from other countries. Generations of school children around the world have been brought up with tales of Edison's inventions and scientific discoveries. Over his 6-decade career as an inventor, Edison spanned major innovations with the telegraph, telephone, phonograph, electric lights, energy distribution, mining, cement, storage batteries, and the production of natural rubber, among other industries and products. While Edison saw particular commercial success with the phonograph and the bulb, many of his projects failed to meet his ambitious expectations. In recent years, Edison's legendary status has been challenged by critics who claimed that he took credit for ideas that originated from his collaborators or his rivals, and the unsavory methods he adopted to discredit Westinghouse and Tesla during the current war is a major stain on his reputation. There is some truth to this, and Edison was certainly a ruthless businessman who tried to undermine his competition. Yet he was also unquestionably one of the great visionaries and architects of the modern world. What do you think of Thomas Edison? Was he the great inventor and scientist of American legend, whose genius made the modern age? Or was he primarily an aggressive businessman who stole the ideas of others and exploited his own fame to destroy competitors and create market monopolies?
Hey, over here, this is the first one is the trachea. That was fun. It was a little hard. Okay, that's just like fun. You can get it over. That's really fun. This is interesting. Only the esophagus. The food. Not the breathing. Especially I don't get the attention to that. Well, the sort of social rapture up to the food. That goes on up. That's it. And that's fine. But it's not like that. You hear about people spawning the pictures and actually there's a little bit on that anyway. Like you get to the vessel, that's what's called up. But to the side of it in the back here, I'll show you a picture. It's more like this. You see, first you hit the right, the cutout button. The vessel is not directly behind you. The vessel is behind the slightly to the side. So you can actually come from an angle of the vessel on the button. No matter how that's really want to play a bug, what you say, a bug, that's a bug. What is that? Beautiful. The more important one, why is the vessel more important than the button? And the vessel. You're doing is keep the receptor, the vessel is under. The vessel, the esophagus, after you got your hair, and then you got your then the trachea pops out. Share what's coming. You can reach the vessel. Afterwards, something about that afterwards, that was it. It's not going to get it, but if the trachea pops out first, that's something for the vessel. Yeah, but so
How fun would it be though? Is it fun? Is it fun? All dies. After seeing him into a Jenny Vance's wife. I mean, is that the fuck with Peter Thiel? People on threads. It's fake. It's fake. It's so obvious. It's fake. Act. It's all fake. Worked as a national security staffer. Yeah, he's a spook. Put him in. Who cares? It's fake at this point. We all know it's fake. How much more evidence does anyone need? Jesus Christ, Tim. Sorry. Glad you're up there.
Over the last 6 months or so, we've watched Theo Von, Duncan Trussell, campaigns and even Stavros push back against Joe Rogan on everything from billionaire influence, surveillance, and the laws overseas. And every single time, the same thing happens. Joe Rogan either shuts them down, changes the subject, or acts like he has no idea what they're talking about. But Tim Dillon just looked laid it all down. He broke it down for Slojo, and the little guy just sat there and took it. Because that's where we're at right now. Rogan can't hide behind the billionaires anymore. His own buddies are calling it out one by one, and all he can do is nod along and hope nobody notices that 6 months ago he was gaslighting Theo Von for saying the exact same things. And there is one moment in this episode where Joe asks him a question that for me blows the whole thing wide open. We'll get to it because first I want to acknowledge something about Tim Dillon here because it's important context for all of this that follows. Not long ago, he copped a massive backlash from his fan base for being bought and paid for. JD Vance flew him out to Washington, sat him down over a seafood tower, and fed him the administration's talking points on the Epstein files. And Tim went straight back to his podcast and repeated everything. So his fans were calling him compromised, and they were honestly not wrong. But then the Iran war happened and something shifted. Tim saw where things were headed. He read the room, saw the same patterns that most of us had already picked up on, and he flipped. And that's why this episode is so important. It's not just that Tim is the next guest pushing back against the things Rogan has supported, it's that Tim was like Joe Rogan. He was moving in that same direction, part of that inner circle. And unlike Joe, he had the awareness to pull back and change course. Rogan obviously didn't, and the way Joe deals with it now after the Theo Von backlash, after getting called out by his own friends over and over again, is just to sit there and cop it. Speaking of copying it, I'm working on something massive over on Patreon right now. It's going to be one of the biggest and most comprehensive videos I've made to date. I'm tracking the full evolution of how Joe Rogan went from the everyman podcaster to a mouthpiece for the 0.1%, from the pandemic through to the Spotify deal and all the way up to now and everything in between, all the guests that compromised him. So if that sounds like something you're interested in, the link is in the description to join my Patreon. There's also over 60 videos already there waiting for you right now. Anyway, so back to Tim Dillon on JRE. Tim is about to talk about home ownership, and remember just a few weeks back when Rogan had Caleb Hammer on the show, telling us that renting is the new American dream. A single, childless multi-millionaire who owns his own home, telling the rest of us that owning a home is really worth it. And I want to be clear, this isn't just an American problem. Over here in Australia, this is front and center right now. Cost of living and first home ownership for young Aussies is pretty much the biggest topic in the country at the moment. So when Tim Dillon started to break this down, it resonated with me personally, because he's not just talking about abstract economics here, he's describing the reality for an entire generation across the Western world. So after Rogan got lost in the sauce with Caleb Hammer, we're finally getting a dose of reality from Tim Dillon.
This is what I believe. I believe no one, for example, no one's trying to get anyone in this country to own a house. No people pay lip service to the idea. There's a lot of people now, a lot of them are my age, who have never owned a home and never will. They've forgotten what owning a home feels like. They've forgotten what it feels like to have a yard where you can invite people over and drink a glass of wine, smoke a cigar, watch a game. They live in a little apartment. They type, they run a MacBook. They're getting radicalized in any direction. They're upset. They're on dating apps or whatever, but they don't feel like they have a foundational core to their life. They're basically saying, no, you don't need a house, and you're not getting a house, and forget what owning a house was. Forget that. And I think part of this is because they know, same with healthcare, there's no real movement to give anyone healthcare in this country. And if it is, it gets shut down immediately. So on the positive side, you might go, well, they know that AI is coming and that AI is going to do a lot of stuff with health. Also on the negative side, they go, AI is going to disrupt the economy to a point where, we're not going to have people owning homes and cars and things like that. We're going to have a lot of people without a steady income, or they don't really know what to do. We're going to have a lot of wealth that's existed, a lot of capital, and we're going to have tremendous inequality. We're going to have a lot of joblessness because they're selling the country off for parts. And this is both parties, and this is they're selling it off for parts. So, obviously, something's coming. Yeah, I think it's overblown to an extent. And I think so much of our GDP depends on it that a lot of these companies are but Anthropics are creepy. These are creepy companies. They're just creepy. The amount of power that tech companies have in general is unprecedented. What they have is robot armies. And then they have AI, which Elon just recently said is going to be 1 million times smarter than the smartest human that's ever lived. Right? The goal is to create literally a digital god. And it's going to be controlled by not us, not the collective human race. It's going to be controlled by a select few group of people. And that's what we're here. I think the reality is that eventually they're going to go, do you want safe streets? Do you want food? Do you want a little bit of money? You gotta do X, Y, and Z. You gotta believe X, Y, and Z. And that seems to be cool.
Fuck Caleb Hammer and his renting is the new American dream. What Tim Dillon just said has nothing to do with left or right. It's about the people at the top versus everyone else. It's really that simple. And Tim Dillon is an avid property investor himself. Those of you who follow him know he owns multiple properties across different states. There is nothing wrong with that. People like Tim Dillon aren't not the problem because Tim isn't one of these rich guys sitting there telling you to shut up and rent and be happy. He understands that the dream is being shattered for an entire generation. Just because he's been able to achieve it himself doesn't make him the enemy. That is such an average fucking normie take. The point is guys like Rogan, who by the way is much, much richer than Tim, keep bringing on these other rich dudes, millionaires, billionaires, fucking trillionaires, oh my god, trying to convince us that the state of things is fine and we are the problem, not the system. That's the battle here. We're pushing back against that narrative, and it's got nothing to do with left versus right-wing politics. But I want you to remember exactly what Tim said at the end of that clip there, because he laid it out perfectly. He said, they're going to come to you and say, do you want safe streets? Do you want food? Do you want a little bit of money? You got to do X, Y, and Z. You got to believe X, Y, and Z. He's describing exactly how they're going to sell the surveillance state to you. Safety, convenience, protection, and we're about to watch that happen because just 5 weeks before this episode, Joe Rogan had a billionaire in that same chair doing exactly what Tim just warned us about. The parallels here about what Tim was just warning us about are almost unbelievable.
We were just talking about this wild crime spree that happened this weekend in Austin. They had flock cameras in Austin, but then they shut those cameras off for political reasons. So that this thing was deployed. It's from the city governments. It's used all over the country. It solves crimes every day. We get reports of carjackings with kids in the backseat. They're safe because they track them down. So a lot of tons of cities have this, and they love it. In cities like Austin, with intense politics, they're running to backlash on privacy and surveillance concerns. And so Austin had flock and then turned it off. The breaking news today is these guys drove into some adjacent town, up against Austin, and flock was live in that town. And so flock tagged them the minute they drove into that town, and then they caught the guys. Subsequent to that, the mayor, your mayor in Austin, your mayor and your chief of police gave a press conference and said, we really want to rethink this. It's crazy how people look at solve crimes and stop crimes. Chicago got so wrapped up in these political issues and things. Also, not only did they have flock, they also turned off their transmitter system voluntarily. And some people now get shot in Chicago, and they get out of the street, and nobody knows, and nobody cares. Yeah, so the concern is mass surveillance, right? The concern is that someone's going to abuse this and use AI for nefarious purposes, right? Like what nefarious purposes would that be? Yeah, so this is a system. That could be used in a bad way. But, look, it's like anything else. It's something important before they search somebody's house, right? Right. There's always the question of, like, what is the legal authority and what are the safeguards and mechanisms?
Every time I watch that clip, I just get angrier. So we're supposed to believe that a multi-billionaire venture capitalist is investing in AI surveillance systems and pushing them on JRE because he cares about people bleeding out on the streets of Chicago. Come on, bro. How can Joe Rogan sit there while a billionaire pisses in his pocket like that and just nod along? And if you catch the language there, carjacking, solved, kids saved, people bleeding out on the street and nobody cares. That's some scripted corporate emotional manipulation right there. He's building the moral case for mass surveillance so you feel guilty for questioning it in the first place. If you push back, you're essentially and then the straw man at the end there, getting a warrant before they search your house. Bro, what the fuck is that? We're living here in 2026 with rampant corruption and the complete disregard for the rule of law, and we're supposed to believe that mass surveillance is fine because there are laws and logbooks about who can access the data and when. That is such a Trojan horse. They'll sell you the infrastructure first, and by the time you realize what's actually happening, it's too late. But just in case you needed more evidence as to just how far compromised Joe Rogan has become, watch him spouting mass surveillance talking points like they're his own thoughts.
I think that this whole race to AI, this like Manhattan Project style race that's going on right now, like the future of whatever the United States is kind of depends on us become China. So I would take the government a lot more seriously if they weren't, potentially having like saying politician merge all these different government databases. So your health data and your criminal justice data and your tax data all merges. And who's doing that? Palantir. And then they go, well, China's got a credit score. Well, what the hell is that? Vance comes out and he goes, I'm worried about a credit score. It's like, okay, hey buddy, me too. What the hell's this? So it's almost like China will enslave you. Let us do it first. This is what these people look up for people like that. They don't have any interest in you owning a house, or farming land, or starting a business, or they don't have any interest in that. But their economic projection is that that's not going to be possible for you. So what they're going to do, they're building bunkers, they're hoarding all the wealth, and they're, heavily invested in real estate.
Did you catch how that started? Joe Rogan opens with the AI race talking point, Manhattan Project style. The future of the United States depends on us getting there first. Those are the talking points he's been fed by guys like Mark Andreessen and Dia Till, and he's reciting them like a good little boy without even realizing what he's fucking saying. And Tim just flips it in one sentence. My worry is that in the guise of fighting China, we're gonna become China. Then he goes further, he names Palantir, describes that whole database merger. It's just so fucking wild to me that Tim Dillon has to sit there and explain that to Joe Rogan. That is just how far he's gone.
The only thing that makes me personally happy is that Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump just bought an island. That gives so many people excited. They're really excited to see how they're celebrating the pernicious house of the president, or whatever. They just start lighting houses on fire. And that's coming, by the way. They just did it in Belfast. That's coming. I'm not calling for it. I'm not saying it's good. But it's coming. To, people on threads. It's fake. It's fake. It's so obvious. It's fake. It's all fake. So the only, and again, I'm not calling for it. It's bad, but fire is real. People are going to start realizing that all this technology has just been set up to give you this idea that you have some fact, and all the while, Jared and Ivanka just go buy an island. That's what's happening.
Have you got any invites to any bunkers?
No, they're not.
You'd feel differently if you did.
I don't know.
I've had invites to do interesting things.
I've had invites to Teal, and I've said no because I think, he'd probably sit me down and go, listen to me, you fat fuck, you're going to shut your mouth. And I'd sit there and I'd go, absolutely. If somebody said to me, a few people are going to survive, and it's just going to be you and these people, and everybody else is going to die, it's tough. How fun would it be, though? Is it fun? Is it fun if the whole world dies? And I'm just sitting and having dinner with J.D. Vance and his wife? Is that the food with Peter Thiel? Peter Steak? Yeah, is that what we want?
Alright, so let's break this down because Rogan just completely exposed himself. We know that Joe Rogan has had dinners with Peter Thiel. We know he hosted the co-founder and chairman of Palantir Technologies for 3.5 hours on JRE, and they didn't even mention Palantir once the entire episode. In fact, his own description says co-founded Palantir Technologies, where he serves as the chairman, for fuck's sake. And then when Theo Von brought up Palantir months later last year, Rogan acted like he'd never heard of it. And now here he is asking Tim Dillon whether his opinions would change if he got invited to a millionaire's bunker. Do you think you'd feel differently if you did? The question is an admission and a confession. It's the new iteration of just come hang out at the mothership green room. Now it's, bro, just come hang out in my bunker. Whether Joe Bunker Rogan realizes it or not, he just outed himself because the obvious follow-up to that is, Did Joe's opinions change when he got his invite? Did his politics shift when the billionaires let him in? Because looking at the last 2 years of JRE, the answer is staring us all in the fucking face. And credit to Tim there because he's so transparent about all of this. He says he was invited by Teal and turned it down. He's the one disclosing it. Meanwhile, Rogan asks the question and volunteers absolutely fucking nothing about his own relationships. Now, I've been thinking about this for a while, so I want to put it out there. Here we go. Why does Joe Rogan keep having billionaires on his podcast? JRE started as a stoner comedian talking to fighters, comedians, and weirdos. It was long-form conversations with interesting people. Nobody was asking for Mark Andreessen's perspective on surveillance cameras. Nobody's petitioning for the CEO of Palantir's point of view. These are the richest, most powerful people on the planet. They already own the media and all the platforms and the infrastructure and the whole political system. They don't need a fucking platform. They own the platform. So why are they on JRE? Like, what is the public service here? Rogan's whole brand is built on just asking questions, but you choose who you're curious about, right? And when you keep choosing billionaires and when you sit across from the chairman of the biggest surveillance company in the world for 3.5 hours and never ask him a single meaningful question, that's called being a fucking puppet. Meanwhile, Tim Dillon is in full flight.
What is the motive of certain massive big donors? Is the motive the strength and prosperity of America, or is it the strength and prosperity of Israel? That's a fair question.
What about the rest of the world? Like, how much are we putting ourselves at odds with the rest of the world?
Indescribably the worst PR ever. You know, you've got to be a very ideological person to justify, Southern Lebanon, Gaza, Iran, perhaps Turkey. This is starting to feel like this is like a friend you have who you make excuses for a certain amount of time, and then your wife eventually goes, they're not allowed here. They have a fucked up home life. I know they're fun. I know they share values. I know they enjoy each other. You've known each other for a long time. But here's the deal. They're not coming to the house, and they can't be around the kids.
The thing that drives me crazy is the negotiators. When they get negotiators, they want to whacking them.
They kill all the negotiators.
And then Trump tells them, stop killing the negotiators. Stop bombing Lebanon.
Is this Iran deal going to work? I think we're at odds now. We're in the last 2 years, we're at odds with Israel for the first time, where Trump is really at odds with them. He's had enough, and I think he is starting to understand that his legacy will be permanently tainted if he doesn't find a way to extricate us from this war. So I think it's certainly the job of anyone who looks at this stuff to look at it and go, yeah, what is going on? What is happening?
So this is effectively the essence. The fly guys like Tim Dillon, Theo Von, Duncan Trussell, and Cam Haines have turned the Iran war and the relationship with Israel, how powerful foreign interests have become over American policy, how much money is flowing from certain donors to maintain that influence. Tim plays it all out there, and even Rogan's starting to look uncomfortable. But anyway, again, credit to Tim Dillon for looking into that studio and doing what Rogan's audience has been begging someone to do for months. He named the companies, he described the system in detail, he said the things that got Theo Von gaslit, and that Duncan Trussell and Cam Haines admitted they felt duped over. And Hogan couldn't do a single thing but sit there and take it. It seems like the only one still pretending that everything is fine is Joe Come Hang in My Mate's Bunker Rogan. Anyway, thanks for putting up with my rambling in this one. If you enjoyed it, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to this channel, and make sure you check out my Patreon via the link in the description for full uncensored content. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Over 200 people picked it up from satellite locations because it's a discounted price. It takes $25 to pick it up. You get to know your satellite location. New rebellion in the years. Plus, since I've been doing your share, your spending style, many copies that require physically flights from Then we grow up.
No, really, that's for sure. I will do better than time, but this is already over. 13th of January, 5786, Sunday, June 28th. We've been doing this bitch for 100 and 84 days, 148 days, 3 days, till 15. Colorado.
This email inspired Gantz Party Stroke Stories Initiative. Thank you for everything. Nothing wrong with sending this one also. Okay, so thank you for everything. Everything else haven't truly looked like. There might be some truth to what he's writing. Now, when I do email part of the share from the restaurant, I can truly enjoy saying, no. Now when I do the email part of the share from the restaurant, I can truly say,
Quoting from Trophy 3761, Christian World, Breath Dynamite, 3631, 137, Senate Avenue, 3526, 235, Enosh, Son of South is 3436, 325, King, Son of Enosh is 3366, 395, Mahala, Son of King is 3301, 468, Son of Mahala is 3139, 620, Hanak, Son of the Air, verse 1, 3074, 687, Methuselah, Son of Hanak is 1, 2887, 874, Lamak 2, Son of Methuselah is 1, 2831, 930, Adam died, 2705, 1056, Noah, Son of Lamak 2 was born.
Thanks so much for helping me and make more people understand and like the process. And it's just that there's confusion. There's so much spread that neither from comma down things. And finally, children February. I was like trying to share with you and I love finding trade contributors, taking the city exploration of a Malaysian woman. As watching things down 24, and one of the AI videos came out and said,
History, philosophy, and religion.
She asked when she can access the show and get rid of the books. You might have a female relation learning to get WYD, one of the AI videos. Very important that it's not for making a routine. Special edition heavyweight shots and seven games out.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and one of the difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Well, I want to say welcome back this evening to the second part of our 10-session romp through Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And we talked about last time, right? And Kabbalah, right? We're still 1,200 years away from Kabbalah. It's still way off in the distance. So we're still very much right around the turn of the Common Era. That's to say, around the year 0, right? If you want to get an anchor of where we are. And just to recap a bit, right? Just to recap a little bit from last time to sort of see where we are in the lay of the land. We defined this class, which doing things like defining mysticism makes it certain that everybody will disagree with you that studies this stuff. So I'm just basically, anytime I say, I'm going to define mysticism, it's like putting a target on my back. But the way that I want to define it is as a non-rational mode in which one experiences or learns about fundamental reality, and also the traditions that accrue around those experiences. So I would call someone, for instance, that studies mysticism for the idea that those mystics learn fundamental truths, even though perhaps that person themselves didn't have those experiences,
I would also consider that person a mystic. So I would say that there's also the idea that you lean on the mystics to learn what they learn, and that puts you in the tradition of folks who are, in fact, mystics. And there's an entire tradition of Judaism of what we'll call intellectual mystics. Those much later, and intellectual mystics are those that say, look, I've never had this experience, but I trust that this person did, and I think that they're fundamentally right. So that's also, I think, another form of mysticism that actually doesn't involve mystical experiences. And as I mentioned last time, the first Jewish mystics weren't even Jewish. The first Jewish mystics were Israelites, which is a much broader category. Remember that the Jews received that name, the Yehudim received that name as being the descendants of one of the tribes that comprise the 12 tribes of Israel. And so Jewish mystics actually make up a minority of this. So many of the prophets we have in the Hebrew Bible are from all over. They're not necessarily Judahites. And we said that the two forms of mysticism that seem to have been prevalent in Israelite society at that time were folks who experienced theophany, that is to say, God showed up to them, God appeared to them. And on the other hand, for other people, God spoke to them and speak on the behalf of God. That would be a prophet. Although sometimes those folks are referred to as rohe, as seers. But the idea there is that we have the idea that either those folks can see the future or they hear something from God and they communicate that to other people. And those folks we typically refer to as the prophets. Then the most important theophanies in the Hebrew Bible, historically speaking at least, we don't think that the theophany described in Exodus, where God showed up to the Israelites and to Moses. We're fairly confident that that's a mythological piece of information, not a historical one. But we are relatively confident, many scholars are relatively confident, that the prophets Isaiah and Ezekiel did have some kind of phenomenological encounter. In that encounter, they recorded in the literature of the book of Isaiah and the book of Ezekiel, respectively. Now, the idea that, now you might be wondering, right, how can you say that Moses didn't exist? Well, it's not about whether he did or didn't, it's about what we have evidence for. And we just don't have evidence, really, to believe that happened. But we have pretty good evidence to believe that the experiences of Isaiah and Ezekiel were, in fact, recorded. And as we talked about last time, prophecy is very well attested all over the ancient Near East, with the weird exception of Egypt. Egypt is kind of prophet-free, which, all things being equal, sounds great. I wouldn't want to live anywhere. I don't want any prophets in my neighborhood. I don't want any guy walking down my street screaming at people because they're like, whoa, disbelievers. I'm like, I'm going to call it cops on these prophets. And so Egypt seems like a pretty great place to be prophet-free. But we saw last time that there are a great deal of prophets that live usually in the Neo-Assyrian context, which tracks very carefully, very temporally to the ancient Israelite context. And so we actually know a good deal about those other ancient Near East prophets. We also know that one of the things that happened in the ancient Near Eastern world were prophetic duels. They just didn't take prophets' words for granted because they kind of seem crazy. And if they seem crazy to you, they seem kind of crazy to people back then too, right? Just because you see Jesus in your toast doesn't mean Jesus is in your toast. It might be that you might need help. And so many people in the ancient world also thought, right, this guy's just drunk, right? And there's many cases in the Bible where people do prophecy and other people are like, yeah, they're drunk. And so this was an idea. And so we see other ancient Near East cultures engaging in prophecy and other mechanisms by which to detect whether a prophecy is reliable or duels between prophets to establish which prophets are actually telling the truth. Prophetic duels needs to be a video game, just saying. It's a fighting game with prophets. And what brings prophecy to an end and what sets us up for a transition to tonight is that, as you might remember, part of what happens in the theophany literature of the Hebrew Bible is that the God of the Israelites, Yahweh, makes himself known by revealing a bunch of very inconvenient rules. And by revealing all these very inconvenient rules, the idea is that the Israelites are bound to follow those rules, and Yahweh will protect them and give them land and provide for them to have large families and agricultural surplus. Well, what ends up happening is that for various reasons, the Israel state is destroyed. And as you might imagine, when your entire theology is founded on a vassal contract, right? And your vassal, the person who justifies your vassal relationship, well, that's the end of that. And so, again, it's like you're living in a house and your landlord gets bought out by, I don't know, some sketchy investment firm. Well, you got a new landlord. You have no longer a relationship with the old landlord. Well, now you got to deal with other gods. And so the Israelites have some pretty complicated problems in their hands. And the pretty complicated problem on their hand is we've predicated an entire theology on one system. Our God seems like either God is defeated or we're defeated. And what now? Right? What do you do now with your former people speaking away? Right? And a new form of religion is going to emerge. And that new form of religiosity is going to emerge. It's going to be a new kind of mysticism. And that new kind of mysticism is what scholars typically refer to as the apocalyptic. All right. Tanakh pop quiz. I bet you know this is coming. So, Tanakh pop quiz. This is a trick question because, of course, it is. You're in a class about mysticism. Does anyone here know, and feel free to put it in the chat, where in the Tanakh are the events surrounding the Hanukkah story recorded? So I think Ashley say they're not. That's the answer that's the less wrong answer. You're something right, they're not recorded straightforward. Anyone know where the events of the Hanukkah story are actually depicted in the Tanakh, not in the Apocrypha, like in the book of Maccabees, where they're literally described, but in Tanakh, in the Hebrew Bible, in the Old Testament, as you may know it. Everyone's like, why are you asking damn questions like this? I'm the one taking this class, right? So actually, you are right. It is not described transparently in Tanakh. It is, however, described encodedly in the book of Daniel. It is actually encoded in the book of Daniel. Now, the book of Daniel is probably the least read Jewish book in the Hebrew Bible. It's in some ways one of the most confusing. But historical scholars of the Hebrew Bible, scholars of the book of Daniel, are fairly confident that encoded in a very elaborate system of symbols, the story of the conquest of Syria, Judea by Alexander the Great, civil wars between his generals that led to the various empires like the Ptolemies and the Seleucids, also with the rise of the Romans and the period of the Maccabean Rebellion, are in fact described using coded language in the book of Daniel in chapters 7 through 12. Never read the book of Daniel. It's a very weird book. And by the way, it's one of the few books in the Hebrew Bible that actually has extensive sections actually written in Aramaic. In chapters 7 through 12, there is a section that is encoded using a very elaborate system of symbols that describes all the things I just put out. Now, what's very interesting about this section of the book of Daniel is that the writer, whoever's writing it, is describing the very beginning of the Maccabean Rebellion, right? But they never describe the end of it. Now, that leaves an open question. Why don't they describe the eventual success of the Maccabeans? And they're very pro-Maccabean, at least they're kind of tempered on the Maccabeans, actually, which a lot of people were because they were terrifying anyone that wasn't a religious zealot. Everybody in this class will be killed by the Maccabees, just FYI. Everybody. They would gladly kill all of us for being like not them. Which is always weird about Hanukkah. Hanukkah's a complicated idea if you're a progressive, liberal-minded Jewish person. They're like, yeah, I'm celebrating the very people that would have literally, it's like Taliban, but the Taliban of Judaism. At any rate, we don't know why they don't finish. We don't know. They may have just died. You know, if it was a war and the Maccabees didn't like people who could, I don't know, read. And so they may have just got killed. It may have just gotten killed. And so we don't see the end of it. But what's interesting about it is we now have a really good idea about when the book was written, at least the sections. They were written sometimes after the Maccabean revolt began, but before it ended. So we know it began around 160 and concluded around 167 BCE. So we have a good idea about where that section of Daniel, when it was written down. Now, why would people encode things in strange language? Why would people encode things in weird symbols? Well, because it's a new kind of literature emerging, a new kind of religiosity emerging in the aftermath of the demise of the prophetic period. And that new kind of religiosity is what we call apocalypticism. Also, by the way, describing current events as if they're taking place far in the future is what we call in the literature ex eventu prophecy. The vast majority of historical prophets did not predict the future. We'll talk more about the ones that tried and failed in a minute. But the vast majority of prophets who describe all kinds of weird things, and I'm sure folks have read some sections from the book of Daniel or the book of Revelation written by St. John. Or Nostradamus. So you folks have read Nostradamus. It's always weird stuff like an eagle. An eagle comes from the east and attacks the great bear, and the bear follows the sun, and the sun turns to blood, and you're like, what in the hell are you talking about? They're not describing the future. They're actually describing the present using encoded language, right? This is what we call ex eventu prophecy. They're describing things that have happened using codes. Why would they do that? Well, because it might be politically expedient to be a little cryptic, right? Because again, what is one of the things these people like to do? Criticize the standard order of things. And do you really want to be the person living in the Roman Empire? And like, the Romans suck and I hate them and God's going to kill them all. So, you want to publish that? You don't want to publish that because they'll crucify you for it. So what do you write? Well, the Kittim, right, will arise from the sea, and then blah, 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 right? You encode it. And the encoding mechanism is part of the apocalyptic literature. So what isn't apocalyptic? That's the first thing we need to do. I know, right, that when most people hear the word apocalypticism, they're thinking end of the world. They're thinking all the crazy stuff happens at the end of the world. The Messiah's going to come, and there's going to be this and that, the Battle of Gog and Magog, and there's going to be all this stuff that happens at the end of the world, the Battle of Megiddo, whatever. And so many people typically imagine that what apocalypticism is about the future, because the word apocalypticism has been filtered so heavily through Christianity, and Christianity does tend to think of the apocalypse as like something happening in the future, although early Christians thought it was going to happen pretty soon in their lifetime. Jesus kind of dragging his feet. But they really thought it was going to happen soon. And this idea that it's going to happen in the future is an idea really from Christianity that has sort of shadowed and flavored the way that we use this word. Most apocalyptic writers, most prophets for that matter, in the Hebrew Bible and the Jewish tradition, don't do much in the way of trying to predict the future. They just don't. In fact, the most famous case where anyone tried to predict the future in the Hebrew Bible is in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 26, where Ezekiel made what at the time was the single most predictable prediction that one could predict. That is, Nebuchadnezzar would destroy Tyre. Well, he predicted that because Nebuchadnezzar was destroying everything. Everything, right? It's just like predicting, right? It's like American imperialism will continue. Yep. It's going on, right? It's a completely normal thing to predict. And then they attacked Tyre and it didn't work. Nebuchadnezzar was repulsed. And so Ezekiel himself actually has to come back later. He actually comes back in the same book and says, well, what I meant was, he has to reinterpret his own prophecy to explain the fact that he was wrong, even though it was a completely, actually predictable thing. So, making predictions, especially clear predictions, is a bad idea, right? Folks may know the very famous quote from Friedrich Nietzsche, right? It never hurts a prophet to be too vague, right? If you predict on Tuesday, March 22nd, 2029, that blah, 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 well, your prophetic career rests on that. And so most of the prophecies, they don't predict the future by and large, right? And in general, by the way, that whole Nebuchadnezzar thing for people who are biblical literates is a real pain in their cookies, because they have to go back and explain why the Bible, why a prophet got it wrong, and then why a prophet admits he got it wrong, and then how he put a spin on it to fix it, and then they further spin it to further fix it. And my favorite example is, yeah, it eventually got conquered by Alexander the Great 400 years later. somebody conquered it. So Ezekiel wasn't totally wrong. I'm like, really? That's the best you got? Okay. Most Jewish apocalyptic texts just don't have much interest in the end of the world. In fact, when they do describe the end of the world, they almost always lean on Hellenistic ideas. And those Hellenistic ideas, specifically the Stoic idea, was that basically God was going to trash everything at the end. That there was going to be some kind of global conflagration, that the world would be ended, would be destroyed by a giant fire. That was a very common idea in the ancient world. And so, in many ways, the predictions they do give about the end of the world are themselves just the popular ones. If you were to go to a Greek philosopher at the time and ask, what's going to happen at the end of the world? They say, the Logos, the fire, is going to consume the whole world. They're like, sounds reasonable. They went with that. So it's actually basically, it's not even really in some sense a Jewish idea as it is a Hellenistic idea. It's a Greek idea. So let's put some context on this, right? I'm gonna say what the apocalyptic is in just a minute, but I want to put some context on this. What you have to understand about the rise of the apocalyptic is a time period in which it emerged. The political and theological upheavals that lasted from roughly about 586 BCE, when Judea was destroyed, the last independent Jewish state was destroyed, all the way up to around 135 of the Common Era, where the last attempt at an independence movement on the behalf of the indigenous people of Judea, Jews, against the Romans, led by Bar Kokhba, was defeated, with hundreds of thousands of people being killed in the process. What's important to understand about this political and theological landscape is that there is a major breakdown, as I mentioned earlier, in the theology of the time. As I mentioned earlier, right, this entire theology is built on what is called the Deuteronomic theology, which is, again, the idea that Yahweh and Israel have a covenant, and that covenant works in the way that the Israelites perform religious duties, and Yahweh gives them stuff, right? So that is the way it's supposed to work. The prophets, the way that they understood themselves was as sort of a voice for God, telling the Israelites, you're doing wrong, you're breaking the contract, and if you persist in this, God's going to punish you. God's going to break the contract. Well, after everything comes completely apart, beginning in the 8th century BCE, but by the 6th century BCE, the entire Judahite state is completely destroyed. There's just a serious problem. And the serious problem is, if the prophets were right, and if every single Judahite was massacred, well, that would have brought the prophecy to a conclusion, right? You broke the treaty, and everyone's dead. Done. Right? And that would have been a very neat, and I say neat, I mean not untidy, except for all the gore of everyone being massacred, but it would have been a very tidy story theologically. Well, what happened? The Babylonians didn't kill everybody. They took the entire Judean aristocratic section into exile in Judea. And they kept on keeping on. Not in the land, right? Not in their own land, but in Babylon. And not only that, they had a good time. We have extensive records of the Jewish population living in ancient Babylon. And we know they were living relatively well. They owned slaves. They had land. They had businesses, right? In fact, their life was so good in Babylon, in exile, that when the Jewish people were allowed to return to Israel, to Judea, by the Persians, many didn't want to go. They're like, why do I want to return to like a rock that has no inhabitable land? I can live here by these rivers, and we can like live in good. This is a great empire. They didn't want to go home, and so home, right? Because they weren't born there. They were diaspora Jews living in Babylon in comfort and security. Why go back to a wasteland to rebuild something, right, that isn't that great after all? It's like a rock in the middle of the Judean desert. And this was a big problem. In fact, there had to be Jewish people actually pressuring them to go back. So again, when we talk about the Babylonian exile and weeping by the rivers of the Euphrates or whatever, a lot of those Jews were not weeping by those rivers. They were very happy to be in exile in Babylon. And we know that because we have records of them living there. The problem, again, is a theological problem. They're still there. They still believe in Yahweh. what do you do when the prophecy meant that you were supposed to be destroyed and you weren't destroyed? So, does God make a new deal with us? Should we still believe in Yahweh? Like, the temple's been destroyed. What's going on with, what do we do with this Yahweh thing? The covenant doesn't make sense anymore. The covenantal theology doesn't make sense because there's a remainder that contradicts it. So, what do? What do you do? Well, there's a couple different options. You could try to maintain the old covenantal theology, and some people did try to do that. Some people did try to do that. But you can see the logical problem of trying to maintain it. The covenant's been broken, the Judahite state's been destroyed, and its aristocracy moved to Babylon. They're still alive. What to do with that? That's a real problem. Well, what arises as a way of settling that problem, right? The way of settling that problem is by shifting your theology, right? Never let a good catastrophe go to waste. You simply innovate your theology. And what ends up emerging is a new kind of Judahite theology. In fact, I might even argue that Israelite religion went into exile, but Judaism came back. The religion that the ancient Israelites practiced would be unrecognizable to anyone here. Like killing animals and burning beer and grain to appease a sky god. No one here recognizes a religion like that. But what comes out of exile is a theologically innovated, renovated religion that is much more like the Judaism that we might recognize now. So what happens is that they innovate. They theologically innovate. They develop a new theology that maintains the trappings of the old covenantal theology, but radically philosophically changes what it all means. And so, what are those kinds of changes? The first big change is that Yahweh can't just be the God of Israel anymore. To make this work, Yahweh has to be a God of everything. Not just God of Israel and with the other gods existing out there in the world, like this is what we call henotheism, right? Your God exists, my God exists, but my God can be of your God. That's what the Israelites basically believed. Now, the new shift is, not only can my God be of your God's not of you. There's just one God. Monotheism emerges in the aftermath of this catastrophe. So the God of the Israelites is now said to be the only God, and that God is responsible for everything. And not just responsible for everything, but responsible for everything forever. God has a plan for the entire cosmos. All right? This is going to be decisively important. God is planning everything, and everything that happens is according to that plan, no matter how bad it is, no matter how confusing it is. In fact, the worse it is evidence for the fact that God is preparing something amazing. Right? So this kind of theology is going to be decisively important in this matter. So what also has to happen here, right, is that the Israelites, right, are going to have to begin to change the way they think about their relationship to this God. And the problem is, this God's going to have to tell them what in the world all this means. We're supposed to have this covenant, and it's supposed to do like this, and this is supposed to happen if we keep it, and this is supposed to happen if we don't. Well, we didn't, and we're still here. What's happening? Well, what ends up happening, what ends up emerging, is that new kinds of prophets emerge in which God shows them the plan. Right? Again, hear the language here, right? The older prophets heard God and communicated what God said. The new kind of prophecy sees what God's showing them, right? And communicates what God shows them in literature. So this is a much more literary movement, and it's a much more visual movement. And it's so distinct that we now think of it as a distinct kind of religiosity. It's not prophecy. They're not speaking on behalf of God. They're describing what God has shown them, what God has revealed to them. And that is a completely different phenomenological mode of experiencing mysticism. Right? A very different kind of mysticism indeed. Now, what precipitates this? How do they get the ability to, what underwrites this? And the answer is really complicated, and the short answer is, we don't know. We don't know. Because we don't have good records about how this goes down. The best theory I've seen is that what ends up happening is that the Judahites go into exile and they come in contact with an up-and-coming important religion called Zoroastrianism. Now you have to understand that when the Judahite aristocracy goes into exile, the Judahite aristocracy is still a relatively, this is the right word to describe this here. The ancient Babylonians are like the New Yorkers of the ancient world. They're cosmopolitan, they're literate, they have an ancient culture that's been there for 1,000 years. They are wealthy, they have multiple giant temples, each of which is larger than the Israelite temple. It was a metropolis on an order of magnitude that the ancient Judahites could not have imagined. Ancient Jerusalem was a backwater. It was a tiny settlement of a few thousand people, right, with that little temple there that was, not much bigger than a basketball arena, right? You're talking about an aristocracy that is a relatively backwater people coming into contact with an incredibly old, incredibly literate, right? When the Judahites wanted to write diplomatic documents, they wrote it in the language of the Babylonians. Okay, when they arrived in Babylon, they must have been bowled over by the bumpkinhood of their existence compared to the Babylonians. Again, this is like the Mississippi aristocracy being conquered and then dragged off to New York, right? You just can't imagine the shell shock of what must have happened. Furthermore, they're coming in contact with a very dynamic new religion called Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism is, of course, a reform religion founded by the prophet Zoroaster, who we don't know much about. Even when he lived is not clear. But if I summarize Zoroastrianism to you, I bet it will sound immediately obvious what they believe. So, Zoroastrianism is a basically dualistic religion that claims that a good god and an evil god are lost into a kind of battle for the destiny of the world. The forces of good are represented by non-physical spiritual entities, and those non-physical spiritual entities are in combat with other non-physical spiritual entities that serve the bad guys. Angels and demons, right? That structure's there. Now, this good versus evil dualism is going to result in a titanic, catastrophic battle at the end of time. The forces of good will win. They will throw the forces of evil into a nether world, right? And not only that, there are even Zoroastrian prophets who are given tours of the underworld. Those tours of the underworld filtered their way up to Europe, and we're fairly confident that Dante Alighieri was influenced by them. The Divine Comics are probably being influenced by these tours of hell of the Zoroastrian literature. Now, near the end of the world, there's going to be a savior figure, Saoshan, who will lead the forces of good against the forces of evil, and at the end of time, everyone will be resurrected bodily, they will be judged, right? And there is a massive set of literature, right, being composed by Zoroaster, and the idea is that your relationship with Scripture is more important in many ways than doing sacrificing animals. Those priests, by the way, are called Magi. You may recognize them from the Bible, right? Those are the guys that show up to adore the baby Jesus. At any rate, that should all sound pretty familiar to most of us. If you take a little Judaism and add a little Zoroastrianism to it, shake it up in a cocktail shaker, pour it in a glass, you have all the ingredients for a great cocktail called Christianity, or Islam, or apocalyptic Judaism. Now again, many people detest the idea that Judaism could be influenced, informed, changed by non-Jewish pagan people. I got news for you. When the Jewish people arrived in this area, they would have viewed the Zoroastrians as a completely intellectually superior figure. And I can guarantee you they would have been influenced by them. So Zoroastrianism probably has a huge impact. And in fact, many ways, Zoroastrianism has a huge impact on world religions in general. It also has a huge impact in music. You may know Freddie Mercury, the lead singer of Queen. He was a Zoroastrian. So thank God for Zoroastrians. They produced the beasts, Freddie Mercury, among others. So sadly, it's a threatened religion now. It's a very tiny religion, primarily located in Iran, America, and in Iraq, or in India rather. But they're not doing that great, unfortunately. Pretty small. So, we've now talked a little bit about the groundwork for apocalypticism. What is it, right? We call it a religious mode. And I use the word mode there for folks who have some background in philosophy, right? A mode of being. It's a way of doing religion. It's not a religion itself, but it's an articulation within a religion. It began to exist primarily in Judaism, but obviously it will persist into Christianity. In fact, Christianity is just, in many ways, apocalyptic Judaism perfected. It's when, in fact, apocalypticism becomes the religion, right? It's when the shift completely goes over to one side, and the apocalyptic is what really matters, and Judaism becomes an adjunct riding on the tails of the apocalypticism. One can imagine Christianity that way, but also in Islam. Islam is also largely an apocalyptic religion. Again, it's a religion based on a guy being shown things by an angel. It's fundamentally an apocalyptic religion. So what makes the apocalypse? Now, what's important to know about this is that no one sat down in Judea or in Babylon and said, I'm going to invent apocalypticism. What they did was be religious, and they innovated. And the specific religious innovations that they developed, we now call apocalypticism. Right? So it's very important to note here, this is a scholarly term applied to an ancient people. And it's always important to note that when you do that, when you apply a schema to ancient people, it never fits perfectly. Right? Some things are left out, some things are left in, but it's such a stable kind of scheme that we do think that this is an important and decisive break with a prophetic religion of ancient Israel. So what makes apocalypticism apocalypticism? The first thing is what I mentioned here at the last, but I'll mention it first, because the last will be first. Is the name apocalypticism, right? It comes from the word apocalypsis in Greek, which means to reveal or to uncover. And what's important about this literature is that what tends to group it all together is the idea that God is revealing something fundamental to the person, to the apocalyptic prophet. God's not speaking to the apocalyptic prophet, telling them, go condemn, some king, some Israelite king, right? Go condemn those who were being bad and being rich. That's the way a prophet like Amos worked. God spoke, and Amos went and said, right, woe to you people, cows of Bashan. No, here we have God revealing various kinds of things to a human agent. And typically, that's being mediated by a divine, semi-divine being, typically an angel. So an angel shows up and says, let me show you something. And what do they show them? All kinds of things. What kinds of things? Typically things like cosmology. Apocalyptic Judaism is very interested in how the universe works. If you've ever read the Hebrew Bible, one of the things that is weirdly missing from the Hebrew Bible is any discussion of how the world is arranged. Right? There's some vague discussions in the book of Genesis, but there's no real sense of like, what is the world exactly? Because they're not really interested in what is the world exactly, right? They're interested in what's going on in Judea with this king. So cosmology becomes very, very important in the apocalyptic literature.
What's up, Miss Aquarius?
Also, they're very interested in the past. This is sometimes ironic.
Oh, well, thank you. Just listen to my podcast.
Is primarily dealing with the future.
I'm going to do a podcast.
No, I'm just listening to
Are
him.
interested in the past. So they're very interested in how do we
I
get
just want to say
and the
hello.
thing that they're
Well,
very
hope you're having a
interested
good day.
in is where did evil come from?
I am. Hope you are too.
Evil
I am,
is
thank
in the
you.
world, and
Thank
it's
you.
out there,
Okay.
what kind of existence
Hey,
is that?
see you later.
And they're very
Yes,
interested in
ma'am.
where it came from. You'll never see much in the Hebrew Bible about them discussing the origins of evil. Right? Even the whole talking snake in the Garden of Eden, the writer of that story in the book of Genesis never says, and that's where all evil comes from. It names some things, right? You have to work for your bread, and women's child pain and the pain of having a child will increase. By the way, it says that the pain will increase. It never says it wasn't. It just went worse, right? So it never says, and that's why everything went off the rails, right? The apocalyptists will be very interested in this. Also, they're very interested in the use of symbolism. Right? The Bible doesn't do much in the way of symbolism often, right? But the apocalyptists will be very interested in symbolism. They're virtually encoding their writings. And also, again, as I mentioned earlier with the exit into prophecy, they're going to be really interested in engaging in the same kind of social criticism that we saw in the historical Israelite prophets, but they're going to be doing it in a way that, in a literary form, in which they encode those criticisms by describing them as if they're happening in the future, right? So they describe present events in an encoded way as if they're happening in the future. That's going to be a tip-off for an apocalyptic writer. Amos didn't encode anything. He called people cows for being rich. He's like, you people are bad because you're rich and God hates you. Like, he's not encoding anything. Like, he's not like, and the cows will eat and become fat of the land. No, he's like, I hate you people and God hates you too, right? That's not what these apocalypse folks do. Also, what they're really interested in is oppression, right? They're very interested in oppression and tribulation. Specifically, why do bad things keep happening to us? If our God is the only God, and we have a special relationship with this God, why did the Greeks just like whip our ass? Like, that's a bad thing? Like, we just got whipped by the Romans. They just killed like a bunch of us. Like, what's going on, God? Right? That's a real important question to ask, right? I mean, we all ask the sort of like, why bad things happen to good people question. It's like, why did we all get wiped out? Or most of us. They're very interested in why this tribulation's happening, right? And again, I say tribulation. The idea is it's real bad for a while, but for the apocalypticists, God has a plan. And not only that, the apocalypticists claim to know the plan, right? They claim to know the plan. They're also at some level interested in the end of the world. Right? Now, and I say end of the world, what they're really interested in is the righteous and the wicked being separated, and the righteous being rewarded, and the wicked being damned. There's no hint of that in Israelite religion. Everybody in Israelite religion went to the same underworld, Sheol. It doesn't matter if you're a good person or a bad person. You went to the same place and sucked. Well, the apocalyptists say that's not fair. Bad people will get punished. This idea comes directly probably from Zoroastrianism, right? So bad people get punished and the good people will get rewarded. That's the extent, really, of how things are going to go down in the future. And of course, right, why does that make sense? Well, it makes sense because a lot of good people, or at least people who they thought they were good, were suffering enormously under foreign occupation. They're also interested in otherworldly journeys, right? They'll go on journeys of the various realms of heaven, or they'll go on journeys to the various parts of the afterlife. It's very dualistic. That is to say, the world in apocalyptic literature is very sharply divided between the good guys and the bad guys, right? If the good guys are going to win, the bad guys are going to lose. You don't see that in Israelite religion. In Israelite religion, the prophets are, you're doing bad, but if you do good, God will not punish you. In apocalypticism is, you are bad, and God is going to destroy you. It's a much more dualistic world. Which again, if you study history, in times of intense political crisis, right, dualism emerges. The good guys and the bad guys, right? Whether it's the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, right? Or whether it's the sons of light versus the sons of darkness, polarize the world, and that's often how it's described. And again, I think these Marxists is a kind of apocalypse in many ways. He would hate that idea, but he can happily roll in his grave. Paying back from that anti-Semitism on the Jewish question. So anyway, right? Also, what's really important about apocalypticism is someone's going to fix all this, right? Because clearly, if you look at the time period being conquered by the Greeks, being conquered by the Romans, being massacred by various people, it's pretty clear that we're not going to be the ones to fix this. And so what do they say? There's going to be some kind of savior figure who's going to enter into history and fix all this. And that, of course, as it ferments a little while, becomes the fine wine of Messianism. That some person, or persons, by the way, early Messianism never agreed about how many it would be. Many people thought it would be two messiahs. And one of those would die, right? And another one would become a military general and win. So ancient Judaism was never clear about there being just one Messiah. Many sections of Judaism actually believe there would be at least two. So, right? Now the Christians fix that by like having him die and come back later. They're just waiting on that last part. So they kind of roll into one dude, which is pretty smart. Also, there's all kind of anti-Messiah characters, right? If you have a good guy fighting for the good guys, you're going to have a bad guy fighting for the bad guys. That's the Antichrist. And there are lots of different stories about the bad guys, right? Christianity really likes the bad guys too. And they make for good movies. The structure of heaven and hell is going to be a big part of the apocalyptic world. If they're going to describe to you where you're going to go when you die or when you get resurrected, they want you to know about it. And if there's really vivid depictions of the hellish worlds in the afterlife, it's pretty motivating. Like, I don't want to go there where they like boil you in excrement forever. That sounds bad. I don't want to go there. I'm going to be a good guy, right? So they're very interested in the structures of the various heavens and the hells, and they're also interested in the idea that behind the scenes of what's apparent to us, the world is actually being dominated by a vast majority of spiritual creatures. Typically, we now know them as angels and demons. And so, again, if you look at the Hebrew Bible, there are basically very little in terms of angels and demons. They kind of show up from time to time, right? But in the apocalyptic, they are everywhere. Angels and demons are literally all around you, engaging in titanic spiritual warfare for the destiny of the world, right? And every country has its own angel, right? Michael's the angel of this country, Gabriel's the angel of this country, and every country has their own demon, etc. So the scale of things is also bigger. In Israelite literature, they kind of don't like the Egyptians, and they kind of don't like the Assyrians. But you never have a global analysis of the world, because they're kind of a parochial people. The apocalyptic writers are not parochial. They imagine the entire world divided into countries, and they explain political science in terms of the spiritual battles that are going on behind the scenes that we don't see. Their literature, which we'll talk about more in just a moment, is typically pseudo-anonymous, although they like to claim that very ancient people wrote them. So Enoch wrote this, or Abraham wrote this, or Shem wrote this. So they like to allege ancient authorship, because, if it's just like Menachem, the dude down the street wrote this, who cares, right? Like, Manny wrote a book about angels? Yeah, Manny, the guy that like fixed some shoes. Like, the hell does he know, right? So, Manny the shoe guy, Manny the cop was like, Enoch wrote this, right? And so he puts Enoch's name on it, right? Patriarch who never died and was like, Noah's grandfather, whatever, father, Noah's father. Like, yeah, Enoch, that dude, yeah, he was real. Let's read his book, right? So you throw a name like Abraham on there, people are willing to read your book. They're not going to read Manny's book about the end of the world. No one cares about what Manny thinks. So let's talk about this literature, right? Let's get into what makes this work, right? Why would anyone write all this stuff down? Well, the first is historical and psychological. You're living as Judahites in a world of theological and political turmoil, right? Now, I don't know about you. I don't like turmoil. And when my life is in turmoil, one of the things I try to figure out is, why is this happening to me? Right? Because we think, because we're stupid, that if we understand something, we get power over it. You don't. Right? You can be real smart, and they basically just like throw you into a jail or whatever, right? But again, if bad things are happening to you, you won't understand why. There's no person I don't think of, right? You can be as existentialist as the day is long, right? And you're still going to want to know what's going on, why it's happening, right? Why is this happening? Very few people are going to suffer through immense, like, physical and psychological turmoil and think to themselves, okay, guess that just happened, right? Most people don't do that. So what do? They try to explain why it's happening. Further, right? Not only do they want to explain why it's happening, they want to feel like it's not for no reason. No one likes the idea that you just went through it and it's meaningless. You're on a rock, free from the sun, in the middle of a void, and in 4 billion years, the sun's going to swallow this planet, and every bad thing that's ever happened to you is not only not going to be a memory, this earth won't even exist. We don't want to, that doesn't make sense from a human perspective. We want to understand why our traumas are happening. We want our traumas to mean something. And so, what do they mean? Well, the overwhelming data we get from the apocalyptic literature is that God has planned every single thing that's happening in the world. So this is a very deterministic literature, and that your suffering is not random. It's part of a plan. And what's that plan? The end of the world, right? The world is going in a very specific direction, and God is going to make things right. Punishing the wicked, rewarding the righteous. This is all part of the plan. I think also Nietzsche a lot tonight. What's wrong with me? Right? I think Nietzsche said, right, that the person who has a why can endure any how. right? The person that has a wife and endure anyhow. And people can get through anything. As long as they have a reason why it's happening, right? I think I have the back, right? And so the idea here, right, is that basically what you get is you get a reason why it's happening to you. And what's the reason? It's all part of a plan. And the apocalypticist has been revealed that plan. Lastly, a big part of this entire whole drama is that no one likes being colonized. No one likes being oppressed. No one likes having their country destroyed by foreigners. No one likes foreigners moving into their country and taking all their stuff and enslaving them. No one's really about that. That's bad. And so you want to protest against it, right? You want to protest against it, right? And when the French come into Algeria and destroy that country, the Algerians are like, we ain't having it, right? And they protest against it. Now, there are a lot of different ways you can protest. One way of protesting is militarily trying to fight the Romans. You can try that. And people did. And they had very limited success. You can also write books about how they're bad, and God hates them, and God's going to judge them, and God's going to kill them eventually. Now, again, as I said earlier, you can't come out and just write that way, right? Boo the Romans. Tiberius sucks. God's going to kill him. And the Romans are going to be like, that's interesting. How would you like to be crucified? Right? So they're not going to do that. They're going to encode it. And if you know, you know, right? Hamabin Yavin, right? If you know, you know. And anyone who knew how to read this literature could read the code. They're like, yeah, the Romans, they don't get their ass whooped by this God, you whoop their ass. They're like, yeah. And the Romans are like, what are you reading? Nothing. Right? So that was a way of encoding this. Now, how does all this work? God has to tell you. God has to reveal to you the plan. You, the apocalyptic prophet. And that's what this literature is. It's the plan. It's the way the world is structured. God built the world. God structured the world. History itself is unfolding according to very set rules set down by God, and everything is part of the plan. Everything's part of the plan. And the apocalyptic literature is marked by that revealing, that uncovering. As you might imagine, in a world of turmoil, which I know Jewish people go through turmoil, right? Every once in a while, there's a little turmoil here and there, right? Little turmoil. You can imagine this was an incredibly persuasive form of religiosity. It explained why the world was the way it was, right? It described why bad things were happening. It told you where it all came from. It tells you how it's going to all end. And it tells you that the things that you're going through as a people, as an individual, are not random. And they're not punishment from God. Right? Also, by the old Israelite theology, every bad thing happening to you is punishment from Yahweh. Right? No. You're suffering because that's part of the plan in which Yahweh is secretly collaborating and is going to whoop these people. That idea, I don't know about you, right, is one of the most seductive ideas imaginable. And again, when I track this on the things, again, folks may know, I just on Marx. It's difficult to read much Marxist propaganda as anything other than repackaged apocalypse, right? It reads very much like an apocalyptic literature, right? Evil emerged with various modes of production, right? That's being driven forward by history, and eventually it's going to come to a cataclysmic battle, and after that, everything's going to be great, right? Dictatorship for proletariat or whatever. You're like, didn't we heard this already, right? But Marx is like, it's material now, son. It's not God doing it, it's history. So you can see how influential this has been. The apocalyptic form of literature flourished for hundreds of years. One could even argue for 1,000 years, beginning roughly about 350 BCE and extending all the way through the Middle Ages, honestly, right? Because, Jews with the turmoil, they continued. And so the apocalyptic literature kept being produced. Christianity is in many ways an apocalyptic religion. It's a religion that more forcefully accepts the apocalyptic paradigm than any other form of Judaism, with the exceptions of the Essenes. Those folks living at Qumran that wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls, they believed it so much, by the way, that when the Jews revolted against the Romans, the folks that lived at that site, if Josephus can be trusted to do anything other than make Josephus look good, they thought the world was about to come to its final end. They tried to organize a resistance to the Romans. They were massacred at 2 battles, and guess what? They stored all their skulls in the caves near their buildings, and they never came back for them. Why? because they were dead, because they thought this was all part of the plan. Lucky for us, the scrolls sat there more or less for a couple thousand years, and now we have them. And we can even see in the literature where they're planning for this battle, even describing the banners and horns they will be blowing and carrying in the battle. And I bet you, when that legion of Roman soldiers were like, why are they blowing horns and stuff, right? Then they think that's going to work. And then the Romans massacred them, and they left their scrolls there. Apocalypse is a hell of a drug. I mean, like, when you literally believe God's going to intervene on your behalf at the very last moment to save you, if that's your battle plan, stay home, right? If that's your strategy, and that was their strategy, it seems. Many of the big books of the Hebrew Bible, like the book of Daniel, is imbued with apocalypticism. The War Scroll in the Dead Sea Scrolls is a very apocalyptic text. Perhaps the most famous apocalyptic text of all time is the Book of Enoch, a book not included in either Christian or Jewish literature, but preserved, thank God, by the heroic people of Ethiopia, who have never been colonized, FYI, because they fought like the devil to have it not happen, and they're brilliant tacticians. But they preserved all these writings that are so important in Judaism. So anytime I think about what the Ethiopian people have done to preserve Jewish writings, I have enormous thanks for what they've done. So what's going to also happen, and we'll get to this next time, is that apocalypticism is also going to give rise to a new form of mysticism called the Merkaba mysticism, which we'll be discussing next time. How do you get this vision? How do you go see what God has to show you, or what angels have to show you? Well, spiritual techniques were developed for this, and a new form of mysticism arose as a subset of apocalypticism in which mystics describe going into God's palaces and being shown this stuff. We'll get to them next week. It's scary. As you might imagine, that's what the angels. Apocalyptic Judaism, right, and rabbinical Judaism, however, never quite saw eye to eye. The rabbis never fully embraced apocalypticism, right? Because the rabbis are all about the day-to-day and keeping on of religious survival, not the titanic battle at the end, right? The rabbis are more like, how do we do Judaism now the temple's destroyed? How do we move the temple into our home? And the apocalyptic people out there being like, God's going to judge these people tomorrow, right? So, in many ways, apocalyptic Judaism was never quite meshed with rabbinical Judaism. And again, I give you one famous quote from the Talmud, right? It says that for every time you try to calculate when the Messiah will come, God delays the coming of the Messiah the years that you calculated in the future. The rabbis don't like this, right? When Rabbi Akiva said, right, that Shimon Bar Kokhba is the Messiah and will save us all, the other rabbis make fun of him. They're like, grass will grow in your cheeks before the Messiah comes. Like, that's not going to happen. Unfortunately, grass didn't grow in his cheeks because he didn't get buried because he was burned alive for supporting the Bar Kokhba rebellion. So, sometimes history is mean, right? The apocalyptic is very, very dangerous. But it was incredibly popular. On the screen right now is a short list of all of the apocalyptic literature from this time period. If I were to grab my collection of apocalyptic literature off the shelf, it would be longer than the Hebrew Bible. An enormous amount of literature, right, was produced in the apocalyptic genre. Dozens of books that were very popular. For instance, at the Dead Sea Scrolls, there are more copies of the Book of Enoch than there are copies of Leviticus. That's Torah, folks. That's like the Torah. The Torah. There are more copies of the Book of Enoch there, right? They're more interested in Enoch. If we can take the amount of scrolls they had, right, as any indication. So the apocalyptic literature was incredibly important. And even with the rise of Christianity, it didn't stop being produced. We have dozens of Christian apocalyptic texts, right, including the Apocalypse of John, but other ones. You might be asking why. Well, Jesus had that pesky habit of not coming back soon enough. And Christians underwent turmoil too. They were being persecuted by the Roman Empire. They were being marginalized by the Jewish people that didn't really like them. They thought they were weird. They faced their own turmoil. Jesus wasn't coming back, and people started dying. Well, what do we do with people dying and Jesus not coming back? Year after year after year. Well, you invent further and further apocalyptic ideas about what's going on. And the persecutions are all part of the plan, right? Martyrdom becomes the thing you should rush into because it's part of God's plan, right? part of God's plan. Of course, also in the Islamic literature, apocalypticism would also become enormously influential, and many apocalyptic Christian and Jewish ideas also make their appearance in the Quran. The Dajjal is a good example of a sort of antichrist character, the Battle of Gog and Magog, the main battle at the end of the world, which occurs in the book of Daniel and is translated into the book of the Battle of Megiddo in the Christian literature. Even the return of Jesus and the resurrection of the dead, these are all apocalyptic ideas that also occur in Islam. So Islam is also deeply influenced, and in some sense, an apocalyptic religion in itself. Judaism is going to increasingly abandon apocalypticism, and the answer for that is the same answer why the book of Maccabees is not included in the Bible. The rabbis, right, and also, by the way, why the Hanukkah festival is not about the Maccabees, it's about a miracle. The reason why? Disastrous rebellion after disastrous rebellion. The rabbis didn't want any more Rambos. They were tired of that machismo, we're going to fight the Roman stuff, because it just got us killed. So they said, we're not doing that anymore, and we're not going to prioritize that. And so, as you can imagine, this apocalyptic literature really gears people up to do rather extreme things, right? Because, again, they all think it's part of the plan, and God's going to intervene in history and do whatever. And it doesn't happen. Over and over and over again, it doesn't come to pass. But the rabbis don't like this, they think it's dangerous, and they marginalize it. And eventually rabbinical Judaism, right, moves past apocalyptic literature, and very little of it gets produced. Well, not so much, very little gets produced in the aftermath of the 135 rebellion by Bar Kokhba, but there is some, right? There are some texts that do get produced, like the Apocalypse of the 10 Signs, and Prepare Mashiach, and things like this. So the literature does survive a little bit longer. Just to wrap up for tonight, folks, needless to say, apocalypticism as a mode of religiosity, I would argue is the most enduring mode of religiosity in the world today. So enduring that apocalyptic ideas have entered even into things like Buddhism, right? Apocalyptic ideas flowing from this tradition have entered into things like Buddhism. Om Shirinko is a good example of an apocalyptic quasi-Buddhist sect. You may remember them for having poisoned the subway system in Japan with sarin gas in the 1990s as part of an apocalyptic agenda. To this day, in a 2012 poll, nearly 15% of people worldwide believe the world will end in their lifetime. That's millions of people, folks. That's hundreds of millions of people that believe the world's going to end in their lifetime. That's an apocalyptic idea, right? And apocalyptic sects are a huge part of American religiosity. One can think of the Branch Davidians out there in Waco, Texas, and other kinds of things. And again, of course, those folks, part of the reason what motivated them to stay in that building was an apocalyptic understanding of history. And of course, that probably led to them being massacred by the U.S. government. They had their own hand to play in it too, but I do think that was pretty significant mismanagement. Anyway, while rabbinical Judaism and Kabbalah are going to win the day over and against apocalypticism, apocalypticism was enormously important over the course of about 500 years in Judaism specifically, and it has made an enormous impact on world religiosity. I might even argue, like I said earlier, that apocalypticism as a mode of religiosity is perhaps the dominant religious mode in the world today. Right? I would be willing to make that argument, I think. But what's going to emerge in terms of mysticism for the purposes of our learning together is that a form of practical apocalypticism, that is to say, a mysticism in which mystics attempt to descend into the throne room of God, is going to emerge out of the apocalyptic literature. And that form of mysticism is going to be what we'll be tackling next week, called Merkava mysticism. Merkava, chariot mysticism. You also may know the word Merkava because the Israelis have named a tank their equivalent of the M1 Abrams after the chariot of God, which just seems inappropriate for a lot of reasons. But at any rate, what I want to put on the screen right now are just some recommended readings. If you want to grab these ISBNs, and I also want to share these slides with everybody for the class so you can have access to the slides later. But if you want a great apocalyptic literature reader, it's just a collection of apocalyptic literature. This is a really great text by Reddish. The large scholar of apocalypticism in the world now is John J. Collins. His book, The Apocalyptic Imagination, is the definitive study of apocalypticism. It's the book, right? If you take a college level class of apocalypticism, you'd be reading Collins' book. If you're interested in Christian apocalypticism, Bernard McGinn, the leading scholar in Christian mysticism, has written a really great book about apocalyptic traditions in the Middle Ages. People like Joachim of Fior, nuts in the most amazing way possible. And of course, also John Reeves has published another text on trajectories in Near Eastern apocalypticism, and this actually covers Jewish apocalypticism through the Middle Ages, which doesn't get much play, mostly because a lot of it's not been translated, but Reeves provides a great introduction to that literature, which is also forms of apocalypticism that survive into Jewish apocalypticism that survives into the Middle Ages. So, again, another form of mysticism that emerges from the breakdown of prophecy, but renovates prophecy to do a phenomenologically different task, to show rather than tell, and show what? The whole plan of the universe, and how you, as a Jew, right, or as a non-Jew, maybe as a Roman, how you fit into it, right? And that form of mysticism, I think, is just incredibly important. Christianity, I mean, we all see these, Christian folks that are predicting the world or whatever. None of this is imaginable without the apocalyptic turn in Judaism during beginning in the 4th century.
Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah.
That benefited his own companies. Please let us know in the comments section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
And you purchase it with microchaining. Are you allowed to purchase it with microchaining money? He said no. But then you found out that perfect dog. So the guy was with us. Well, let's go back. Let's say you purchased
The man known to history as Leonardo da Vinci was born on the 15th of April 1452 in the small town of Vinci, or according to other scholars, in the small village of Chiano near Vinci, in the region of Tuscany, in what is now known as Italy, around 30 miles outside of Florence. Da Vinci's father was Ser Piero da Vinci, who was born in 1426 and hailed
You're a
from
modern
an
day Da
upper
Vinci,
middle
kid.
class and
Thanks,
landowning
Boogie.
family who had lived in the village of Vinci since the 13th century. Given their long-standing connection to their home village, the family adopted the village's name as their family name, prefixed with da, which literally means from, as in Leonardo from Vinci, a widespread practice during this time, while Ser, as in Ser Piero, is an honorific title for a lawyer. Ser Piero da Vinci was a prominent notary, or someone who ensured documents were official and served in a role similar to that of a lawyer or clerk in the legal profession. While working in this capacity, Piero spent much of his time in Florence, though sometime in 1451, he became romantically involved with Leonardo's mother, and the pair eventually conceived out of wedlock, which was particularly scandalous due to Piero's middle-class status. However, Leonardo's parents ignored the potential stigma and pronounced his birth openly. Until recently, not much was known about Da Vinci's mother, although it is believed that she was a servant named Caterina. Recently, art history publications name her as Caterina di Meo Lippi, a 15-year-old orphan who lived near Vinci, while other works of recent speculative historical fiction, such as the work by Italian literature professor Carlo Becce, theorized that she was an enslaved woman from the Caucasus, a theory supported by a document signed by Ser Piero in autumn 1452, in which he freed an enslaved woman named Caterina from bondage. Although he would grow to become a great mind and master in science, painting, architecture, and other pursuits, Da Vinci was born into a provincial life as an illegitimate child, a factor which historians propose may have propelled him into his varied pursuits, as it prevented him from assuming the rights of his father's station. Da Vinci spent the first year of his life with his mother Caterina, but was then raised by his father's parents, Antonio and Lucia, who were in their 80s and 60s respectively at this time, with Leonardo hardly seeing his mother or his father after this point, as his father was living and working and was eventually married in Florence. Caterina herself eventually married another man and would go on to have 5 more children. His father would be married a total of 4 times and would come to parent 11 children. Unlike other wealthy children, because of his illegitimate status, Da Vinci was not formally educated in Latin and was forbidden from entering college. However, he was taught arithmetic, how to read and write in Italian, and how to play the lyre, while also learning farming techniques from his young uncle Francesco, an early experience that most likely contributed to his lifelong fascination with science and nature. His early education was undertaken within the household of his father, and would have involved both formal lessons and incidental learning from his local environment, such as gaining an understanding of elementary mechanics from the operation of water wheels and potteries. Several years later, in 1464, when Leonardo was 12 years of age, Ser Piero's first wife Albiera died, and in the following year, he wed Francesca di Ser Giuliano Landrettini, who became Leonardo's second stepmother. Following this remarriage, and then the death of his grandparents, Leonardo joined his father in Florence, which was an artistic mecca and hub for the Renaissance and home to around 100,000 people in the 1460s. The Renaissance, literally meaning rebirth in French, refers to the renewed interest in classical Greek and Roman scholarship and art, as well as the rebirth of European culture after what was viewed as the academic and artistic downturn of the medieval period. The term was coined in 1855 by Jules Michelet in his work of the same name, which argued that the period saw the revival of classical writing, artwork, and related themes deployed to meet a contemporary socio-political environment. In areas of Italy, reference was often made to the Roman Empire in nationalistic terms, as a way of highlighting the grand and impressive heritage of this collection of states. Importantly, it should be noted that the term Renaissance is what scholars call a Eurocentric term, meaning that although this period from the 14th to the 17th century saw a rebirth of European art and learning, in contrast to the previous Dark Ages, other places and people in Asia and the great Islamic empires had already been succeeding in innovations and scholarship in the previous period when Europe was stagnant. However, the term is useful in describing the greater movement of which Da Vinci was a leading figure. During the Renaissance, Italy was not yet unified. Instead, it was made up of powerful city-states and rural landscapes, and endured consistent wars between the urban elite and the papal state, a term which refers to the swathe of land with its own army that was controlled by the Pope and the Catholic Church. Moreover, nobility and those who controlled cities and land at this time commonly hailed from one of two groups: either those who still retained power and land from the feudal era, or the bourgeoisie who had flocked to the cities to make their fortunes or consolidate their wealth in banking, shipping, and other trades. Within Florence itself, there were also split factions and infighting, which is confirmed in the layout of the city streets during the Renaissance. Based on historic maps and written evidence, historians have remarked that a mixture of families lived in each neighborhood in Florence without large visible income gaps. So, a wide variety of people and families from different trades might have occupied the same neighborhood, with a family from the nobility having lived in that same neighborhood for centuries. Almost a sort of holdover from feudal times, should families and people need protection. Such an environment motivated many to acquire status symbols, which would demonstrate their wealth and societal position. In Florence, these symbols were commonly based on the arts. Private citizens with wealth invested heavily in sculptures, paintings, and jewelry as a means of demonstrating their taste and expensive lifestyle. It was this dynamic which fueled the rise of Florence as a center of the Renaissance, and the arts in particular, and it was this that gave Leonardo the opportunity to found his life as an artisan. Florence was one of the powerful city-states that made up Italy, and young Leonardo was one of the many to migrate from the country into the city during the 15th century, and there he grew accustomed to city life, including an after-dark curfew and impenetrable locks and security on buildings. As well as this, Florence itself was a walled city. Indeed, life was made turbulent not only due to wars and political intrigue, but also due to plague and famine, which periodically affected the population and led to a significant level of fear. During the 14th and 15th centuries, the Old Market and public squares were prime locations for political organizing and for communities to gather. And for Leonardo, the squares would have served as excellent opportunities for observing the human form, or perhaps gaining potential clients and patrons for his art. Some of the most significant movers of the artistic and political world of 14th, 15th, and 16th century Florence belonged to the powerful banking family, the Medicis, though their origins were as humble peasant farmers in Tuscany. In the 14th century, they migrated to Florence to take advantage of economic opportunities, and over the next couple of centuries, the Medici family would have members connected to the French throne as well as the papacy. Importantly for Leonardo da Vinci's story, the Medici and other powerful families were patrons of the arts. beginning with Cosimo Medici, who was born in 1389, and not only established the political legitimacy of the Medici during a time when many were suspicious of bankers, but also began the tradition of the Medici's art patronage. Cosimo was particularly interested in architecture, as exemplified by his support for sculptor Filippo Brunelleschi's design and implementation of the famous dome on the Cathedral of St. Mary the Flower, or the Cathedral of Florence, completed around 1436. Renaissance-era Florence was a hub for artistic and scholarly achievement, spurred in part by the aristocracy's interest and participation in the arts, and a cultural milieu that was motivated by both a revived interest in Greek and Roman history, as well as humanist values. Humanism at the time of Leonardo was not the modern atheistic movement of the same name, but was an intellectual and aesthetic school which highlighted the centrality of humans and the development of the human experience through art and literature in reference to classical ideas. Da Vinci, along with other artists such as Michelangelo and Raphael, are considered to be the leaders of the so-called High Renaissance, referring to the period from the late 15th century to the mid-16th century, in which Renaissance art and science reached an all-time high in output. However, at this early phase of his life, Leonardo was not yet the rounded Renaissance man he would become. Rather, in 1464, he was the illegitimate son of a lawyer, and soon to be an artist's apprentice, and it was due to his illegitimate status that, upon arriving in Florence, Leonardo was unable to follow in his father's professional footsteps and become a lawyer. However, through his father's connections, he was able to become Florentine artist Andrea del Verrocchio's apprentice when he was 14 years old, although apprenticeships of the time would typically start a couple of years earlier, around the age of 12. Andrea del Verrocchio was born in 1435 in Florence. Although he was the official sculptor for the powerful Medici family, Verrocchio was originally trained as a goldsmith, eventually also mastering bronze and marble casting in 15th century Florence. Verrocchio ran a shop which was called a bottega, which was essentially an art factory producing different types of art, theatre costumes, and even tombstones. Between 1464 and 1473, Verrocchio was commissioned to craft Cosimo de' Medici's floor tomb in the Basilica di San Lorenzo, as well as the tombs of Cosimo's sons Piero and Giovanni. These lucrative and high-status connections catapulted Verrocchio into a position of influence, and his workshop took orders from many notable clients, demanding a range of wares. In addition to these tombs, Verrocchio designed and produced many pieces, including the monumental group bronze sculpture Christ and St. Thomas, which was crafted over 16 years and unveiled in 1483. This sculpture was designed for the exterior of the Orsa Michele in Florence, a church which dated to the early 1st century, but was rebuilt in the early 14th century. Verrocchio was not only an esteemed sculptor, but a painter as well, who was trained by Florentine master Fra Filippo Lippi, who was born in Florence around 1406 and was a renowned painter of the previous Renaissance generation, who was at one time a priest and was also patronized by the Medicis. He was known for his frescoes and altarpieces such as the Madonna and Child, painted sometime in the 1440s. He also had a scandalous reputation, at one time carrying on an affair with a nun, while he himself was a priest, before he was arrested and tortured, his life spared by Cosimo de' Medici. It was in such a lineage of artists that young Leonardo was being trained, although it is worth noting that contemporaries considered artists a form of craftsman. Clients would order custom wares from a workshop, whether this be a painting, sculpture, engraving, or bronze, and expected their specifications to be met. The nature of this market meant that Leonardo would have been trained not only in the mixing and application of paint, but also in stonemasonry, carving, casting bronze, and drawing. as well as in the use of mathematics, engineering, and music. As an apprentice working under Verrocchio, some scholars suggest that Leonardo painted the angel in Verrocchio's painting Baptism of Christ, completed circa 1472, as well as the fish on a string and the dog in Verrocchio's painting Tobias and the Angel, created around 1470. But it is suggested by some historians that Verrocchio, perhaps jealous or in awe of his young apprentice's skill as a painter, as well as his understanding of color, gave up painting and devoted himself to sculpture and goldsmithing instead. Da Vinci's early work as an apprentice was crafted using tempera, a common painting medium during the Renaissance that was actually made using egg yolk, which acted as a binder for powdered pigments and water. And indeed, it was Leonardo's experience with tempera as an apprentice and as an artist in his own right that may have led him to experiment with and be drawn to oil painting. Using oil paints as a medium was a trend that spread to Italy during the Renaissance from the Netherlands, where it had been popularized by artists such as Jan van Eyck, though it had been used since the 7th century in Afghanistan. This form of oil paint was created using powdered pigments mixed with oils like linseed to bring the medium to a smooth paste texture, with artists able to add more painting medium at their will to further change the paint's consistency. This also allowed an artist to produce more nuanced shadows and shading within their work, giving rise to a style which emphasized distance and perspective. After studying under Verrocchio for 6 years, Leonardo ended his training at the age of 20 in 1472, soon after joining the Compagnia di San Luca, or the Company of St. Luke, the Painters' Guild of Florence. Throughout the Renaissance, artists could not open their own workshops without being a member of a guild, or an organization of people from a specific profession. Although Leonardo joined the guild upon ending his apprenticeship, he continued to work as an assistant in Verrocchio's workshop for 5 more years until 1477. However, as a member of this organization, he would have been recognized as a qualified independent artist. During this time, as an assistant in Verrocchio's workshop, Leonardo undertook his first solo painting, The Annunciation, dated between 1472 and 1475, a painting which is now held in the Uffizi Gallery in Florence. Based on the unevenness of tones and colors, some scholars doubt that this is Leonardo's work. However, others argue that this work is without doubt Leonardo's, but a young Leonardo's, before he had begun to truly understand the science behind painting that would bring a preciseness of passion to his later works. In The Annunciation, one can view Leonardo's care and interest in nature, as well as the use of nature to establish the mood of a painting, rather than, like his contemporaries, simply using nature as a background. Around this time, in 1474, Da Vinci also painted the Ginevra de' Benci portrait, which is now displayed at the National Gallery in Washington, D.C. This portrait is of 16-year-old Ginevra de' Benci, the daughter of a wealthy banker and a practicing poet. And given that Ginevra was married in January 1474 to Luigi Niccolini, it is suspected that this painting may have celebrated her wedding. However, it may have also been commissioned by one of several admirers, including great Florentine leader and art patron Lorenzo de' Medici, Cosimo's grandson. Ginevra's portrait also has a reverse side in which "Beauty adorns virtue" is written in Latin, surrounded by a sprig of juniper to represent her name, as juniper in Romance dialect is Ginevra. The back of the painting is also decorated with laurel and palm leaves, while recent infrared scanning of the painting reveals another motto written in Latin, "Virtue and Honor," which was the motto of the Venetian ambassador to Florence, Bernardo Bembo. Bembo and Ginevra had an admiring platonic friendship, common at the time, and so it has also been mooted that the painting on the reverse side and the front portrait were actually commissioned by Bembo, although this, as well as suspicions of Lorenzo de' Medici's involvement, are unproven. Between 1474 and 1478, Da Vinci painted the Madonna of the Carnation, also known as the Virgin with the Vase of Flowers, or the Munich Madonna, as it is housed in the Alte Pinakothek Gallery in Munich, Germany. Although the style of this painting is similar to his other earlier work, The Annunciation, in terms of the method of painting, her plaited hair, and the flowers in her vase, much of the painting remains difficult to decipher and analyze due to damage caused by previous poorly made restoration attempts. For example, the Madonna's head was entirely repainted using too much oil in the paint, leading some scholars to suggest that this was a Flemish technique and that the painting was in fact a Flemish copy. Da Vinci opened his own workshop in Florence in 1477, but although he received his first commission on the 10th of January 1478 to paint a nativity scene for the chapel of San Bernardo, for reasons unknown, but perhaps due to his distractible nature, Da Vinci never completed the assignment, despite being paid in advance, a commission which was later given to Domenico Ghirlandaio, a Florentine painter, but was eventually completed by Filippino Lippi. Whilst running his workshop, Leonardo struggled to find the regular patrons that were necessary to sustain his work. Yet, despite this, in his early years of independent work, he took on an apprentice of his own, named Paolo da Firenze, a man concerning whom not much historical information remains, though we do know from Da Vinci's documents that he was skilled at marquetry, the art of using veneer to create small decorative designs on furniture, and through Leonardo's letters we know that he supposedly kept bad company and was eventually forced to flee the city. In July 1481, Da Vinci was commissioned by Augustinian monks from the San Donato in Scopeto, just outside of Florence, to paint an altarpiece depicting the celebration of the Feast of the Epiphany, which was entitled The Adoration of the Magi. Although, per the terms of his commission, he was due to finish the painting in 30 months, he never completely finished the painting, which today is housed in the Uffizi Gallery in Florence, and consists of a mixture of watercolor, oil, and charcoal sketches. It underwent conservation efforts recently from 2012 to 2017, and altarpieces such as this remained one of the most popular orders for artisans in Florence, as both churches and private patrons were interested in commissioning them as a way of expediting their passage to heaven. Interestingly, whilst there is little known about Leonardo's appearance, it has been suggested that the figure on the far right of the Adoration of the Magi was a self-portrait. Other records suggest that he was a striking figure, tall and with blue eyes. Although scholars have no clear idea of his motivation for leaving earlier works uncompleted, by the time he abandoned this project, Da Vinci had accepted a position in the court of Duke Sforza of Milan and moved there in September 1481. Though it is not entirely known whether he was commissioned by Sforza to be his court musician or was sent as a diplomatic gift by Lorenzo de' Medici. In the 15th century, Milan had a population of around 80,000 and had just recently, in 1480, undergone a power shift when Ludovico Sforza seized control of Milan by assuming regency over his 10-year-old nephew, Gian Galeazzo. Politically clever, Ludovico forged and maintained alliances with Lorenzo de' Medici of Florence and King Ferdinand I of Naples, both through marriage alliances and through other forms of diplomatic nicety. Ludovico was eager to make Milan into a cultural powerhouse with a status sufficient to rival Florence, and was keen to patronize Leonardo da Vinci as a means of acquiring this status. As the court musician for Duke Sforza, Leonardo used a silver lyre that was shaped like a horse's head, an unusual shape that was most likely intended to attract attention. Historians have also discovered letters which were most probably unsent letters, addressed to the Duke in Da Vinci's journals, which boasted of the many other skills he could offer the court, including building war machines. Throughout Throughout Leonardo's journals, several war inventions were theorized and sketched, such as a giant catapult, a multi-barreled gun, and even flamethrowers and an early tank. Milan was then at war with Venice, and was an established manufacturer of weaponry. On the basis of these designs, Leonardo would eventually be appointed as an engineer to the Duke. In 1489, Sforza commissioned Da Vinci to create a bronze statue of a horse, which would serve as a monument to Ludovico Sforza's father Francesco. However, due to later wartime bronze shortages, he was unable to complete this work. During these years in Milan, Leonardo also took on another apprentice who would stay with him for the next 30 years until Da Vinci's death. Giovanni Giacomo di Pietro Caprotti began his apprenticeship at the age of 10 on the 22nd of July 1490 and was soon known as Salai, meaning little devil or imp, due to his propensity for theft and mischief-making. Many scholars believe that Salai and Leonardo had a romantic affair during the 30 years they were together, and while, as posited by historian George Chauncey, actions now considered indicative of sexuality would have been interpreted differently at the time, open homosexuality would still have been wholly prohibited by the Church. However, for artists and supporters of the Renaissance, there may have been an interest in homosexuality, given the commonplace relations between master and apprentice in Greek and Roman antiquity. Indeed, upon Leonardo's death, Salai was included in his will, receiving a house and land in Milan, as well as several pieces of artwork. Leonardo also undertook many other projects during this time in Milan, such as developing designs for centrally planned round churches and classical municipal buildings. He worked alongside influential architects such as Donato Bramante, who was heavily influenced by the Renaissance and wished to develop new buildings based on the style of ancient Athens and Rome. No buildings which survive today are obviously based on Leonardo's designs. However, several of his ideas were modeled. Meanwhile, in 1494, French King Charles VIII invaded and attempted to conquer Naples. The following year, Venice, Milan, Rome, and Spain formed an alliance to repel the French, and subsequently, in July 1495, France vacated Naples and the Italian territories, despite winning the Battle of Fornovo, because the battle occurred when the French were already abandoning the territory in response to the mass forces assembled against them. During this time, in 1495, Ludovico Sforza commissioned Da Vinci's famous fresco, The Last Supper. Frescoes, a popular medium in the Renaissance, were murals painted with dry pigment directly onto wet lime plaster. Commissioned to be painted on the dining room wall of the monastery of Santa Maria della Grazie in Milan, The Last Supper took 2 or 3 years painting to complete, with the help of many assistants. However, compared to other pieces from the 15th century, this was not a long time for completion. Leonardo experimented with a mixture of oil paint and tempera for this fresco, though the mixture made the artwork more susceptible to the damp conditions at the monastery and contributed to the painting's quick degradation. By the mid-15th century, the artwork was a disaster, and today, The Last Supper has been restored many times, with only about 20% of what remains having been actually painted by Leonardo himself. The paint on The Last Supper began to flake off soon after its completion, due to its medium being a mixture of oil, tempera, and gesso, as well as due to the effects of humidity. In 1999, a restoration effort was undertaken by specialist Pininfarina, which took over 20 years and millions of dollars, and included removing 5 layers of paint. The work is notable for several other reasons, including the fact that Leonardo chose to render Judas the traitor alongside the other disciples. Jesus holds the center of the frame, and the light on the faces of the others present comes from him, as indicated by Da Vinci's use of shadow. The work, now considered one of Leonardo's greatest achievements, was the cause of some upset at the time, as his patrons were angered by the time it took to complete it, and reportedly, Leonardo lost his temper with a particularly impatient abbot and threatened to portray him in the place of Judas in the fresco. During his time in the court of Ludovico, Leonardo worked as the official portrait artist to the nobility and their families. Some of his most striking work was undertaken in his role, and he was widely regarded for his ability to render expression and emotion in these pictures. He refined this technique with several studies, including studies in the grotesque and the beautiful, which can be seen in his Madonna paintings. He was also noted for his distinctive style in portraiture, in which he positioned his subject at a three-quarter view instead of wholly side-on, which gave him the opportunity to capture shadow and depth. One of the most successful portraits he completed was that of Cecilia Gallerani, the mistress of Ludovico, in which he also rendered her dog, a clear indication of his capacity to capture the movement and emotion of both humans and animals in his work. Leonardo also undertook several projects in which he attended and painted dissections, which would have been a highly unusual practice for an artist in his position, although it gave him greater knowledge of the composition of the human body and allowed him to render living subjects with greater accuracy. He also completed several studies in which he analyzed the effect of sunlight on a subject and worked to define shadow in precise detail in sketch form. In 1498, during his time in Milan working for Ludovico Sforza, Leonardo was appointed Ingegnere Camerale, which translates to Chamber of Commerce Engineer, a position that entailed designing defenses and weaponry for Lombardy, a region in Italy, to prepare for a potential French attack. Throughout these turbulent pre-war years, Da Vinci also explored his interest in the intersection between mathematics and art by collaborating with mathematician Lucas Pacioli on Divina Proporzione, beginning in 1496. Lucas Pacioli was born in San Sepolcro in 1445, supposedly studying under Renaissance artist and mathematician Piero della Francesca, and prior to being invited by Ludovico Sforza to teach mathematics at his court in Milan, Pacioli worked in several cities and published works such as Summa de Arithmetica, Geometria, Proporzioni et Proportionalit, published in 1494. The first book in Pacioli's Divina Proporzione resulted from a collaboration between Da Vinci and Pacioli, with Leonardo illustrating. It was eventually published as a three-book collection entitled Divina Proporzione that explored the golden ratio, a guiding principle when sectioning and dividing art, buildings, or other things to produce the most equal and aesthetically pleasing result. In considering these achievements, it is important to remember that Leonardo was not trained in what was then referred to as natural philosophy or science. Da Vinci routinely emphasized the role that empirical observation had in his acquisition of knowledge and argued that the world could not be understood through books alone. On the 5th of October 1499, new French king Louis XII, a descendant of the first Duke of Milan, invaded Milan with support from Venice, forcing Ludovico Sforza to flee the city, although he was eventually captured a year later while attempting to retake it. Louis had a claim to the city through the Visconti, whom Ludovico had overthrown before assuming power. Following the invasion, Leonardo fled the city with Salai and Pacioli, stopping first at Mantua and staying with the Marchioness Isabella d'Este, of whom he sketched a portrait now housed in the Louvre in Paris. Subsequently, the trio moved on to Venice in March of 1500, before returning to Florence and living in a house together. During his short stay in Venice, Leonardo experienced life under siege as the Ottoman Empire threatened the city in a war between 1499 and 1503. Turkish warships lay off the coast during his stay, and he offered his services to the city as a military engineer. This led him to develop designs for diving equipment, which he believed could be used by Venetian troops in assaults upon Ottoman vessels. as well as several forms of underwater defense, which were designed to scuttle ships before they could reach the harbors, which would have allowed them to land an invasion force. Once again, incredible though these designs were, they lacked practical application and were hence seldom attempted. In April 1500, Leonardo was once again in Florence, though it was no longer the Florence of his youth. The Medici family, who had controlled the city for so many generations, had been ousted following Lorenzo de' Medici's son Piero the Unfortunate's political blunder in 1494, when he met Charles VIII on the battlefield during his invasion of Naples and ceded multiple fortresses without Florence's governing body, the Signoria's, approval. Although he had faced difficulties securing a patron while setting up his own studio and career in Florence 20 years previously, now, due to the changing political culture in the city, Leonardo was seen as a great master of the heroic style that was in vogue. This respect resulted in him obtaining many commissions and jobs. Indeed, when the artist Filippino heard that Da Vinci might be interested in an altarpiece project that he himself had been commissioned for, the artist withdrew, allowing Da Vinci to take on the project if he so chose. Leonardo lived in the monastery of Santissima Annunziata, where he was commissioned to paint the Virgin and Child with St. Anne, another work which he failed to finish. In 1502, Leonardo was appointed military engineer to Cesare Borgia, who is well known now for working with and being written about by Italian statesman Niccolo Machiavelli. At this time, he was a commander of the Pope's armies, who was using the forces in an attempt to seize control of central Italy. Born in 1475, Cesare Borgia was Pope Alexander VI's illegitimate son, and together with the Pope, he sought to establish himself as an Italian prince and re-establish the Papal State's control over central Italy. After a fortuitous marriage to the King of Navarre's sister, Charlotte d'Arblay, and following his appointment as Duke of Valentinois by Louis XII, Cesare used his new access to French forces, combined with his father's papal forces, to establish dominance. After Cesare ordered the strangulation of Vitellozzo Vitelli, Leonardo's dear friend, he left his position and returned to Florence. Meanwhile, in 1503, Cesare Borgia fell from power after his father's death, before being imprisoned in Spain and eventually dying in battle in 1507. During this period, Leonardo completed more of his celebrated works and indicated a talent for cartography in his rendering of a town plan of Imola, an Italian city, which had never before been mapped in such great detail. He also developed plans to link Florence to the sea via the Arno River, which involved detailed plans with water currents and flow models. Whilst the project was of military interest, it was soon abandoned. Florentine Republic officials, after their victory over the Medicis, ordered celebratory frescoes of battles won by the city, the Battle of Anghiari in 1440 and the Battle of Cascina in 1364. Michelangelo was commissioned for the latter, and Da Vinci was commissioned for the former. The Battle of Anghiari was fought for a single day between Milan and an alliance coalition of Florence and the Pope's armies in a small Tuscan town named Anghiari, thus cementing the power of the Republic in this region. Another leading figure in the Renaissance, Michelangelo di Lodovico Buonarroti, was born in Caprese, Tuscany, in 1475. Making him 29 years old to Leonardo's 51, when they were commissioned by Florentine officials to produce some of Michelangelo's most famous works, such as the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel in Rome, which took 4 years to complete, finishing in 1508, while another famous work, his statue of David at the Piazza dei Signori, was completed in 1494. Like Da Vinci, Michelangelo lived and worked in and around Florence during his lifetime. Although both Michelangelo and Da Vinci had been commissioned by the city to complete these frescoes, both remained only partially finished. In Leonardo's case, his own experimentation got the better of him when he tried a new method of painting frescoes by mixing oil paint and tempera, while in Michelangelo's case, he was called away to work in Rome. Eventually, both of these unfinished works were covered up by artist Giorgio Vasari in the 1560s. Michelangelo and Leonardo had something of a rivalry with one another, and some have contrasted their characters, indicating that Michelangelo was boastful, rude, and untidy, whereas Leonardo was quiet, thoughtful, and elegant. The two had an acrimonious relationship, and Michelangelo often criticized the fact that Leonardo had so many unfinished works. In 1503, Leonardo da Vinci began painting one of his most famous works, the Mona Lisa. The Mona Lisa, or Monna, short for Madonna, is believed to be a portrait of Lisa Gherardini, the wife of silk merchant Francesco del Giacondo, although this assertion has always been contested. Da Vinci worked on this piece for 4 years, adding oil paint in many layers and adding to it throughout his life. Leonardo was evidently fond of the painting and kept it for the remainder of his life. This remains a mystery in itself, as if the portrait had been commissioned, then it would generally have been handed straight to the sitter after completion. The work remains arguably the most famous painting in the world. Indeed, the Mona Lisa was stolen on the 21st of August 1911 by Italian painter Vincenzo Perugia, though the painting was found 2 years later when he tried to sell it, and Perugia was imprisoned for 18 months. The painting is currently in the Louvre in Paris. In around 1507, Da Vinci was appointed as the court artist of King Louis XII of France, who was then based in Milan, holding on to the power that was wrested from the Sforzas. While employed by the French king, Da Vinci was paid a salary and painted and designed sets for plays. And though appointed court artist in 1508, his principal patron in Milan during these years of French control was Charles d'Amboise, the Lord of Chaumont, a French nobleman, Marshal of France, and governor of Milan from 1506 to 1511. Although never constructed, Da Vinci created plans for Charles' villa, as well as sketching plans for an oratory to be built for the church of Santa Maria alla Fontana, which, combining his love of science with art, included lavish gardens with hydraulic devices and aviaries. Da Vinci's architectural plans and drawings for d'Amboise included a loggia, or covered exterior corridor. Furthermore, some scholars posit that these designs were influenced by the Villa Poggioreale, home of the governor of Calabria, designed by Lorenzo de' Medici and realized in 1488 by Giuliano da Maiano. During this period, Da Vinci's propensity for unfinished projects was catching up with him. The Signoria received a letter from d'Amboise in May 1506, requesting that Da Vinci return to Milan to finish an unspecified work of art they had been promised, and that he had not delivered. Unfortunately, Da Vinci also owed unfinished work to the city of Florence, the Battle of Anghiari fresco. The Signoria granted Leonardo permission to travel to Milan and finish his projects for d'Amboise. However, by September 1506, d'Amboise wrote again to the Signoria requesting that Da Vinci stay longer in Milan to finish his work. This request was denied. In true Da Vinci fashion, he remained in Milan anyway, only returning to Florence to settle a personal lawsuit with his brother pertaining to his father, who had died in 1504. Leonardo took on several new apprentices at this time, although his own artistic output as a painter was limited. His new apprentices included young men named Cesaro de Sesto, Giampetrino, Bernardino Luini, who became a noted fresco painter in his own right, and a man who would play an important role in the rest of his life, young Milanese nobleman Giovanni Francesco de' Melzi. As with Salai, most scholars agree that Melzi and Da Vinci were romantically involved, and both Salai and Melzi served as Leonardo's muses throughout his life. All lived together for a long time and traveled with Da Vinci from Milan to France and elsewhere. However, despite scholars like Sigmund Freud speculating about his sexuality, there are no blatant confirmations in Leonardo's journals, sketches, or works that can truly confirm this. It was during this second period spent in Milan that Da Vinci frequently traveled around the countryside. observing nature and fueling his interest in geology. As explored in his notebooks dated from autumn of 1508, Da Vinci began some of his first notes on geology and botany as he attempted to understand how fossils and shells could be found so far from the shore. Ultimately, he argued that the land must have at one time been underwater, rather than positing that floodwaters had brought the evidence so far inland, as was generally believed at the time. As late as 1510, Da Vinci created the unfinished Virgin and Child at St. Anne. Now in the Louvre, parts of this painting are uncompleted, such as the coverings of the Virgin's legs, while other parts of the painting were, to scholars, quite clearly completed by one of Da Vinci's apprentices or students, and not the artist himself. On the 10th of March 1511, Charles d'Amboise died, and generals Gian Giacomo Trivulzio and Gaston de Foix took control of Milan. And around this time, Da Vinci was commissioned by General Trivulzio to sculpt an equestrian statue to be placed in a tomb that Trivulzio had donated to the San Nazaro Maggiore church, a commission which was ultimately revoked. Scholars point out two difficulties Da Vinci faced when sketching the designs for Trivulzio's statue: how to fill the space beneath the horse's belly and how to position the rider. While attempting to solve these issues, Da Vinci may have studied a classical statue of a horse and rider known as the Regisole, which was a pre-1st century bronze statue depicting an emperor or king riding a horse, believed to be King Theodoric of the Ostrogoths, who reigned during the 5th century AD. The statue, though originating in Ravenna, was moved to Pavia, now Italy, within the century of its creation. It was perhaps moved by Emperor Charlemagne. Though the date of its creation remains unclear, the Regisole was undoubtedly an inspiration to artists during the Renaissance, and was also undeniably destroyed on the 16th of May 1796 by Jacobins who were celebrating the arrival of Napoleon's army and saw the statue as a symbol of tyranny. However, portions of the statue, such as its base, did survive until 1811. In 1937, the director of the Brera Academy, Francesco Messina, to celebrate the bi-millennial anniversary of Emperor Augustus's life, commissioned a replica of the destroyed Regisole, which was placed in the same spot in front of the Piccolo Regisole in Pavia. Though he had been studying human anatomy since the 1480s, during what is known as his second Milanese period, Da Vinci devoted much time to this subject, evidence of which remains visible to us through his notebooks and detailed anatomical sketches. From a notebook dated around 1512, it is clear that Da Vinci drew one of the first drawings of a child in a womb. Around 1510, Da Vinci met and collaborated with Marc Antonio della Torre, a great anatomist. Torre was born in Verona in 1481, the son of a medical professor who trained in medicine and philosophy himself and went on to teach at the University of Padua and then later at the University of Pavia, though not much of his work remains today due to his premature death at the age of 30 from either cholera or the plague. Though many scholars attribute the excellence and accuracy of Leonardo's anatomical drawings to his collaboration with Torre, others point out that Da Vinci had been working on and thinking about anatomy for as long as Marc Antonio della Torre had been alive, and, based on his notebooks, it is believed that Da Vinci dissected more than 30 human corpses, studies that peaked in the early 1500s and resulted in around 200 total drawings of the human body. However, while other artists during the Renaissance dissected bodies to create studies for paintings, Da Vinci was motivated by curiosity about the anatomy itself, rather than to create a specific painting. The process would have been unpleasant, since religious doctrine determined that dissections had to be conducted at night, and it was an activity which was likely to arouse suspicion. Meanwhile, in 1512, the Sforzas attempted to return to power in Milan when Ludovico Sforza's son Massimiliano, born in 1493, returned to the city with military power, backed by Switzerland. But despite this effort, the combined forces of France and Venice pushed the Sforzas out once again, with Massimiliano settling in Paris. A decade later, at Sforza, Ludovico's other son Francesco once again held the title of Duchy of Milan, after being appointed by Charles V, though he was indeed the final Sforza to hold the title during this period. Amidst these continuing power struggles between the Milanese and the French, Leonardo went to live with 20-year-old Francesco Melzi, who remained a close companion and potential lover for the rest of Leonardo's life. Upon Leonardo's death, Melzi maintained control over many of his journals and his art. On the 24th of September 1513, Leonardo left Milan with Melzi and Salai, journeying to Rome, where he was hosted in the Belvedere of the Vatican by Giuliano de' Medici, Lorenzo de' Medici's son and the brother of the newly installed Pope Leo X, or Giovanni de' Medici. Many artists journeyed to Rome in these years to attempt to win Pope Leo's favor, including Renaissance artists Raphael and Michelangelo. During his residency in Rome from 1513 to 1516, the Pope approached Leonardo for assistance in crafting a plan for draining the Pontine marshes, which was a malaria breeding ground and borderline uninhabitable. These were eventually drained and reclaimed for agricultural use in the 1930s, while Da Vinci's designs and plans, though not utilized for this purpose, can be viewed in the Royal Collection at Windsor Castle. Rome itself was still reeling from the Great Schism, which was concluded in 1417, a process which had seen two rival popes fight for power, between the papal seat in Rome and a challenger in Avignon in France. This reactionary period was manifested in Rome with a drive to center power and authority in the Vatican, which led to a period known as the High Renaissance. In 1516, Leonardo, Melzi and Salai sailed to France. The same year, the King Francis I of France invaded and captured Milan, again forcing the Sforzas from power. Although unable to find work and patrons in Italy, Da Vinci settled in France and became the official painter for King Francois I of France. Francois, or Francis I, became King of France on the 1st of January 1515, after the death of Louis XII. Francis had wed Louis XII's daughter Claude shortly before the king's death. Historians write that Francis invited Leonardo to his court purely to converse with him, which by all accounts they did every day. While in France, Da Vinci and Melzi lived in the small village of Clou, at a manor provided to them by King Francis, and it was here that Da Vinci created his famous self-portrait drawn in red chalk, now held in the Royal Library of Turin in Italy. The drawings are estimated to be from 1512, depicting Leonardo around the age of 60. Some posit that Da Vinci experienced paralysis leading up to his death from around this time, a claim based on an examination of some of his writings, such as a sheet from October 1517 in the Codex Atlantico, which was written by Leonardo while living in Clou, a large collection or journal of Leonardo's thoughts and sketches made up of 1,119 sheets dated from 1478 to 1519. While examining the Codex, scholars noted that some shading lines are ragged and unclear, leading them to suspect that while Da Vinci maintained movement in his fingers, he lost movement of the arm itself. Many of the works he produced towards the end of his life were apocalyptic and concerned great floods and images of brute force. The last days of his life were spent trying to organize his many thousands of pages of notes, which, given their extent, he failed to complete. After living and growing into his later years in France, Leonardo da Vinci died on the 2nd of May 1519, at the age of 67. He was buried at the Church of Saint Florentin in Amboise, in France. Unfortunately, this church was demolished in 1802, leading to the disappearance of the final resting place of the great Renaissance mind and artist, Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci left to history not only numerous frescoes and paintings, but his notebooks, which was said to have numbered around 20,000 pages, but of which only 7,000 pages have survived. Today, some are held in Milan or England, while others have been compiled and published as the Trattato della Pittura. The Trattato della Pittura is composed of 8 books and 935 chapters, and serves as an important source of Leonardo's views on art and art as science, because, interestingly, Leonardo da Vinci expressed in his writing the desire to bridge the gap between art and science, considering it his mission to establish art's respectability as a science. Likewise, he believed art possessed a godlike ability to recreate and distill the natural world. Significantly, these notebooks explore Da Vinci's fascination with water, flight, and dissection to understand the human form. Da Vinci was fascinated with the power of water from a young age, after witnessing the flooding of the Arno River, which may have led him to a greater interest in the destructive power of nature and man's potential ability to harness such power. Leonardo was also fascinated with the possibility of human flight and designed what many consider the first parachute, which Da Vinci sketched in 1485. This parachute, shaped like a pyramid, was tested on the 26th of June in 2000 by English skydiver Adrian Nicholas, and it was a success. A leading figure of the High Renaissance, Leonardo da Vinci was a mathematician, architect and painter who was dedicated to innovation and exploration, whether that meant exploring within the human body or in the sky, or experimenting with new painting mediums. Though in many ways restricted by his time, such as when he had to repeatedly move around Italy and France, depending on the political situation, and to seek patrons to support his existence. At times, it was these very restrictions that allowed him to walk so many paths during one lifetime. He was chiefly remembered as an artist during his lifetime, but a study of his notes after his death have revealed the extent to which his thoughts were applied to engineering, mathematics, and science also. Leonardo managed to attain fame and influence during his own lifetime, but even more so after his death, despite the fact that he finished almost none of his projects. There are many questions over the extent to which he contributed to many of the artworks attributed to him, and his works have often been repaired and restored several times over the centuries since they were created, leading some to question the extent to which we can fully appreciate his artistic talent as a modern audience. Impacted by his illegitimate birth, which blocked him from certain opportunities in his life, Da Vinci, despite these setbacks, or as posited by some historians, perhaps because of these setbacks, excelled. However, at the same time, there were many cases when Da Vinci did not complete works he had been paid for, and in other cases, such as with his experimentation with painting medium in The Last Supper, his experiments did not work out for the best and cost us today the opportunity to view his work in its full glory. But, as with other great minds throughout history, we can ask ourselves, what is innovation without risk? What do you think of Leonardo da Vinci? Is his status as the Renaissance man well deserved? Or do you think his influence has been overstated at the expense of other important contributors to this period of European history? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
The man known to history as Robert Oppenheimer, born on the 22nd of April 1904 as Julius Robert Oppenheimer in New York City. He quickly became known primarily by his middle name and is typically referred to today as Robert Oppenheimer or J. Robert Oppenheimer. Robert was born into an affluent Jewish family in New York City. His father, Julius, had been born in the Hesse-Nassau province in the territory of the Kingdom of Prussia, in what had just become the United German Empire, months in May 1871. At a time of growing anti-Semitism across Western and Central Europe, Julius Oppenheimer left Germany in 1888 at 17 years of age, bound for the United States. Though virtually penniless, he prospered in America, and by the time Robert was born in 1904, he had risen to become a wealthy executive at one of Manhattan's leading textile manufacturers. Robert's mother was Ella Friedman, a woman of Jewish heritage as well, who had been born in New York in 1870 to a family of German Jews who had headed for America a generation before Julius Oppenheimer. She was a painter from whom Robert inherited some of his aesthetic views on the structure of existence and the universe. Ella and Julius have one other child, Frank, who was born 8 years after Robert in 1912, and hopes of his older brother by becoming a physicist. Robert's youth was a privileged one. By the mid-1900s, his father had become a substantial figure within New York business circles, and in the early 1910s, they moved into a large apartment on West 88th Street in Manhattan, overlooking the Central Park Reservoir, in one of the most affluent areas of New York City at the time. There, the family had original works by Vincent van Gogh and Pablo Picasso, among others, on the walls. Robert attended the Ethical Culture School, followed by the Alcuin Preparatory School, two of New York's best educational establishments in the early 20th century. By the time he was 5, he was already interested in mineralogy, a hobby he inherited from his German grandfather. Such was his aptitude that at 11 years of age, he was admitted to the Mineralogical Club of New York City. His precociousness extended into his secondary school years, and he finished his education at Alcuin in a year and a half less than the standard time, having taken 2 grade years in 12 months and being fast-tracked through the 8th grade. By this time, his interests had developed beyond mineralogy into the harder sciences, particularly chemistry, but it was eventually physics which would prove his calling in years to come.
1922, Oppenheimer began studying at Harvard University at the age of 18. Robert initially intended to focus on studying chemistry, but soon switched to physics. Yet his earlier interest in chemistry and his eclectic inquisitiveness would serve him well in later years, during a period when scientists were becoming all too specialized in specific fields. While studying at America's oldest college, he was deeply influenced by the teachings of Professor Percy Bridgman, an experimental physicist on the staff at Harvard at the time. This was also a period when students at Harvard and other elite universities in America still studied a very wide range of subjects, and Oppenheimer delved deeply into history of the Greek and Latin classics, still central to many Western. Reflecting on his years at Harvard in later life, Oppenheimer noted that he spent most of his time in the library and read voraciously. He even attended more classes than it was necessary for him to. The result in 1925 was that Oppenheimer graduated with a Bachelor of Arts summa cum laude after just 3 years at Harvard, a distinction which usually took 4 years to attain, but which Oppenheimer, following an emerging pattern, completed in less than the standard time. Even before he graduated from Harvard, Oppenheimer had already been accepted to continue his studies at Cambridge University in England. This was the great centre for the study of physics in Britain at the time, a reputation it has held and cultivated since Isaac Newton's there in the late 17th century. The year that Oppenheimer spent at Cambridge, between the fall of 1925 and the summer of 1926, was influential in his development, as he was exposed there to the teachings of Lord Ernest Rutherford, a New Zealand-born physicist who is typically understood to be the father of nuclear physics today. For instance, it was Rutherford who first discovered and explained what nuclear half-life and the radiation associated with it were, an achievement which Rutherford was awarded a Nobel Prize in Chemistry for in 1908. Towards the end of his first year at Cambridge, Oppenheimer, whose abilities were beginning to attract considerable attention amongst European physicists, accepted an offer from the German physicist Max Born to study under him at the University of Göttingen in Germany, one of Europe's great centers of learning. There, Oppenheimer studied with a number of contemporaries who would become giants of the study of theoretical physics during the 20th century, notably Werner Heisenberg, Enrico Fermi, and Edward Teller, several of whom Oppenheimer would work alongside during the Manhattan Project in the midst of the Second World War. Remarkably, Oppenheimer was awarded his PhD in physics in the spring of 1927, less than a year after arriving in Göttingen. The internal examiner, James Franck, who had won the Nobel Prize for Physics 2 years earlier in 1925, is famously said to have expressed relief when the oral examination, or viva voce, concluded, stating that Oppenheimer had easily defended his doctoral work and had seemed to be ready to begin questioning Franck. The great promise which Oppenheimer showed as a theoretical physicist, as he acquired his PhD around the same time he turned 23, was most clearly demonstrated in a paper which he and Born co-authored on the quantum theory of molecules in 1927, and which laid out what has come to be known as the Born-Oppenheimer approximation pertains to the field of dynamics, or how molecules move and interact. The approximation which Born and Oppenheimer demonstrated showed that the wave functions of nuclei and electrons within a molecule are different, owing to the fact that they are considerably heavier than the electrons. This means that the coordinates of the nuclei are fixed in place, whereas the lighter electrons are impacted on to a greater extent by wave functions, and their coordinates are consequently more dynamic. The approximation was reached by the pair to a great extent owing to Oppenheimer's dual interests in chemistry and physics, as the theory which they presented employed elements of quantum chemistry and molecular physics. In terms of its practical applicability, the approximation was important in allowing scientists from the late 1920s onwards to separate the motion of a nuclei and an electron. The individual who worked this out with Max Born, and who acquired his PhD at Göttingen, was a curious figure. Oppenheimer was a mix of a distant scientist and a relatively jovial individual, slipping from introversion to extroversion as occasion sometimes demanded. or as his mood was flying. A chain smoker, he was perennially surrounded by a cloud of smoke throughout his adult life, a habit which would contribute substantially to his premature death in his early 60s. Individuals who knew him during his years at Harvard, Cambridge, and Göttingen recalled a person who was a strange mix of intelligence combined with a striking naivety at times, often making poor judgments and decisions and being prone to exaggeration. As the years went by, he developed an arrogant streak, but this was tempered by intellectual generosity to those who studied and worked with him, and those he taught in later years. A striking aspect of his personality was his interest in Eastern philosophy and mysticism, being particularly interested in Hinduism and Confucianism, even going so far as to learn Sanskrit, the sacred language of Hinduism, so that he might read the ancient texts of this faith in the original. This interest in religion and mysticism was not an eccentric pastime. For Oppenheimer, the study of physics was an entry point into understanding the mystical nature of the universe and existence, and his broader intellectual outlook was one of open curiosity rather than a quest for hard scientific data. There was, though, also an unstable and erratic side to Oppenheimer. His behavior at Harvard was sometimes questioned by fellow students and teachers. In 1926, while he was at Cambridge, he allegedly doused an apple with some illness-inducing chemicals and left it in the office of his tutor, Patrick Blackett, with whom he had had a difficult relationship, before heading off to France on holiday. Evidently, this action, and perhaps others besides, saw him briefly threatened with being suspended from his studies at Cambridge. A close friend of his in the 1920s, Francis Ferguson, who later went on to become an acclaimed theorist of stage performance and drama, claimed that Oppenheimer attacked him and tried to strangle him once when he told him he was engaged to be married. Underlying all of this erratic behavior was a strange mix of an individual who could be appallingly arrogant and fell out with a great many colleagues over the years as a result, but who many biographers have concluded was also a deeply insecure individual. The root of this may have been Oppenheimer's position as the son of a German Jewish emigre to America at a time when anti-Semitism was common across the Western world. He was a constant outsider, or at least felt like one, and is known to have suffered frequently from bouts of depression. He was, in short, something of an enigma. After completing his studies at Göttingen and publishing several more papers from the research he had undertaken in England and Germany, Oppenheimer returned to the United States, briefly holding fellowships at Harvard and the California Institute of Technology, punctuated by return visits to Europe to work for a few months at the University of Leiden in the Netherlands and at Zurich in Switzerland, where Albert Einstein had carried out much of his earliest and most groundbreaking work. In Leiden, he acquired his nickname, Oppie, from a bowdlerized Dutch rendering of his name. It was not until 1929 that Oppenheimer settled back in America permanently, having been presented with numerous job offers from U.S. universities. He accepted two and became an associate professor in physics at both the University of California at Berkeley and the California Institute of Technology, or Caltech. For the next 13 years, between 1929 and 1942, he would hold positions at both institutions, teaching during the fall and winter semesters at Berkeley, before spending the spring term lecturing at Caltech in Pasadena. During the 1930s, Oppenheimer became famous within the physics community in the United States for his teaching methods, and the finest physicists of the mid-20th century in America trained under him at Berkeley and Caltech, at the School of Theoretical Physics, which he founded. Within this, there was usually a cohort of a dozen or so advanced graduate students and research fellows who worked closely with Oppenheimer on some of the most relevant questions in the field of theoretical physics at the time. During busier times in term, they would often meet daily, with Oppenheimer quizzing them on their progress and offering suggestions thereon. Mostly, as several biographers who knew him during these days later recounted, he inspired those he taught, conveying to them the idea that they were at the forefront of answering some of the most important questions facing humanity at the time. Yet it was an eclectic academic environment, and when not discussing physics, Oppenheimer and his colleagues were often seen to be reading Plato in the original Greek or learning Sanskrit. Hans Bether, who knew Oppenheimer during these days, later recalled that Robert was largely aloof from the wider world in the late 1920s and 1930s in California, only learning of the Wall Street crash of late 1929 months after it had happened. There were impressive scientific breakthroughs made by Oppenheimer and his students at Berkeley and Caltech during the 1930s. In 1930, for instance, Oppenheimer wrote a paper which effectively predicted the existence of the positron, or anti-electron, as an antiparticle of the electron, although its existence was not fully proven until 1932 by Carl David Anderson, a student who worked with Oppenheimer at Caltech. Following on from this, Oppenheimer worked closely with Wendell Fermi to work out the modern form of the electron-positron theory and how the two interacted with each other. Perhaps his most important work, though, was a giant effort with Elmer Phillips, one of Oppenheimer's first doctoral students at a time when female physicists were all too rare in the United States. Together, they proposed the Oppenheimer-Phillips process in 1935, a type of deuteron-induced nuclear reaction in which the neutron half of the deuteron fuses with the target nucleus, ejecting a proton in the process. This proves that some elements can become radioactive if bombarded by neutrons, and that a nuclear interaction can occur at lower energies than had previously been understood. This and many other breakthroughs by both Oppenheimer and his students at Berkeley and Caltech made California one of the world's great centers of theoretical physics in the mid-20th century. Oppenheimer's personal life was somewhat chaotic during this period. He had been diagnosed with a mild case of tuberculosis in the late 1920s, in which condition he sought out the dry desert air of Arizona and New Mexico in the years that followed, eventually buying a ranch in New Mexico. In the mid-1930s, he began a relationship with Jean Tatlock, a psychiatry student who was the daughter of John Strong Tatlock, an eminent Old English scholar and expert on the life and works of Geoffrey Chaucer. 10 years Roberts Jr., Jean was a troubled young woman with severe depression and a conflicted sexuality. Their relationship was tempestuous, but continued through to 1940, even after Oppenheimer began seeing Kitty Harrison, a botanist and physicist at Caltech, who eventually divorced her second husband, Stuart Harrison, in November 1940 and married Robert the following day. It remains unclear to this day if Oppenheimer continued to periodically see Tatlock in the early 1940s, prior to her taking her own life in January 1944. Robert and Kitty would subsequently have two children, a boy named Peter, who was born in May 1941, as Kitty had been pregnant already when they married, and a daughter named Catherine after her mother, who was born in 1944. Oppenheimer's life, like that of virtually every individual across Europe, North Africa, North America, and much of Asia, was hugely interrupted in the autumn of 1939 by the outbreak of the Second World War. The conflict came about as a direct result of the ascent to power in Germany of the Nazis, led by Adolf Hitler early in 1933. A rabidly anti-Semitic nationalist and fascist organization, the Nazis had made their twin goals to crush the Jewish people in Germany and to initiate a new war in Europe to overturn the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, which had brought the First World War to an end, and to build a new German Third Reich or Empire which would dominate the continent. Oppenheimer was very familiar with the Nazis. As a Jew himself, albeit a non-observant one, he had become politically involved for the first time in his life during the mid-1930s, when he began setting aside 3% of his salary to help German Jews who were trying to flee Germany in the wake of the anti-Jewish Nuremberg laws, which were introduced from 1934 onwards. The Nazis' anti-Jewish policies had become more extreme from 1936 onwards, and particularly so in 1938, as Germany began annexing neighboring states, firstly Austria and then Czechoslovakia. With the invasion of Poland in September 1939, Britain and France declared war on Germany, but public opinion in the United States was not yet wholly in favor of intervention in what was deemed to be a European war. Therefore, America would remain officially neutral for the first 2 years of the conflict. though the administration of President Franklin Delano Roosevelt was providing extensive support in the shape of war material to Britain from the war's inception. Oppenheimer's life and his place in history would be changed forever by the events of December 1941. By that time, the United States still remained neutral in the Second World War, despite the desperate situation in Europe, with the Nazis conquering Poland in the autumn of 1939, Denmark and Norway the following spring, and then the Low Countries and France in the summer of 1940. With many other states like Italy, Hungary, and Romania allied with the Nazis, and invasions of Britain's colonies in North Africa and Russia afoot from the summer of 1941 onwards, it seemed that Germany was destined to dominate Europe. It was in this context that the Empire of Japan, an ultra-nationalist state, bent on creating an Asiatic and Pacific empire, one which already included Korea, Manchuria, and much of eastern China by the early 1940s, decided to preemptively attack the United States without declaring war. The attack on Pearl Harbor in Hawaii and other American territories, such as the Philippines, on the 7th of December 1941, pulled the United States into the Second World War. Within days, the US was at war with Germany, Italy, and the other Axis states, as the entirety of the Northern Hemisphere ended up at war. Oppenheimer would soon be catapulted to the center of America's research efforts during the conflict. This occurred in the context of efforts by Nazi Germany to acquire a weapon of mass destruction as a means of winning the war swiftly. In the 1920s and the 1930s, Germany had been home to some of the world's leading scientists, and so was well placed to develop a nuclear weapon. Nuclear fission, for instance, had been discovered by a team led by Otto Robert Frisch and Lisa Meitner in Berlin in 1938. Various experiments were initiated by the Nazis the following year to begin using this breakthrough to develop a nuclear weapon. Some of these focused on developing a nuclear reactor, while others favored the theory of using heavy water to produce an atomic weapon, research which was carried out in Nazi-occupied Norway throughout the war. Already in August 1939, President Roosevelt in Washington, D.C., had received a letter from the Hungarian nuclear physicist Leo Szilard and Albert Einstein, alerting the U.S. government to the threat posed by these Nazi experiments. Little effort was made to respond to this in 1939 or 1940, but with the entry of the U.S. into the war at the end of 1941, fresh consideration was given to America commencing its own research in this area. Oppenheimer would technically be in charge of the Los Alamos Laboratory during the Second World War, but this was all under the umbrella of the Manhattan Project, a research and development program initiated by the U.S. government in 1942, with the ultimate aim of developing a nuclear bomb. The name comes simply from the fact that the team of individuals who were in charge of the wider project had their first headquarters where they met in 1942 on the island of Manhattan in New York City. Eventually, it grew from 1942 onwards to employ approximately 130,000 people across the country. They worked on various elements of the project in many states and regions. For instance, a large team working in Chicago throughout the war, which included Oppenheimer's old colleague from Göttingen, Enrico Fermi, and Leo Szilard, who had co-authored the letter to Roosevelt in 1939, warning the president about the Nazi nuclear program, developed the first working nuclear reactor there. Another team at the Hanford site in Washington state were charged with producing plutonium from uranium as a raw material for any future nuclear weapon, and a similar project was underway in Tennessee. There were even teams of individuals operating under the rubric of the Manhattan Project in Europe, carrying out espionage to try to uncover what the Nazis were working on. Oppenheimer would oversee the most critical research team of all those involved in the Manhattan Project as director of the Los Alamos Laboratory in New Mexico. He was very nearly not picked for this position. The individual who oversaw the Manhattan Project was Major General Leslie Groves. Groves is not exactly a household name today, but he has the distinction of having been in charge of both the Manhattan Project, which created the first nuclear weapon, and also overseeing the construction of the Pentagon as the headquarters of the U.S. military and Department of Defense. Oppenheimer was suggested to Groves in 1942 as a possible candidate to lead a team of theoretical physicists and scientists as part of the Manhattan Project. But Groves was initially skeptical, favoring the idea of appointing someone who had been awarded a Nobel Prize in physics and would consequently have enough academic gravitas to lead a team of some of the most eminent minds of the day. He was eventually persuaded that Oppenheimer had a track record of getting the best out of people he worked with. He contacted Oppenheimer, and after interviewing him, came to the conclusion that he was well suited for the post. In the weeks that followed in the early winter of 1942, Oppenheimer scouted out a suitable location for the establishment of a research center, somewhere remote and away from any urban centers, where secrecy would be ensured and a nuclear weapon could be tested in due course. He eventually settled on Los Alamos in New Mexico, where a research facility was erected on the site of an old school. This was subcontracted to the University of California through the War Department, so that Oppenheimer had some degree of autonomy in hiring and firing as director of the Los Alamos Laboratory. Although there would be more hiring than firing, at its height, there were well over 5,000 people employed at Los Alamos, far more than Oppenheimer had initially anticipated. The team that Oppenheimer assembled at Los Alamos included some of the finest scientists of the first half of the 20th century. One was John Hasbrouck Van Vleck, a physicist and mathematician who had been at Harvard when Oppenheimer arrived there in 1922. He was subsequently awarded a Nobel Prize in 1977 for his work on electronic magnetism. Van Vleck made significant contributions to the gun design which would be used in the bomb used over Hiroshima. A colleague of Oppenheimer's from Berkeley, Robert Serber, acted as an organizing physicist at Los Alamos and would eventually name the bombs used in the first test explosion as well as against Japan as Thin Man, Little Boy, and Fat Man, after characters from detective movies and novels such as The Maltese Falcon. Hans Bethe was a German-born theoretical physicist who would later be awarded a Nobel Prize in 1967. He was central to calculating the critical mass of the bombs designed at Los Alamos. Finally, Edward Teller was a Hungarian-born Jew who was recruited to the Los Alamos Laboratory. He had studied in Germany around the same time as Oppenheimer in the late 1920s, but had subsequently immigrated to the United States. Teller had already worked at Fermi's Reactor Center in Chicago before being sent to New Mexico. Teller was arguably Oppenheimer's closest colleague at Los Alamos. Beyond these were hundreds of other engineers, metallurgists, chemists, and military experts involved in the research teams at Los Alamos, working on a wide range of finer details about how the first atomic weapon could be constructed. The task which confronted this team of physicists and other engineers and scientists was daunting. When they assembled at Los Alamos, they had little to work on other than a theoretical knowledge of how a nuclear chain reaction could be produced. But what must be remembered in an age when we know what a nuclear explosion looks like, and the destruction that it results in, is that Oppenheimer and his colleagues at Los Alamos were not just trying to build a nuclear weapon, but also to predict what would happen when one exploded. Thus, there was an enormous amount of experimentation and theoretical speculation throughout 1943 and 1944. Throughout it all, Oppenheimer worked exhaustively. As Hans Bethe recollected years later, his uncanny speed in grasping the main points of any subject was a decisive factor. He could acquaint himself with the essential details of every part of the work. He did not direct from the head office. He was intellectually and even physically present at each decisive step. Yet the incredibly arduous work schedule which Oppenheimer followed at Los Alamos also took a toll on his health. He was always a thin person, but during the work in New Mexico, he lost another 20 pounds, eventually weighing as little as 110 pounds or less than 8 stone. During the course of 1943, research efforts at Los Alamos began to focus on a prototype codenamed Thin Man. This was a plutonium gun-type weapon, which would work more like an artillery gun to detonate rather than an implosion-type bomb. The research into producing this was extremely complex from a logistical perspective, with the polonium, which was used in the initiator, having to be obtained from ores in Ontario, in Canada. and then manufactured at a separate facility in Tennessee, which was also part of the wider Manhattan Project, or at the Hanford site in Washington State. However, more complex still was the design issue. In order for the gun-type weapon to work, a plutonium bullet, which would be fired off inside the bomb, would have to be accelerated to a speed of 3,000 feet per second, or over 3,200 kilometers per hour, or else the nuclear fission would begin before the rest of the mechanics of the bomb were ready for a successful explosion. This was ultimately the undoing of the Thin Man design, as it was realized during the course of 1944 that the gun barrel needed to produce this speed would be far too large to be employed in a bomb of a kind which could be transported on board a B-29 Flying Super Fortress, the newly designed heavy bombers which were to be used to transport any nuclear bomb developed by the US government. This, along with issues relating to the use of plutonium in a gun-type bomb, saw the Thin Man design abandoned in April 1944. With the abandonment of the Thin Man design, Oppenheimer redeployed many of the scientists and engineers who had been working on it to another design called Little Boy. This was a simplified gun-type fission bomb, but unlike the Thin Man, it was intended that uranium-235 would be used instead of plutonium for the nuclear fission that would create the explosion. Simultaneously, a third type of design was being progressed. The Fat Man, as it was known, would use plutonium, but was designed as an implosion-type bomb. The design team for it was led by an American physicist by the name of Seth Neddermeyer. Oppenheimer continued to favor the gun-type design, even as the Fat Man was being furthered during the course of 1943 and 1944. Oppenheimer's brilliance as an overseer at Los Alamos was seen in his decision to bring John von Neumann, a Hungarian-born mathematician and physicist, to Los Alamos in 1943 to review the design. It was von Neumann who suggested a spherical shape and shaped charges which would reduce the amount of plutonium needed and make the assembly of an implosion-type bomb more practical and achievable. Over the next several months, metallurgists at Los Alamos had to try to solve the problem of how to cast plutonium into a sphere, but this was eventually overcome when a plutonium-gallium alloy was devised, one which was pressed into spheres and coated with nickel. The design process was nearing completion. As 1945 dawned at Los Alamos, Oppenheimer's teams were coming close to completing both the design of the Little Boy and Fat Man. Consequently, there were two plausible candidates for a successfully built nuclear weapon. In the end, both would be completed at roughly the same time, as design problems were worked out in the spring of 1945, and the required levels of enriched uranium and plutonium were produced in the sites in Washington State and Tennessee. The latter were enormous undertakings, given the technology available to the Manhattan Project, as it was extremely costly and time-consuming to enrich these to become fissile substances in the mid-1940s. Other elements which needed to be resolved were engineering problems for the bolts in 19 amount in order to develop a working bomb. By the time it was completed in 5, Oppenheimer's team had reduced this to just 90 bolts. Other technical issues concerned how the bomb would descend when, in 1945, tests were done to assess how a bomb of the size and structure of the Fat Man and Little Boy would fall through the air. All of them came together during the course of the spring of 19, and by midsummer, Oppenheimer was able to deliver the head of the Manhattan Project, Major General Leslie Groves, the news that they were ready to conduct a test detonation. The Trinity nuclear test was carried out in the Jornada del Muerto Desert in New Mexico on the 16th of July, 1945. Fittingly, the desert's name, translated from the Spanish, means Dead Man's Root. Oppenheimer revealed in correspondence with Groves in 1962 that he codenamed the test Trinity, as he had been reading the religious poetry of the 17th century English poet John Donne around the time that he came up with the name. The device would be used during the test was a Fat Man bomb, using plutonium and of an implosion type. For the purposes of the test, The bomb in question was christened the Gadget. In order for the test to be carried out safely, the location was chosen, which was highly remote, almost entirely unpopulated and otherwise isolated. There was only one building on the proposed blast site, the McDonald Ranch House, which had been built there by a German migrant in 1913, and which had been forcefully vacated in 1942 by the McDonald family after the US government took over the region under the remit of the Manhattan Project. The test was a carefully planned thing, as the plutonium which was to be used had cost billions of dollars to produce in today's money. Such were the torturous methods involved in enriching uranium and plutonium at the time. Much hinged on its success. As Groves noted at the time, he didn't want to explain to a congressional committee why he had blown up $1 billion worth of plutonium in the desert for no reason. The Trinity test was carried out near dawn on the morning of the 16th of July. Observation shelters were established in 3 different places to the north, south, and west of the blast site, each approximately 9 kilometers away from where the bomb would be detonated. Goggles were provided to prevent against harmful ultraviolet wavelengths, while the distance was considered safe enough in terms of the radioactive half-life which would be produced. Many of the observers that morning were scientists and included Oppenheimer, Teller, Bethe, Enrico Fermi, and John von Neumann. Some believed that the bomb would not work. Others were concerned about exactly how destructive it could prove to be. They had their answers at 5:29 a.m. when the Gadget exploded, releasing explosive energy equivalent to 25,000 tons of TNT. This created a crater a third of a kilometer wide and melted the sand across the launch site, turning it into a light green glass-like rock. The observers, 9 kilometers away, did not hear the immense noise from the shockwave for 40 seconds after the detonation. But by that time, they were witnessing a growing fireball which changed color from purple, green and orange eventually to white. Then it coalesced into a mushroom cloud, one which eventually spiraled 12 kilometers into the sky. The shock from the explosion was felt nearly 100 kilometers away, while those at the observation shelters 9 kilometers away later recollected that there was a brief period of immense heat, like they were standing in front of an open oven for a few seconds momentarily when the bomb detonated. Oppenheimer's supposed words as he watched the Trinity test's explosion have become somewhat infamous in modern times. He is alleged to have quoted from the Bhagavad Gita, one of the holiest texts in Hinduism, one which was written in the second half of the first millennium BC, and the title of which approximates to the Song by God. The Gita is a 700-verse scripture which primarily revolves around Prince Arjuna and his guide, the Hindu deity Krishna, on a wide range of moral and religious matters. It is widely and mistakenly believed that Oppenheimer quoted a line from the Gita in which another Hindu god, Vishnu, says, "I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." Although the line would have been a fitting utterance that morning in New Mexico, in reality, Oppenheimer never said this. Instead, recording the event 20 years later, he said that another line from the Gita ran through his head, one in which it is stated, "If the radiance of 1,000 suns were to burst at once into the sky, that would be like the splendor of the Mighty One." On reflection, in 1965, he thought the other line would have been more fitting, but despite the myth that has developed, Oppenheimer never actually uttered the words, "I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." However, for what in retrospect should have been a sobering moment, the general reaction in the observation shelters was one of glee that the Manhattan Project had succeeded. Oppenheimer, it was later noted, was jubilant. The ramifications of their success, though, would become all too clear within a matter of weeks. Within weeks of the Trinity test explosion, the atomic bomb would be used as a weapon of war. By that time, the conflict in Europe had come to an end, as the Allies had streamed into Germany from both east and west in the spring of 1945, leading to Hitler taking his own life in Berlin in late April, and the Nazis surrendering just over a week later. However, the Empire of Japan had indicated no willingness to surrender, Japanese honor systems, and military culture seemed to suggest an invasion of the Japanese islands would be necessary to bring the war in the Pacific to an end. The US government had calculated that this could result in millions of deaths as the Japanese would fight to the bitter end. Consequently, the decision was quickly taken to utilize the new atomic bomb as a demonstration to the Japanese government of the new weapon which was available to the administration, which was now headed by President Harry Truman, who had succeeded to the White House following President Roosevelt's death in office in mid-April 1945. The result was the bombing of the Japanese city of Hiroshima with one of the little boy bombs on the 6th of August 1945. In Los Alamos that evening, Oppenheimer was triumphant and seemed to regret the fact that the weapon had not been available to use against the Nazis in Germany. However, this mood quickly gave way to disillusionment 3 days later, when the US dropped a second bomb of the Fat Man type on the city of Nagasaki in Japan. Surely Oppenheimer and his colleagues concluded this was not acceptable. After all, the Japanese had not been given enough time to process the implications of the first bomb and to decide to surrender, which they did 6 days after the bombing of Nagasaki. With that, the war came to an end. The bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki remain history when nuclear weapons. They are accordingly enormously controversial. Today, most analysts of the events of August 1945 tend to take the same view as Oppenheimer and his colleagues did, that the use of the first bomb in Hiroshima was somewhat justifiable, though eminently regrettable at the same time, as a means of forcing the Japanese to surrender and in the process potentially saving millions of lives by avoiding a land invasion of the Japanese archipelago. But most are agreed that the bombing of Nagasaki just 3 days later was unwarranted. More broadly, the ethical implications of the work Oppenheimer and his colleagues carried out as part of the Manhattan during the war have been questioned. There are two sides to this. On the one hand, the development of nuclear weapons has introduced an existential threat to humanity's survival in modern times. But on the other hand, the nuclear deterrent has ensured that the world's superpowers and large states have avoided major wars ever since 1945. For centuries, Europe's states had been endlessly at war with one another. That all changed once it became apparent that direct conflict could result in mutually assured destruction. Ironically, the impact of the development of nuclear weapons has been to foster a nuclear peace, but the risks remain profound in a world where politics are becoming more antagonistic and destabilized during the 21st century. With the end of the war, Oppenheimer's reputation was at an unprecedented height within American academic circles. There were accordingly new opportunities open to him, and he decided to leave Berkeley and head to the East Coast to take up a position as director of the Institute for Advanced Nuclear, an esteemed center of physics in the United States, which included Albert Einstein, Niels Bohr, and Paul Dirac as former charter members or visiting fellows. Under Oppenheimer's leadership, it became a center for emerging physicists, and when he left Berkeley, a half a dozen of his more promising graduate students left also to study at Princeton. In New Jersey, he continued the methods he had developed in California in the 1930s, producing an environment of energetic discussion and research, often at the expense of his own research. Oppenheimer choosing to write and publish very little himself at Princeton. As a result, the Institute became the leading center for the study of physics in states in the late 1940s and early 1950s. Many of the most important physicists of the second half of the 20th century passed through the Institute, notably Yoshiro Nambu, a Japanese-American who in 2008 would be co-awarded the Nobel Prize for his role in discovering the spontaneous broken symmetry in subatomic physics, and Murray Gell-Mann, who won the Nobel Prize in 1969 for his work on elementary particles. As well as his work at Princeton, Oppenheimer continued to hold a number of government positions throughout the late 1940s and into the 1950s, while also having security clearance to view classified documents and material relating to the United States' evolving nuclear program. Notable in this respect was his membership of the newly established Atomic Energy Commission, which had been founded in 1947 as a commission headed by the United Nations, itself a newly created body, to foster world peace. The Energy Commission was charged with regulating the proliferation of nuclear materials and of the development of nuclear weaponry. While the United States was for several years the only nation with access to nuclear bombs after 1945, it was only a matter of time, now that the world had seen that it was possible to develop such weapons, before other nation-states began building their own bombs or trying to develop them. Oppenheimer and several of his former colleagues from the Manhattan Project were central to efforts in 1946 and 1947 to establish restrictions on nuclear proliferation, which are still in force today. As the first chairman of the Commission, Oppenheimer tried to discourage between the United States and the Soviet Union in the context of the developing Cold War. But these efforts were in vain, and a major nuclear arms race developed once the Soviets conducted their first successful test of a nuclear weapon in 1949. As news of the Soviet acquirement of a nuclear weapon reached the US in 1949, debate began within the government of President Harry Truman about the development of a hydrogen or thermonuclear bomb, a far more powerful nuclear weapon than the atomic bombs which had been developed under the rubric of the Manhattan Project and used against Japan in 1945. Oppenheimer and a great many other scientists who had contributed to the work at the Los Alamos Laboratory between 1942 and 1945 were opposed to such a measure, arguing that such a weapon could not be used in any practical sense in warfare without causing immense damage and for triggering a nuclear war, which would wipe out much of life on the planet. In their petition to the government in late 1949, they stated that the extreme danger to mankind inherent in the proposal to develop thermonuclear weapons wholly outweighs any military advantage. Nevertheless, Truman pressed ahead and greenlit the new program in January 1950. Nearly 3 years later, in November 1952, the first hydrogen bomb was tested on an atoll in the Pacific Ocean. Ivy Mike, as the bomb was named, produced an explosion equivalent to over 10 million tons of TNT and was 450 times more powerful than the atomic bomb which the US dropped on Nagasaki in 1945. Despite the reservations expressed by Oppenheimer and many others, the Cold War was heading into the era of mutually assured destruction. As much as he had been absolutely central to the Manhattan Project and a senior government scientist for many years, Oppenheimer fell foul of the government in the early 1950s during the Second Red Scare. These were years when the Cold War with the Soviet Union was deepening, following the division of Germany into a Western-aligned West Germany and a communist East Germany, along with the formation of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and the Warsaw Pact as a rival military alliance, while the Korean War pitted the Western and communist blocs against each other for the first time in a major proxy war. In this environment, America became racked with what were initially legitimate concerns about communist organizations within the United States. Acting as a fifth column for the Soviet Union within America, gave way to intense and unfounded paranoia about the motives of anyone associated with socialist politics, or even groups such as the American Civil Liberties Union. The Second Red Scare, which is termed as such to distinguish it from the First Red Scare, which struck America in the late 1910s following the Russian Revolution of 1917, gathered pace from the late 1940s and was at its most intense between 1950 and 1954, as Senator Joseph McCarthy undertook extensive efforts to identify and bring to trial anyone even remotely suspected of communist sympathies. Oppenheimer would soon come under suspicion during the Second Red Scare. Oppenheimer's associations with socialist and left-wing political movements and civil liberties organizations in America stretched back to the mid-1930s, when, after being largely apolitical throughout his youth, he began to finally take an interest in political affairs. This led him to join a number of left-wing and progressive movements at a time when socialist parties and organizations were seen as the logical opposition to the growing fascist tide across Europe. Particularly so from 1936 onwards, when the Soviet Union and other communist parties supported the Republicans against the nationalists in the Spanish Civil War. It should be noted, however, that Oppenheimer never actually joined the Communist Party of the United States, though a great many individuals who were very close to him were active members, including Jean Tatlock, with whom he was involved romantically from 1936 onwards, his wife Kitty, and his brother Frank. Other movements which Robert was involved in, such as the American Civil Liberties Union, were also considered radical between the 1930s and 1950s, but are now viewed as the torchbearers of the civil rights movement, which ended segregation after nearly a century. All of this ensured that Oppenheimer was viewed with some suspicion by the authorities, compounded by his father's birth in Germany once the United States were at war. Though this was a complete oxymoron, as Oppenheimer's Jewish background would have made him a persona non grata to the Nazi regime in Berlin. Nevertheless, suspicions abounded about Oppenheimer. He was even under surveillance throughout America's involvement in the Second World War, a bizarre period during which he was one of the most senior figures involved in the Manhattan Project. But the FBI simultaneously had a file open on him. These issues coalesced by 1949, and that year Oppenheimer was forced to testify before the House Un-American Activities Committee about his political associations. During this, he admitted to ties to the Communist Party, and that many of his more prominent students at Berkeley in the 1930s had also been official members of the party, but stated he had never been a member himself. Not much more came of the interrogation at this juncture, but 4 years later, in the early winter of 1953, the accusations against Oppenheimer were resurrected, and on this occasion, the FBI were convinced, wrongly as it turns out, that Oppenheimer was a Soviet asset operating within the US. Such was the level of paranoia which pertained within America at the time of the Second Red Scare. In mid-December 1953, Oppenheimer's security clearance for the US government was revoked, and he was advised to resign from his government positions. This Oppenheimer refused to do, and demanded a hearing, one which was held behind closed doors in the late spring of 1954. During this, Oppenheimer was completely undermined by his old colleague, Edward Teller, who testified that he found Oppenheimer's behavior questionable at times during his time as director of the Los Alamos Laboratory. With this betrayal, Oppenheimer was stripped of his security clearance and cast into the political and social wilderness in the mid-1950s. The years following his security hearing and the revocation, the reaction within the academic community was mixed. Most of his colleagues defended Oppenheimer, but the bureaucrats and administrators who ran the American universities were often less sanguine, with many cancelling lectures and appearances which Oppenheimer was scheduled to give. Oppenheimer's own confidence was dented, and he refrained from overt involvement in numerous initiatives launched by figures like Einstein to warn the government and American society about the dangers of excessive nuclear proliferation. Instead, he spent an increasing amount of time away from the continental United States, relocating to the Virgin Islands in the Caribbean, a U.S. overseas territory. Here, he purchased an estate on what was then as Gibney Beach, island of St. John, but which has since become known colloquially as Oppenheimer Beach. He spent extended periods here from 1957 onwards, though there were many institutions and organizations within America that continued to invite him to guest lecture. Yet, the 1950s were notably lean years for him from a research perspective, during which he barely published anything. By the late 1950s, there were concerted efforts underway to rehabilitate Oppenheimer abroad. For instance, in 1957, the French government awarded him the Légion d'honneur in recognition for his wartime service to the House. In 1962, he was made a foreign member of the Royal Society in Britain. By that time, there was an increasing awareness at home in America that the Second Red Scare had been utterly excessive in its prosecution of individuals who had been only vaguely associated with the American Communist movement and had no real ties of any kind with the Soviet Union. Accordingly, in 1960, effort to rehabilitate Oppenheimer, the Enrico Fermi Award, an award which had been created in 1956 by the U.S. Department of Energy and named in honor of Enrico Fermi, the Italian-American scientist who had developed the world's first nuclear reactor in Chicago in 1942 as part of the early stages of the Manhattan Project, and who had died prematurely of stomach cancer in 1954. The award had been bestowed on several individuals who had worked at the Los Alamos Laboratory under Oppenheimer between 1943 and 1945, including von Neumann, Bethe, and Teller in 1956, 1961, and 1962, respectively. Hence, Oppenheimer's receipt of the award in 1963 related but a welcome acknowledgement of the government's mistake in persecuting him as part of the Red Scare. Oppenheimer did not live long to enjoy having his reputation partially restored. 2 years after he was awarded the Fermi Award, he was diagnosed in late 1965 with throat cancer, an illness which was undoubtedly caused by his lifelong chain smoking. This was a time when many forms of cancer which are treatable today were effectively a death sentence. Thus, while Oppenheimer underwent aggressive chemotherapy in an effort to prolong his life, he fell into a coma early in 1967 and died at home in Princeton on the 18th of February. He was 62 years of age. While his reputation had been only partly rehabilitated by the bestowal of the Enrico Fermi Award in 1963, and many political figures continued to view him suspiciously, the academic community clearly demonstrated its respect for Oppenheimer at a funeral service which was attended by over 600 from within academia, the scientific community, and the military, a great many of whom had worked with Oppenheimer at Los Alamos. His ashes were later deposited in the waters off St. John's Island in the Caribbean in an urn. In the decades since, his reputation has been fully rehabilitated. By way of contrast, Edward Teller, who testified against Oppenheimer at his closed-doors hearing in 1954, was spurned by many within the American scientific community for decades to come. In 1967, Oppenheimer was posthumously nominated for the third time for the Nobel Prize for Physics. He had previously been nominated in 1946 and 1951, but he had not received the accolade on those accounts, nor did he in 1967. There has been considerable attention given over the years as to why he did not receive the Nobel Prize, given his extensive accomplishments. But there would seem to be clear reasons why he did not. Firstly, Oppenheimer did not publish extensively. Unlike someone like Albert Einstein, who published over 300 scientific papers during his lifetime and many books later in his life. By way of contrast, Oppenheimer published just 5 academic papers after the Second World War. Furthermore, while he contributed to numerous fields of inquiry within physics, he did not make the kind of theoretical or applied breakthrough in any one specific area which would have warranted a Nobel Prize. The Nobels are not awarded for a lifetime's work, but generally for a specific scientific accomplishment. Einstein, for instance, won his primarily for his work on the photoelectric effect. Hence, Oppenheimer was deemed not to have warranted a Nobel Prize for his individual contributions to science, though some have that his work on gravitational collapse was worthy of one. His primary accomplishments throughout his career lay in collaborative work and overseeing teams of physicists and other scientists. It was this which made him the ideal individual to head the Los Alamos Laboratory during the war. Robert Oppenheimer is one of the most important theoretical physicists in history. His research and work between the 1920s and 1960s added substantially to our understanding of the universe, notably the manner in which the Born-Oppenheimer approximation transformed our understanding of molecular dynamics from 1927 onwards, and how the Oppenheimer-Phillips process allowed for a deuteron-induced nuclear reaction. Oppenheimer and Melba Phillips provided an explanation for this phenomenon in 1935. but he will forever be remembered for his role in the Manhattan Project as director of the Los Alamos Laboratory. In this capacity, Oppenheimer might be said to have been the lead physicist in U.S. efforts to develop an atomic bomb during the Second World War. Whatever the existential and moral implications of the introduction of such weapons into the world might be, there is no doubt that this research was considered necessary in the context of the times. Oppenheimer was clearly troubled by what he and his colleagues had unleashed into the world, and spent much of the post-war period arguing against the development of even more deadly weapons of mass destruction. It was in part owing to this that he found himself persecuted and prosecuted by the government he had worked for in the early 1950s, and cast into the wilderness as a result of the Second Red Scare. His legacy, though, is alive and well today. An eccentric man who viewed the universe in mystical. Oppenheimer should surely be remembered as one of the great scientists of modern times. What do you think of Robert Oppenheimer? Was he the most significant individual involved in the Manhattan Project? And should he have been awarded a Nobel Prize? Please let us know in the comments section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
The man known to history as Nikola Tesla was born on the 10th of July 1856 in Smiljanka, which was originally part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire but is now located in Croatia. His father was Milutin Tesla, a priest of the Serbian Orthodox Church and the son of Nikola Tesla's grandfather, who was also named Nikola. His grandfather had served as a military officer for the French Empire during the Napoleonic Wars and had risen to the rank of sergeant before marrying Tesla's grandmother, Anna Kalinic, the daughter of a respected colonel. Following the defeat of Napoleon, Nikola Tesla returned to Lika, which was assimilated into the Austro-Hungarian Empire where he fathered 2 sons, including Milutin and his brother Yosef, as well as 3 daughters named Stanka, Yanya, another whose name is unknown. Milutin Tesla and his brother were sent to the Austrian Military Officers Training Academy to follow the career path of their father, and while Yosef thrived, eventually becoming a professor of mathematics at a military academy in Austria, he authored several standard mathematical textbooks. Milutin decided instead to choose a devotional path, enrolling in the Orthodox seminary in Pulaski to train as a priest after being castigated in training for not maintaining the shininess of his brass buttons. Nikola Tesla's mother was Juka Mandic, the daughter of a priest from Grajac, called Nikola Mandic, and the sister to 3 very successful brothers, including Nikolai, who climbed the ecclesiastical ranks to become the Archbishop of Sarajevo and the Metropolitan of the Serbian Orthodox Church in Bosnia, Pajo, who became a colonel in the general staff of the Austrian army, and finally Trifun, who excelled in the business sphere as a respected hotelier and landowner. In addition to being a dedicated housewife, Juka Mandic possessed a keen intellect and a strong work ethic, and was herself an innovator of her household appliances, which she often modified to make more efficient. She was an inventor of the first order, according to Tesla, and a creative influence on him until her death in 1892. Milutin Tesla was a gifted student and graduated with top honors in 1845, marrying the 25-year-old Juka Mandic in 1847, after being delegated to oversee the parish of Senj on the Adriatic coast. Settling into a house perched on top of a cliff overlooking the ocean, the newlyweds started a family, with Juka giving birth to their eldest son Dane in 1848, a firstborn daughter Angelina in 1850, and finally another daughter Milka in 1852. However, due to the poor pay he received and the salty sea air which caused him health problems, Milutin Tesla was reassigned to the Church of St. Apostles Peter and Paul in Smiljan, which meant the place of sweet basil, in Lika province, where he was provided with a picturesque farmhouse, a parcel of fertile land, and even an Arabian horse, so that he could ride to see his parishioners. It was given to him by a Turkish pasha based in Bosnia as a reward for assisting some local Muslims. As well as being an extremely smart man who assembled a vast library packed full of volumes on religion, mathematics, science, and literary works in many different tongues, Milutin Tesla was also an arduous reformer of the Serbian people, regularly writing articles for a variety of newspapers and tirelessly promoting the establishment of language schools where Serbians could learn to read and write. According to his family, Nikola Tesla was born at midnight, sometime between the 9th and 10th of July 1856, in the middle of a terrific thunderstorm. 3 days later, Nikola was baptized at his family home, and with his future seemingly already planned, he was also enlisted as a member of the 1st Liga Regiment of the 9th Medak Company, a squadron he was to join when he was 15 years old by law. By all accounts, Tesla's childhood was happy, and one he shared with his older siblings, as well as his younger sister Marica, born in 1859, who would often accompany him to the churchyard or the farmyard to play with the chickens, geese, sheep, and other livestock, which his father kept. Tesla was often joined by his black cat, Machak, who first introduced him to the phenomenon that would define his life's work after he set off a loud spark upon stroking him, an event which was explained by his father as a secretion of electricity. In another formative experience, again involving Machak, Tesla noted one day how a halo of light suddenly surrounded his dear cat, illuminating briefly the candlelit room he was sitting in. Inspired by such marvels, Tesla devoted much of his energy as a child to experimenting, and encouraged by his mother's inventive streak, drew up plans for flying machines, very similar to how a helicopter would later function. He disassembled clocks to see how they worked, and even designed himself a wooden sword so he could pretend to be a valiant Serbian warrior. Behind the fascination, however, lay a troubled young mind, as Tesla revealed that, as a young boy, he suffered from a strange affliction whereby he couldn't distinguish images from reality, which troubled him greatly. Tesla's childhood trauma was exacerbated by the death of his older brother Dane in 1863, who was killed in front of Tesla by the family's Arabian horse in a traumatic experience that would endlessly haunt him, and which was also the reason why his distraught father moved his family from the idyllic Croatian countryside to the larger town of Gospić, an unfamiliar environment where Tesla struggled to adjust to urban living. The untimely passing of Dane cast a long shadow over Tesla's own relationship with his father, who, mired in grief, always underappreciated the talents of his youngest son, a neglect that young Nikola tried to compensate for by striving to be perfect in everything he did so that he could win back the love of his parents. Blinded by sorrow, Milutin Tesla treated his young son with contempt, flying into rages when he caught him reading from his private library, and on one particularly hurtful occasion, after Nikola had accidentally ruined a local noblewoman's dress by unintentionally jumping on it as it trailed down the aisle of a church, he slapped his son across the face in public as a punishment. As a result of his strained relations, Tesla developed a series of peculiar phobias as a child, such as a repulsion for women who wore earrings and pearls, a strong aversion to hair, a loathing for the smell of camphor, as well as a number of other strange habits, including an obsession with counting his steps and measuring in volume the contents of his meals, calculations he was only satisfied with if they were divisible by 3. Overwhelmed by a plethora of odd neuroses, Tesla was able to regain some sense of balance after he came across a novel called Abafi, published in 1836 by Hungarian author Miklos Yoshika, which featured the story of Oliver Abafi, a young, impulsive nobleman and hedonist, recast as a valiant national hero who sacrifices himself for the well-being of the country. Tesla was particularly inspired by the character of the protagonist, seeing in his desire to better his moral character while ignoring frivolous distractions a masterful example of self-restraint, which showed Tesla that it was indeed possible for him to control his wild emotions. Tesla realized that a good coping strategy was to work with, rather than against, the nebulous visions that assaulted his consciousness, and delving even deeper into the make-believe world of his imagining, Tesla began to embark on strange journeys, where he would stumble across fantastical countries, people and cities that he dreamed up. As Tesla honed that untamed imagination that would later serve him so well in his profession, he began theorizing about the nature of reality itself, coming to the conclusion that he could trace all of his mental images back to something he either saw, smelt, or touched in an early echo of the mechanistic view of the world he would later espouse. It was also an idea that had real-life application for Tesla, who, on one occasion, was extolled as a hero by a band of firemen after he spotted a small kink in a fire hose he instinctively knew was preventing water from reaching a burning building, a problem he quickly fixed by ironing the groove out. Tesla's ingenuity would be further fostered at the Real Gymnasium, the grammar school he attended in Gospić, where he would amaze his mathematics professors by demonstrating a natural ability to calculate numbers. But while he excelled in scientific pursuits, Tesla was unable to translate his talents to drawing class, where a preference for undisturbed contemplation distracted Tesla heavily, leading to grades that were so extremely poor, his father had to speak with the principal, which instilled in a young Nikola a lifelong aversion to diagrams. During his schooling at the Real Gymnasium, Tesla began to take inventions seriously, devising the schematics for a flying machine that would use the pressure of a vacuum to push air molecules, a concept that a grown-up Tesla would later go on to disprove. Shortly after he graduated from the Real Gymnasium in 1870, Tesla, perhaps because of his overactive imagination, became very sick with a range of maladies sufficiently serious enough for the doctors treating him to nearly give up on his case entirely. Throughout his recuperation, Tesla began voraciously reading, and it was during this period that he was first introduced to the tales of Mark Twain. It was a story he would later recount to Mark Twain himself, who burst into tears upon hearing it. After a period of convalescence, Nikola Tesla was next enrolled at the Higher Real Gymnasium in Karlovac in 1873, where, in accordance with his father's wish for Tesla to continue the family profession, he was enlisted in classes at the local seminary. However, Tesla's true desire was to learn everything he could about electricity, a passion ignited by an inspirational physics teacher who taught him about the radiometer invented by British scientist William Crookes, a device that powered a vacuum bulb with energy produced by 4 rapidly spinning tinfoil vanes. This roused Tesla to conduct some of his first experiments with batteries, induction coils, and electrostatic generators. Yet Tesla would have to put some of his projects on hold after again falling seriously ill with cholera upon his return home to Gospic, causing the young prodigy to be bedridden for over 9 months and to experience several close shaves with death. After one particularly worrying incident, Tesla supposedly implored his father that if he were to study engineering instead of entering the priesthood, that he may well recover, causing Milutin, desperate to avoid the unbearable pain of losing another son, to solemnly promise that Nikola would go to the best technical institution in the world. Having finally been heard, Tesla made a miraculous recovery, but before he could become a student, he was sent to the Croatian mountains with nothing but a bundle of books and some equipment by his father, who, worried for his son's health, did everything in his power to hide his son from the authorities, as by law, Tesla would have to serve in the Austrian armed forces for 3 years. For 9 months, starting in the early fall of 1874, Tesla wandered the forests and lakes of the Eastern European countryside, becoming stronger physically and mentally as he thought deeply about invention, reshaping the vividness of his visions from a debilitating weakness into a powerful contemplative tool that could be used to flesh out the contraptions that flashed across his mind, such as a pipe installed underwater that could transport letters and packages placed in caps using the principles of hydraulic pressure, and ring constructed around the Earth's equator that could be used as a high-tech transport network. When Tesla returned, his father had kept his promise, securing for him a scholarship at the Military Frontier Administration Authority that would enable him to study for 3 years at the Polytechnic School in Graz, Austria. Receiving an embroidered bag made from typical Serbian materials from his mother, which he would always prize, in 1875, Tesla left Gospic to start anew in a completely different culture and environment, in the same way that his own Serbian relatives had adapted to life on the Austro-Hungarian border decades prior. During his freshman year, Tesla proved himself to be a perfect student, never once missing a lecture, and supposedly studying from 3 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day, a schedule that was thought so extreme that one professor wrote to Milutin, warning him that unless his son was escorted out of the school, that he might work himself to death, while others commended him for his zeal, such as the dean of the technical faculty, who informed Milutin Tesla that his son was, quote, a star of first rank. In fact, Tesla was keeping himself very busy, administering his earliest experiments with alternating current, or AC, that would later make his name. But during his sophomore year, Tesla would be sidetracked, developing a destructive gambling habit and wagering away his entire tuition fund in the process. Near destitute, Tesla had also neglected his studies, scoring extremely poorly in the examinations, and with no marks registered for his final semester. He was also forced to abandon the university in December 1878. A failure he made sure to keep secret from his family as well as his classmates, as he was riddled with guilt and embarrassment. In 1879, Tesla would live for a while in self-imposed exile, first making his way to the city of Maribor, where he became a draftsman and was paid 60 florins a month. While in his free time, he continued to play cards and wager money on the streets with the locals. Yet Tesla's Slovenian sojourn would be short-lived, as a couple of months into his stay, he was seized by the authorities for not possessing a proper residency permit and returned to Gospic, escorted by armed police. Back home, Tesla's father would not get much time to set his son straight, as only a month later, on the 17th of April 1879, Milutin died, heartbroken that his son had been labelled as and had chosen to indulge in a life of vice. Not content to see their talented nephew waste his abilities, in January 1880, two of Tesla's uncles gave him enough money to start courses at the Charles Ferdinand University in Prague, despite Tesla not meeting the language requirement, which specified that students had to be fluent in both Czech and Greek. However, communication issues aside, he also arrived too late and was unable to enroll in classes. And so, for the entire time, Tesla was only permitted to attend lectures and received no formal grades. In 1881, Nikola Tesla landed his first telecommunications firm in Budapest, called the American Telephone Company, where he was drafted in as an electrical engineer by Theodore Puskas, who had previously worked alongside Thomas Edison, the inventor of the light bulb, at the Edison Laboratories in Menlo Park. Making himself a valuable employee and sharing his findings with his work colleague Anital Sigeti, Tesla continued his study of the concept of the alternate current in his spare time, proposing that a motor driven by circuits that were out of phase could maintain power levels to supply a constant stream of electricity. But in order to make the system function, Tesla realized he needed to figure out how to rotate magnetic fields. Strolling in the park with Anital Sigeti in February 1882, Tesla had a sudden stroke of genius and solved the rotating magnetic field problem, going on to explain the concept of the inductor to his friend by drawing its basic blueprints in the sand with a stick, outlining a new type of engine that, unlike its direct current or DC counterpart, did not need a commutator, an inefficient cylindrical device segmented with metal that had to be regularly maintained. Impressed by Tesla's genius, Theodore Puskas recommended that Tesla move to Paris to work for his old acquaintance Thomas Edison at his Continental Edison Company, a firm that specialized in electrical equipment, where he was first assigned by his boss Charles Batchelor, a manager who had worked for Edison since 1870, with designing dynamos, a contraption that converted mechanical energy into electrical energy is used most commonly in direct current circuits. Off the clock, however, Tesla continued to advance the AC theory after he was sent to work on a project in Strasbourg, where he built the first induction motor prototype. However, Tesla was unable to garner any serious interest in alternating currents. This was unfortunate, as alternating current is recognized today as a better method of electric current delivery than direct current. Direct current, of the kind which came to dominate electricity delivery systems in the late 19th century, consistently sends electricity in one direction along an electric grid. Alternating current, by way of contrast, periodically reverses and changes direction along a grid or system, as its magnitude alternately reverses course. Alternating current is considerably more efficient than direct current. Tesla's error, if it can be defined as such, is that he was simply ahead of his time in trying to propose alternating current as the better method of energy generation. He was correct, but the technology available at the time simply favored the more crude direct current method. Tesla soon found himself in another personal finance crisis after spending all of his wages. Yet he had done enough during his stint at the company to impress his overseer, Charles Batchelor, who was convinced that Tesla had the intellectual fortitude to work alongside Thomas Edison himself. In 1884, after being mistakenly registered as a migrant from Sweden, after the immigration officer misheard him saying Smiljan, Nikola Tesla arrived in America armed with an introductory letter penned by his mentor Charles Batchelor, who stated, quote, "I know two great men. One is you, Thomas Edison, and the other is this young man." Although Tesla fundamentally disagreed with the notion of direct current, he was put to work improving the DC motors devised by Edison, who believed that the AC devices that Tesla envisioned were too dangerous and unfeasible, a diversion of opinion that would become a lifelong rivalry. Forced to develop an invention he had no belief in, Tesla became disillusioned and began outlining the weaknesses of DC and championing the advantages of AC, pointing out the inefficiency of Edison's direct current, which only dimly lit lamps, and proposing instead that generators should be engineered with what he termed the polyphase principle, whereby energy would be constantly recycled, since he believed in the cyclical nature of electricity. Tesla also insisted that a huge disadvantage of the direct current was its reliance on costly power stations installed at 2-mile intervals, since it was unable to maintain high levels of voltage over distance. In contrast, arguing that the alternating current, in which the direction of energy was changed 50 to 60 times per second, was a lot more effective, since it could flexibly sustain varying levels of high voltage power and minimize power loss over long distances. This is why today, the power delivered to consumers via power grids is AC, which sustains power over long distances using transformer substations. These reduce the AC voltage over a given distance. Once the AC power reaches its destination, such as a home, the AC power is used directly for electrical appliances, such as washing machines. But for other smaller appliances, it is possible to convert AC power to DC via diodes within the appliance's power supply. These only allow the electrical current to flow in one direction, thus ensuring the appliance receives a constant stream of power. Disassociating himself from Edison and eager to spread the AC gospel, Tesla started his own company in 1885 called the Tesla Electric Light Company, with the financial backing of two rich benefactors, Robert Lane and Benjamin Vail, who were certain that the alternating current was the future. However, in a common issue that would prevent almost all of his later endeavors from succeeding, Tesla asked for too much money from his patrons, who, increasingly fearful that AC was too risky, ejected Tesla from his own company that same year, forcing him to eke out a living for the majority of 1885 as a repairman and even as a manual laborer, a job in which he was paid just $2 a day to dig ditches. Having learned from his mistakes, in 1886, with the aid of philanthropists Alfred S. Brown, a Western Union superintendent, and Charles F. Peck, Tesla established another company, this time called the Tesla Electric Company, based in Manhattan, New York, where he finalized the designs of the polyphase induction motor, unveiling it to the amazement of the scientific community in 1888, when he presented a landmark paper to the American Institute of Electrical Engineers entitled "A New System of Alternating Current Motors and Transformers." George Westinghouse, an investor most famous for inventing the railway air brake and head of the Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company, was particularly impressed, and his curiosity was piqued in a visit to Tesla's lab a few days later, where he was shown an early polyphase prototype. Convinced that Tesla's groundbreaking invention could power America, Westinghouse purchased all 40 of Tesla's trailblazing patents pertaining to the generators, motors, and transformers necessary to construct a polyphase alternating current circuit and recruited Tesla as an advisor to serve for 12 months at the Westinghouse plant in Philadelphia, with some of the first commercially available AB produced. The release of the first AC machine in 1886 was the harbinger of a bitter conflict that erupted between Westinghouse and Edison, known as the War of the Currents, which pitted AC against DC from 1888 to 1892. During the dispute, Edison would try to use his resources to sway public opinion in his favor, and despite the evidence clearly showing that AC was safe and more effective over long distances, he issued a number of articles in the biggest publications warning of the dangers of the alternating current. Edison was unable, however, to convince his largest benefactor of the superiority of DC, and Wall Street wolf John Pierpont Morgan, who in 1892 merged Edison General Electric with the AC-focused Thomas Houston Company, removed Edison's name to create General Electric and switched entirely to alternating current instruments. With Edison sidelined, the alternating current emerged as the undisputed of the War of the Currents, as Westinghouse increased his annual turnover from $800,000 in 1887 to $4.2 million in 1890, while Tesla was paid around $105,000 in royalties by the end of 1891, a period that also witnessed several other personal and professional triumphs for Tesla, who officially became a U.S. citizen in July 1891. At the same time as he established two personal laboratories in New York, situated at South 5th Avenue and East Houston Street. On the other hand, Tesla's dividend checks would come to an abrupt end after Westinghouse's finances were left in disarray. Their plans to expand by borrowing heavily falling through in November 1890 after the collapse of the Baring Brothers brokerage told panicked creditors to call in their loans. To cover his losses, Tesla continued to focus his attention on high-frequency AC experiments, inventing a lamp that required only one wire, an oscillating transformer, and a high-frequency alternator, which he exhibited at a lecture in spring 1891 at Columbia College in New York on behalf of the American Institute of Electrical Engineers to a flabbergasted crowd who were amazed at the ways that AC could be implemented into modern lighting circuits. The Columbia lecture established him as the leading electricity researcher of his day, and in follow-up experiments, Tesla would consistently show that electricity for light and power could be transmitted over long distances. Before long, Tesla was also sketching out the fundamentals of radio technology. In an 1893 lecture, Clint Institute, later popularized by Century magazine, illustrating the concept of telegraphy without wires, he first underlined the importance of grounding the transmitter and receiver to astonished onlookers. The same year, Tesla's company achieved its greatest accomplishment to date after lighting up the Chicago venue hosting the world's Columbian Exposition entirely with alternating current, an honor that Tesla procured after outbidding General Electric by $1 million. By 1894, Tesla had gained the admiration of his peers and was awarded honorary doctoral degrees from Columbia and Yale universities, as well as the Elliott Cresson Medal by the Franklin Institute. More good news followed after the Tesla company was contracted to build the first ever hydroelectric power plant at Niagara Falls, a childhood dream of Tesla's that became a reality in 1895 after the first schematics were unveiled. The Niagara facility was an accomplishment that represented the ultimate defeat of the direct energy school of thought, and Tesla was lavished with the highest praise and honors, including even the Order of Danilo from King Nicholas of Montenegro, as his achievement was celebrated worldwide as an important step for the future of humanity. Tesla remained unperturbed after a fire in March 1895 at his laboratory destroyed much of his early research, including hundreds of models, notes, scientific tools, and photographs that had a combined value of $50,000. Despite this, in 1896, he demonstrated some of the earliest uses of the X-ray, discovered around the same time by scientist Wilhelm Conrad Röntgen, and astonished his contemporaries with the first ever X-ray of a man, published in the Electrical Review, printed using rudimentary X-ray tubes of his own design. Having revealed some of the most innovative functions of the X-ray, Tesla next devised the basic elements of the radio transmitter, and in 1896 built a rudimentary unit that received radio waves. He assessed his new invention at the Gerlach Hotel, located on 27th Street in Manhattan, where he was living, by sending radio waves to it from his New York laboratory on South Fifth Avenue. Tesla presented his insights at an 1898 exhibition at Madison Square Gardens radio-controlled boat he called a telautomaton to stunned audiences, and by 1901 he had been awarded with a patent clarifying that he had created a system for transmitting electrical energy. Between 1899 and 1900, after being commissioned by John Jacob Astor to assemble a new lighting system in a contract worth $100,000, Tesla relocated his laboratory at Colorado Springs, where, disobeying his patron's instructions completely, he decided instead to explore terrestrial stationary waves, which he regarded as his greatest discovery. At this rural outpost, located far away from the humdrum of New York City, Tesla started to piece together an enormous transmitter powered by millions of volts of electricity at an experimental facility built on the outskirts of the town of Nob Hill, keeping inquisitive onlookers away with an ominous Dante line nailed to the front entrance which read, quote, "Abandon hope, all ye who enter here." It was here that Tesla first discovered that the Earth had electric potential and could be employed as a finely tuned conductor to transfer electrical energy without wires, while next noticing that when his experimental Tesla coil was powered, it emitted sparks as far as 30 feet that could be detected by antenna 10 miles away. Realizing that he could now wirelessly transmit signals using the electromagnetic frequencies of the planet, Tesla explored the practical applications, managing to light up 200 lamps fed by a power source situated 26 miles away. Exploiting the same phenomena, he was even able to produce man-made lightning as a result. Tesla noted that the discovery of stationary electromagnetic waves and how they interacted with the Earth had far-reaching implications. It was a discovery which Tesla would spend the majority of the rest of his career investigating, as he felt it had the potential to transmit electrical power across large distances without the need for wires. Indeed, he hoped that his work could one day provide the whole world with clean and free electrical power. However, as with so many of Tesla's ideas, it was funded by investors such as J.P. Morgan, who intended to market his inventions for profit and were only prepared to fund research which would garner a return on their investments. Thus, it would be the all-powerful market forces that would eventually scupper so many of Tesla's imaginings. It was during this fertile period of discovery that Tesla also made some more unorthodox assertions, claiming that he had made contact with extraterrestrial beings that had triggered a series of ominous beeps that sounded from one of his receivers. Tesla had first heard this strange combination of noise from the device in the middle of the night, and interpreted the irregularity of the beeps as a sign that they were being manipulated by an intelligent entity. A theory he publicly advanced in a letter to the American Red Cross in January 1901. Although Tesla's story was discounted by many skeptics, there were still some who believed him, influenced by the notion of an intergalactic race of Martians, first popularized in 1895 with the release of a book called Mars, penned by the American astronomer Percival Lowell. Tesla's supporters pointed out that he may have established contact with aliens from the Red Planet. Nevertheless, convinced of the revolutionary potential of terrestrial stationary waves, Tesla returned to New York in January 1900, eager to secure funding for a major invention that would eclipse his scientific rivals, who were also investigating wireless systems such as Reginald Fassenden, Lee De Forest, and in particular Guglielmo Giovanni Mario Marconi, Italian inventor who became Tesla's next arch nemesis after Edison. Eager to keep his May 1899 promise, in which he vowed to wirelessly communicate with Paris by 1900, Tesla hunted for a source of funding after patenting the magnifying transmitter he had constructed at Colorado Springs. Since the device he envisioned had to generate enormous volumes of electricity from AC equipment, Tesla first approached his old ally George Westinghouse, who declined to become involved but loaned him the necessary machinery, while the majority of the project's funding came from the coffers of Wall Street whiz J.P. Morgan, who signed a deal with Tesla after negotiations discussing the purchase of Marconi's wireless patents broke down. After convincing him that the wireless transfer of information would make the expensive underwater cables his company used to send transatlantic messages obsolete, Morgan informed Tesla he was willing to support him with a $150,000 investment on the condition that he would own a 51% stake of the inventor's patents. Between 1901 and 1905, with the backing of the biggest financial titan in the world, Nikola Tesla constructed the 187-foot-high transmission tower at Wardenclyffe Laboratory, topped with a 68-foot copper dome, which was the first wireless broadcasting system ever built, and was largely powered by a gigantic magnifying transmitter designed to channel large concentrations of electricity to any destination conceivable. Assured that by setting up receivers attached to the ground, he could pick up the electromagnetic waves emitted by the tower anywhere, Tesla was desperate to overshadow his rival Marconi, who in December 1901, at St. John's in Newfoundland, was hailed as the inventor of wireless telegraphy by the world's press, after reporting that he had successfully received the first transatlantic signal sent by colleagues at Poldhu in Cornwall, England. With the jaded Tesla making it explicitly clear in newspaper interviews that he believed Marconi had stolen many of his ideas from the 1890s, and wishing to keep his benefactor on side, he next announced that he was going to create a world telegraphy system, a cutting-edge communication array similar to the World Wide Web of the 1990s, in which individual receivers would pick up messages and news broadcasted by transmitting facilities. Tesla pictured several different types of receiver, one that anticipated the fax machine by acting as a printer and publishing daily newspapers, one that was a loudspeaker that could play voice messages, and another that was a handheld contraption attached to a vertical wire on a short pole that could decode radio waves, foreshadowing the modern cell phone. By the summer of 1902, Tesla had moved permanently, focusing exclusively on amping up the power levels. On the other hand, after setting up a company with Morgan to assist the enterprise, Tesla found it hard to sell shares to the moneyed New York elite, who believed the investment was too risky, an appraisal not shared by Tesla, who sold $33,000 of his personal property and borrowed a further $10,000 to realize his dream. Faced with an additional $30,000 bill from Westinghouse for the equipment, a lawsuit from the landlord James Warden, who was taking Tesla to court for not paying property tax, as well as another bill from the phone company who had installed a special line out of the laboratory, Tesla struck financially extend the coverage of his so that it could be detected as far away as Australia, failed to persuade Morgan, who in July 1903 let Tesla know that he was unwilling to invest any.
I'm gonna attempt to pimp.
Any more capital, a mortal and unexpected blow to the world telegraphy system that enraged Tesla, who, in true mad scientist fashion, furiously cranked up the voltage of the magnifying transmitter at Wardenclyffe to the maximum level and hurled lightning bolts into the New York sky. From a risk perspective, Morgan's decision was quite understandable, since after 2.5 years, Tesla had failed to fulfill his pledge to provide a transatlantic system in 6 to 8 months, and a Pacific branch a year later. Yet others have postulated that Morgan abandoned Wardenclyffe because he was worried that Tesla was going to make the energy completely free for everyone and thus deprive his firm of a lucrative paycheck, while another interpretation contests that Morgan was growing increasingly less confident in the wireless industry, which had been mired in scandal by the actions of Lancelot E. Pike. He was a con man who had stolen investor money after promising to create a wireless service between Philadelphia and New York. Moreover, Morgan felt more inclined to invest in DeForest Wireless Automobiles, a company founded by another of Tesla's rivals that was projected to make $5 million a year, and which had already secured for itself a major contract with the U.S. Navy by February 1903, supplying wireless DeForest transmitters. After this, Tesla, no longer the darling of electrical engineering, continued to have no luck attracting investors, as the breakdown of his Wardenclyffe project had turned academic and public opinion against him, with the once genius now painted as a man who could never quite fulfill his promises. Determined to restore his credibility to investors by putting out a commercial product, Tesla devised a scheme to sell small Tesla coils to laboratories around the country via a company called the Tesla Electric and Manufacturing Company. But this ultimately went under because of a lack of investment. Downtrodden and defamed in the US, Tesla would learn that even his reputation in his homeland could not save him, after Serbian bankers declined to fund him, while his old business partner, John Jacob Astor, still annoyed that Tesla had spent his $18.99 loan researching terrestrial stationaries instead of wireless lighting, politely refused to get involved. By early 1904, Tesla was hiring out his services as a consultant and had embarked on a new project that aimed to harness the power of Niagara Falls in partnership with the businessman William B. Rankin. Yet Tesla's real desire was always to restart his experiments at Wardenclyffe, a prospect that was becoming increasingly unlikely, since investors were discouraged by the fact that Morgan still owned 51% of Tesla's patents, meaning that business partners would always have to consult him to reap any financial benefit from Tesla's inventions. In response, Tesla bombarded Morgan with impassioned appeals to take him back on, in a series of letters that could come in many forms, with some carefully prepared proposals promising Morgan unrealistically high profit margins, while in others, Tesla desperately scribbled emotional outbursts, decrying his unfair treatment. Backing and still struggling to get the Wardenclyffe Tower functioning, Tesla was in a dark place and began spiraling into a true nervous breakdown after the untimely death of his business associate Rankin and the collapse of Canadian Niagara Power in the fall of 1905. A man who was always fascinated with human psychology, in the 1920s, Tesla shared his experience of emotional collapse with author George Sylvester Viereck in a well-publicized book on Freudian theory, explaining how, in his delirium, he was haunted by images of his deceased brother Danny, as well as their mother. Tesla would recover from his breakdown in 1906, and with a new determination to prove himself as a valuable asset, he switched his focus from electrical to mechanical engineering, delving into the science of flight in a bid to raise money so that he could continue his work at Wardenclyffe, which in 1904, due to lack of funds, he had mortgaged to George C. Bolt, the owner of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, where Tesla lived for many years. The result was the invention of a turbine that worked without blades. But Tesla's contraption was met less than enthusiastically by John James Astor, who refused to invest in the idea in 1909. Yet Tesla still remained highly confident in his design, issuing 2 patents for a pump and a turbine in October, and even starting a new company, the Tesla Propulsion Company. However, after Tesla again failed to impress at a demonstration at the Waterside Power Station in New York, and still daydreaming about restarting his research into wireless power, he approached the son of J.P. Morgan, Jack Morgan, in 1913 about it becoming a potential investor. More interested in his turbine designs, Jack Morgan allocated Tesla $20,000, who instead of using the money in the way it was intended, spent it all trying to persuade Sigmund Bergmann, a German industrialist, to finance his project, which was discontinued after the outbreak of World War I. Over the next 10 years, as his personal wealth began to evaporate, Tesla continued to assess his turbine and to work in conjunction with manufacturers such as Pyle National in Chicago, Alice Chalmers in Milwaukee, and the Budd Company in Philadelphia. But he was unable to fix a recurring problem that ultimately spelled the project's doom, as if operated at over 10,000 RPM, the thin discs of the internal machinery would start to deform, and there were no stronger materials available. Tesla's inability to secure funding for any of his pursuits and his penchant for overspending led to the near emptying of his bank accounts, and from 1916 he was forced to file for bankruptcy. Tesla admitted that his monthly income was no more than $350 to $400, after declaring he was unable to pay $935 in taxes to the New York Treasury. And although he was still technically the president and treasurer of the Nikola Tesla Company, over 90% of the company's stock was owned by friends, bankers, and creditors, and many of his patents by then had expired, leaving Tesla virtually penniless. In a bid to save himself from financial ruin, Tesla launched a lawsuit against Marconi in August 1915, accusing the Italian of illegally patenting radio technology in 1904. But the case went nowhere, and Marconi remained the official owner for the time being, with the decision later overturned by the Supreme Court in 1943, only a few months after Tesla's death. Consequently, Tesla was forced to earn a living by creating minor inventions and registering several improvements in automobile speedometers, frequency meters, and flow meters, which he licensed to Waltham Watch Company in 1918. The company used Tesla's name as a marketing ploy to sell scientifically built speedometers, as despite Tesla's changing circumstances, his name still carried a certain gravitas, and Tesla's opinions and thoughts still garnered much press interest, such as in 1917, when, presaging the advent of radar technology in the 1930s, he forecast that microwave radiation could be employed to detect ships. In the midst of his financial troubles, Tesla still had his admirers, and in 1915, it was reported by the New York Times that he had jointly won the Nobel Prize for Physics, an honor he was to share with his one-time ally and now bitter enemy Thomas Edison. But when it was presented at the awards ceremony, it was instead given to William H. Bragg and his son, as Tesla refused to share the award with his nemesis, nor had he forgiven the Institute for recognizing Marconi as the pioneer of radio communication technology, after they had awarded him the same accolade in 1909. 2 years later, in 1917, however, Tesla's individual efforts would be recognized when he accepted the Edison Medal from the American Institute of Electrical Engineers, the most prestigious prize in electronic engineering, where his life's work was praised in an address by the vice president of the organization, who said, "Were we to seize and eliminate from our industrial world the result of Mr. Tesla's work, the wheels of industry would cease to turn, our electric cars and trains would stop, our towns would be dark, and our mills would be idle and dead. His name marks an epoch in the advance of electrical science. Yet Tesla cared very little for the decoration, opting to leave the Engineers Club where the awards ceremony was taking place shortly before he was presented with the medallion, forcing on the person who had nominated him, B.A. Behrend, to embark on a frantic search that ended in Bryant Park, across from the venue, where Tesla was busy feeding pigeons. Tesla particularly loathed the fact that the award was in his rival's name. Despite being lauded for his work in electricity, Nikola Tesla remained poor throughout the 1920s, and because he made only a small income from the royalties he received from licensing his minor inventions, he became embroiled in a string of legal disputes, such as in June 1925, when he was sued by the attorney Ralph J. Hawkins for failing to pay $913 in fees. It was during this decade that Tesla started to retreat from the public eye, living hotel to hotel as an eccentric recluse and spending so much of his time feeding the pigeons in Bryant Park, behind the New York Public Library, that one end of the park, Nikola Tesla Corner, now honors his name. However, on his 75th birthday in 1931, Nikola Tesla was suddenly back in the spotlight, appearing on the front cover of Time magazine. And thanks to the efforts of a young science writer called Kenneth Swayze, he received over 70 letters of congratulation published in a testimonial for some of the most esteemed scientists of the day, including Albert Einstein. Interviewed by Time magazine, Tesla outlined many of his future plans and confidently disclosed how he was going to disprove Einstein's theory of relativity. Now, he was unconvinced that energy was released from a split atom, as well as espousing the possibility of interplanetary communications in a conversazoid so much that every year thereafter, Tesla would organize a press conference on his birthday, usually a 6-hour affair where Tesla would speak to a number of reporters and update them about his scientific and personal progress. For example, in 1932, he informed the general public about his desire to build a motor propelled by cosmic rays. And in 1936, he told journalists that he wiggled his toes hundreds of times before he went to bed, an exercise he believed would tone his body and enable him to live until he was 135 years old. The 1934 party was a particular highlight, where Tesla first revealed he was in the process of creating a particle beam, claiming in the New York Times that it could send concentrated beams of particles through the free air of such tremendous energy that they will bring down a fleet of 10,000 enemy airplanes at a distance of 250 miles from a defending nation's border, and will cause armies of millions to drop dead in their tracks. Anticipating the later doctrine of mutually assured destruction and the concept of nuclear stalemate, Tesla believed his laser beam could end war completely, since it was so devastating that every conceivable defensive measure would be useless against it. Although Tesla was susceptible to flights of fancy on occasion, the death beam was a real project, and was the subject of a Tesla study rediscovered in 1984, entitled The New Art of Projecting Concentrated Non-Dispersive Energy Through Natural Media, which laid out the fundamentals of a weapon system that discharged tungsten and mercury particles at 48 times the speed of sound to produce devastating projectiles. Despite Tesla's invention being impossible, it elicited a great deal of publicity, motivating Tesla to recruit Hungarian architect Titus de Bobula to design a new tower to evaluate the death beam. Yet the project would never get off the ground, as by 1935, Tesla was no longer working with de Bobula, who had proven himself a slippery character after attempting to borrow money from Tesla and trying to get him involved in an illegal arms deal in Paraguay. Nevertheless, Tesla, ever wily, was still able to use the furore that surrounded him to his advantage in some situations, offering up a working prototype of the laser beam valued at $10,000 to the managers of the Governor Clinton Hotel as compensation for the $400 that he owed them. while warning them that the box he gave them, supposedly containing the weapon, would explode if improperly handled, resulting in terrified staff depositing it at the back end of the hotel vault. The laser beam also came to the attention of the international community, and Tesla soon found himself entering negotiations with the League of Nations, the UK government, and even the Soviet Union, who signed a contract in April 1935 stipulating that Tesla was to supply them with the information necessary to construct the weapon, although it is unknown if Soviet scientists actually carried out the research. The project, however, would start to disintegrate from January 1938, after the British concluded negotiations with Tesla, while the final nail in the coffin would occur in 1940, after he was left empty-handed, following a desperate attempt to persuade the US government that the laser beam could be a viable World War II weapon. Hampering Tesla in his last-ditch attempts to liaise with international governments was his declining health, which had started to deteriorate in 1937 after he was run over by a taxi and refused to get medical treatment for injuries that he would never recover from, subsisting on a meager diet of boiled vegetables and warm milk, and making sure to keep 3 feet away from everyone to avoid catching germs. Tesla's personal health choices led to no improvements, and by 1942 he was spending the majority of his days confined to his bed, where his grip on reality started to loosen, when in July, for example, Tesla tried to send money to Mark Twain, who had died in 1913, opting to see only a select few visitors, including the exiled Prince of Yugoslavia, Peter II, and a young scientist called Blois Fitzgerald, the creator of an anti-tank gun, who would come to discuss inventions. Tesla isolated himself from the world as he deteriorated. Nikola Tesla died of a heart attack in his sleep on the 7th of January 1943 at his executive suite in room 3327 of the Hotel New Yorker, where he had been living for the previous 10 years. Inundated with letters of condolence from major scientific and political figures all over the world, such as Eleanor Roosevelt, the wife of the US President, the Vice President Henry Wallace, and a host of Nobel laureates, Tesla's funeral took place at St. John the Divine Cathedral in New York City on the 12th of January, where it was attended by over 2,000 people and presided over by members of the Serbian Orthodox Church. Afterwards, Nikola Tesla, who by the end of his life boasted over 700 patents to his name, was cremated, and his ashes were placed inside a golden sphere, which is still exhibited at the Tesla Museum in Belgrade. Following his death, the US government were curious as to whether among Tesla's surviving notes there could be information to help them in the war effort. So they investigated his documents but found nothing of profound importance, and by 1951 they had been repatriated to the Tesla Museum in Belgrade and were accompanied a few years later in 1957 by Tesla's ashes. For decades after, though, the mystery surrounding the laser beam gun persisted, as the US government consistently denied they had in their possession one of Tesla's microfilms, which, according to official records, had been intensively reviewed for over a month, sometime after his death. The truth of these claims, however, remains unproven. Born to Serbian parents on the Austro-Hungarian borderlands, Nikola spent his early childhood in pastoral paradise, playing for hours in the farmyard and the churchyard with his siblings and his cat, Maciek, who first set in motion Tesla's lifelong obsession after showing him the strange ways that electric phenomena interacted with the material world. As a youngster, Tesla was besieged by a catalogue of perplexing illnesses, including an oversensitivity to mental images, which made the products of his imagination seem real, as well as a fixation with quantifying everything he saw and experienced. Tesla was a classic eccentric genius, possessing an irrepressible self-belief in his own ability to devise fresh and original concepts, which he presented with the flamboyance and performance flair of a showman, as on stage he was equally as electric as his subject matter, coming across, in the words of New York World reporter Arthur Brisbane, as a most radiant creature with light flaming at every pore of his skin, from the tips of his fingers and from the end of every hair on his head. By the middle of the 1890s, Tesla was at the apex of his power and making major contributions to a number of other academic fields. But Tesla prioritized his intellectual pursuits and never took a wife or started a family. Also had his fair share of anxieties. The pressure of his line of work making him particularly susceptible to emotional outbursts of despair and anger when things were not going his way. Tesla's misfortunes often arose because he was overly confident in his outcome. He used only a few tangible commercial results from his experiments and had no qualms about irresponsibly spending all of his investors' money while still asking for more. A habit that would irreparably damage his reputation in his later years and transform him into an impoverished recluse who hid away in New York hotels. As he began to ail in the 1930s, Tesla enjoyed a renewed wave of international popularity when he revealed that he was planning to assemble a laser gun that he anticipated would be so powerful that it would end all conflict. Yet, like many of his schemes, it would never come to fruition, fizzling out by 1940 after his last effort to interest the US government failed. Although, many decades after, curiosity about the death ray would still persist. Following a period of mental and physical deterioration in 1942, Nikola Tesla died at his room at the Hotel New Yorker on the 7th of January 1943, but was immortalized for his foundational contributions to science. Today, one of the world's most prominent and valuable companies is called Tesla Inc. It is a company which seeks to revolutionize transport systems and how energy is delivered across the world. And while it has no direct connections to Nikola Tesla, the man, it is fitting that his life's work has been remembered in this way. Tesla, an ethnic Serb, hailed from Croatia in the mid-19th century, at a time when the Balkans was very far from the center of technological and industrial development, and formed part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, a backwards power which did not contribute greatly to wider societal development at the time. And yet, despite these impediments, he made enormous breakthroughs during his lifetime in a wide range of different fields. It was Tesla who first pioneered alternating current, who made major advances in radio technology, and who first devised many of the systems which are used today in renewable energy systems. Perhaps most impressively, he devised the entire concept of wireless technology and communication. In this respect, he stands in a small line of individuals in modern history, which includes Galileo Galilei, Isaac Newton, Thomas Edison, and Albert Einstein, whose life's work have transformed our understanding of modern science and how society functions. Given all of this, we might ask why Tesla was not credited as much as he should have been in his own lifetime for his successes. The answer to this conundrum is relatively clear. Tesla's ideas and the systems he came up with were simply ahead of their time, and he was overshadowed by the innovations introduced into Western society by Thomas Edison, a similar genius whose designs around electricity were more suitable for the level of technological development which prevailed in Europe and North America in the second half of the 19th century. But while many of Edison's inventions and pioneering work around electricity generation are now viewed as being somewhat archaic and inefficient, Tesla's aims and ideas are still widely praised. Perhaps in this respect, it should be left to Edison to have the last word on Tesla. While he dismissed the Serb's idea of alternating current as being impractical at the time, in the end, Edison concluded that Tesla was one of the truly great figures in the development of our electric world. Edison was entirely correct in his assessment. While Edison won the contest to become the leading figure in electrification in North America at the end of the 19th century, when you boil a kettle or use many other electrical appliances today, you are most likely using an alternating current device rather than the direct current which Edison championed. As such, while Tesla lost the current war in the country, He was a prophet of 20th and even 21st century technology and energy efficiency. Although Nikola Tesla did not invent, or rather discover, AC power, his genius lay in his ability to find far-reaching real-world applications to new discoveries and natural phenomena. He possessed a vision which few of his contemporaries could match, even Thomas Edison, and there is no doubt that he changed the world just as much as his former employer, as the light bulb would be next to useless without a reliable and safe means of power delivery over long distances. Indeed, there are few people whose work has impacted more on modern-day society than Nikola Tesla, with electric power now being available to the majority of the human race, largely thanks to his work. He even tried to work out a way in which power could be delivered freely to consumers, which perhaps both explains why he is today so highly regarded, but also why he never managed to monetize his work in the like Edison. Perhaps what most endears us to people like Nikola Tesla, Albert Einstein, and the breed of latter-day inventors and scientists who, with little or no formal education, revolutionized their respective fields, is the image of the eccentric mad scientist working alone on experiments and calculations. In an age in which the discoveries and achievements of individual scientists are today subsumed by the multinational corporations they work for, there is something romantic and inspiring about one human being having such a positive impact on human civilization through their own endeavor. Nikola Tesla is one of these people, and despite the fact that he did not perhaps receive the money or recognition he deserved in his lifetime, he has, since his death, been immortalized as one of the greatest and most important inventors to have ever lived. What do you think of Nikola Tesla? Do you believe he was a more brilliant scientist than Einstein? Please let us know in the comments section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
You do it special, so what? You know, it's just that there's this tidal wave of information. Yeah, it's just gonna end up. Give me this is for you. Yeah, it's starting to happen to me like the other night I was on the snow. And I saw Chris Rock, Davis May, like these guys, you know, like keeping us, you know, like 4 hours ago, and I was like, yeah, it's excellent for the time, you know. Give me a one time, you got a fanboy or got starstruck in on a situation where you're like, holy shit, this is everything. And then reading with Tom Cruise, and it's just, yeah, and I always see it's going to be right next to me. Come on! And so that was, we spent 2 hours together doing that. Then another hour, kind of humoring our thoughts on the script. And then he and I started talking about wrestling. Because he was wrestling, I was wrestling, so we started talking about that. And he's the best.
known to history as Charles Darwin was born on the 12th of February, 1809 in Shrewsbury, town of Shropshire, in the west of England. His father was Robert Waring Darwin, a physician who was remembered in part for his towering stature and imposing frame. At over 6 feet in height and weighing 24 stone, Darwin later recalled that his father was the largest man he had ever seen, and noted the conversations that he would have with his father, who assumed that his son would follow him into the medical profession. Charles Darwin's mother was Susanna Darwin, née Wedgwood, who died suddenly when Charles was aged 8 of either a severe ulcer or stomach cancer. He later recalled that he could remember hardly anything about her except her deathbed, her black velvet gown, and her curiously constructed work table. Charles's grandfather on his father's side was Erasmus Darwin, a noted scientist who had mooted a theory of evolution in his poem The Loves of the Plants, written in 1789, in which he referenced vestigial organs in plants, flies, and humans, noting,
and he goes, "You were great in that reading." He made combo. He goes, "You were great in that reading." And I go, "Thank you." And he goes, "No, you were great in that reading." I go, "Thank you." He goes, "You were great." And his wife, what's his wife's name? Who's no longer his wife? Katie Holmes. She was there, and he goes like this. He goes, his time was impeccable. And he just went, "You were great. You're very talented." And I said, "How many times?" I said, "Thank you." My buddy goes, 13. But the cool thing is we had daughters at the same age. So we started talking about our daughters. We started talking about everything. And I talked to him for an hour and a half. I'm not joking. Just he and I. It was literally, that's fucking cool, guys. When I did this with Springsteen, backstage where it was just he and I talking about comedy versus music and acoustics. Now we're in acoustics. We started talking about how I write jokes, and he started talking about how he writes songs. Get the fuck out of here, okay? You guys are too young, but Springsteen to me was he's the boss. He was the boss. Holly Shore sends me at least one Bruce Springsteen YouTube video once a month, every day, middle of the night. Doesn't matter, hey, check out the boss. Yeah. So those were guys who were part of my history. And especially with Tom Cruise, where like I saw him in Risky Business when I was 14, and now I'm sitting here at this Hollywood party, I'm probably 43 at the time, and we're just shooting the shit, and it was so great that I was like, maybe we'll be friends. We're not gonna be friends, but he's such a good guy. And that movie, I was gonna be in that movie. Todd Phillips was gonna direct the movie. It was called The Men. By Alan Loeb, I think, really good writer. And it was called The Men. And that movie was going to get made, and I was going to be the smart-ass guy in the office that has all these scenes with Tom Cruise. And it was going to be how big do you think your career goes after that? How did it change? Well, because it's like it's Jonah Hill to his brand. Yeah, but that's how that shit works. It's how that shit works. That's how it works. Thank you. Yeah, when I did The Hangover, nobody knew Bradley, nobody knew Bazak, nobody knew. And tell me about that. Yeah, I totally forgot. That's the first time I ever saw you. And Todd Phillips was like, how much you making on some of these? You know, Todd Phillips is the director, right? Yeah, did Joker and everything else. And he's a genius. And I go, how much you making? And he goes, he looks at me, he goes, you're making more than I am. I'm getting back in. And I remember going, that's tough. You know, all right, you know, but it exploded. Yeah, you know, maybe you should do what I can be. Maybe sometimes you should believe in your work. Yeah, because he gave me notes on a script I wrote. I spent a year writing a script. He gave me notes on that shit. And I went, well, I don't know how to write. Dude, that's why you're toast. And on this guy, he understands the story. He's on a level, bro. It's mastery. This is the best podcast ever. It's fucking mastery. You realize you're like, there are levels to this game, bro. And there are people out there that understand things that I'm trying to do so much better. But you can't let it discourage you. You gotta keep moving. No. Are all of Brian Cameron's podcast appearances just going off about his career being dead and famous people who used to know? Did he try claiming David Blaine is his wife? Yeah, they're all your boy, Brian, until Tigerman came forward. But Ryan Callen, that guy's podcast editing was great. Although I think he's just doing some kid content. But once again going off about how his special take about his 17 minutes, and he just misses the Hollywood party so much. He was hobnobbing. Calvin was up there. Hobnobbing with, Tom Cruise. Tom Phillips still is boy because they can joke with you because the Tigerman, yeah, sucks now in a storage unit in Texas doing a podcast that's not going to last that much longer. It sucks too because as much as Callen wants to be like, I'm just a true stand-up, no. Ryan Callen is an actor who got into stand-up because he couldn't get consistent acting work when he was younger. Trust me, he would much rather be acting in TV shows and movies than doing stand-up. As evidenced by a lot of stand-up he does is acting shit on stage. Like, you don't even do half the stand-up he does, and even stand-up is acting classes, which is lame and weird. But listening to Callen go off is just funny to me each time. He could save his career if he just turned on Bappa the way Bappa pretty much turned on him. But he's dumb, and he won't. And Tigerman got her revenge against him. That sucks to be you, Callen. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Folks, look for
Man known to history as Charles Darwin was born on the 12th of February 1809 in Shrewsbury, the county town of Shropshire in the west of England. His father was Robert Waring Darwin, a physician who was remembered in part for his towering stature and imposing frame, at over 6 feet in height and weighing 24 stone. Darwin later recalled that his father was the largest man he had ever seen, and noted the conversations that he would have with his father, who assumed that his son would follow him into the medical profession. Charles Darwin's mother was Susanna Darwin, née Wedgwood, who died suddenly when Charles was aged 8 of stomach cancer. He later recalled that he could remember hardly anything about her except her deathbed, her black velvet gown, and her curiously constructed work table. Charles's grandfather on his father's side was Erasmus Darwin, a noted scientist who had mooted a theory of evolution in his poem The Loves of the Plants, written in 1789, in which he referenced vestigial organs in plants, flies, and humans, noting, for instance, the fact that human males have nipples, and flies unused fourth wings. He also created designs for a rocket engine which would be powered by hydrogen and oxygen, a canal bridge which would lift barges, and a copying machine, many of which were not realized in practice until long after his death. Erasmus Darwin was a notable writer and an accomplished man of science who turned down an offer from George III to become his royal physician, and instead directed his attention to the writing of poetry and the management.
what the fuck about nipples?
The man known to history as Charles Darwin was born on the 12th of February 1809 in Shrewsbury, the county town of Shropshire in the west of England. His father was Robert Waring Darwin, a physician who was remembered in part for his towering stature and imposing frame, at over 6 feet in height and weighing 24 stone. Darwin later recalled that his father was the largest man he had ever seen, and noted the conversations that he would have with his father, who assumed that his son would follow him into the medical profession. Charles Darwin's mother was Susanna Darwin, née Wedgwood, who died suddenly when Charles was aged 8, of either a severe ulcer or stomach cancer. He later recalled that he could remember hardly anything about her except her deathbed, her black velvet gown, and her curiously constructed work table. Charles's grandfather on his father's side was Erasmus Darwin, a noted scientist who had mooted a theory of evolution in his poem, The Loves of the Plants, written in 1789, in which he referenced vestigial organs in plants, flies, and humans, noting, for instance, the fact that human males had nipples, and flies unused fourth wings. He also created designs for a rocket engine which would be powered by hydrogen and oxygen, a canal bridge which would lift barges, and a copying machine, many of which were not realized in practice until long after his death. Erasmus Darwin was a notable writer and an accomplished man of science who turned down an offer from George III to become his royal physician, and instead directed his attention to the writing of poetry and the management of a new club, the Lunar Society of Birmingham, which was devoted to philosophical discussion between industrialists, scientists, and poets, to name a few. The relationship between Erasmus and his son Robert was strained, leading Charles to have little contact with his grandfather's theories and writings. These were not treasured by Robert, who instead attempted to encourage the young Charles to become a man of medicine. The Darwin family also included several other children, including one younger and 3 older sisters, as well as a single brother, Erasmus, who was 5 years older than Charles. His sister, Caroline, provided Charles with his first education, despite being only 9 years older than him. Having been educated for a time by Caroline, Charles later became a student of the Reverend G. Case, the Unitarian minister, who noted that Charles had a passion for collecting various ephemera from the natural world, including seashells, minerals, and stones. When aged 9, Charles was enrolled at Dr. Butler's school in Shrewsbury, where he boarded, despite only living a mile away. He recalled later that he would often run home before the school was closed for the night in order to see his family, which he argued was absolutely essential in maintaining his mental health and well-being. Darwin spent much of his free time reading and was deeply interested in the poetic works of Byron and the writings of Shakespeare, although he later lost interest in them. He was also fascinated by the idea of travel and enjoyed reading works which depicted adventure and foreign lands. Charles's interest in science stemmed both from his readings and from the activities of family members. His brother's interest in chemistry led him to construct a makeshift lab in their garden shed, and his uncle excitedly instructed Charles on the operation of a barometer. His fascination with fauna was augmented on family trips, such as those which the Darwins made to the Welsh coast, in which Charles noted that the insects and flowers to be found there were not always the same as in his home county. Charles performed with average success at school and entered the University of Edinburgh when he was aged 16, although it was noted by his father that a significant reason for his leaving school early was because he lacked any great progress in his studies there. Charles was emotionally healthy, from what we can gather from contemporary reports and autobiographical statements, although he recalled that he had once kicked his puppy for the sense of power that it afforded him, and that he was sometimes frustrated by the social standing of the sciences, which were often regarded as beneath a gentleman. Entrance to the University of Edinburgh was encouraged by Charles's father on the basis that this would lead to his inevitable medical career. The university was a renowned centre for medical learning and counted amongst its alumni Charles Bell, the discoverer of Bell's palsy, as well as the functions of the root of spinal nerves, William Hewson, the father of hematology, and James Lind, who discovered cures for scurvy and typhus, as well as the model for the first clinical trial. Charles entered the university with some misgivings about his own enthusiasm for the course, and was not helped by the poor teaching standards he found there. Later recalling, the boredom he had felt in lectures and bemoaning the lack of hands-on experience which his teachers and his classmates. University had nonetheless given Charles some experience which he would later come to rely upon. He presented his first academic paper to the Plinian Society while studying there, and had met an academic who would later come to support his theory of evolution, one Dr. Grant. After 2 years at Edinburgh, Charles had decided that he no longer wished to study medicine, following in the footsteps of his brother, who had already quit his medical course at Edinburgh, and his father decided instead that he should enter the clergy as an alternative. Charles was entered at Christ's College at the University of Cambridge, where aged 19. He once again, by his own admission, wasted his student days by becoming involved with a group of fellows who preferred the shooting field to the library, and he gained a pass mark in his final exams. The university had been invaluable to Charles as a means of introducing him to academics who would be formative in his own pursuit of science. J.S. Henslow and Adam Sedgwick both influenced Charles as a student, and later in his life. Henslow was the man who would arrange Charles's journey on the Beagle, and often met with him for walks and discussions about science and art. Darwin also befriended H. Thompson, later an MP, and Dr. William Whewell, who was to become the master of Trinity College, and later the Dean of Hereford. Darwin left Christ's College in 1831 and joined Sedgwick on an excursion the same year to North Wales, where he was taught the theory and method of geology and was given an opportunity to apply his newfound skills as part of an academic investigation. In August 1831, Henslow wrote to Darwin and informed him of an expedition planned aboard the Beagle, a Cherokee-class 10-gun brig sloop of the Royal Navy. Her captain, Robert Fitzroy, had written to Henslow and had stated that he would welcome a naturalist on his voyage, given that they would undertake the journey without pay. Darwin was delighted at the chance to undertake a voyage as a naturalist aboard a Royal Navy vessel, although his father was angered that he was yet again stepping further from a career as a doctor or a clergyman. Charles implored his uncle to father, and after a discussion between Josiah Wedgwood and his brother-in-law, Robert agreed to let Charles embark on the Beagle. On the 27th of December 1831, the HMS Beagle departed from Devonport. Charles, with a degree in theology and classics, was her resident naturalist. Scientifically, he was alone and had no one of comparable experience or expertise, even though he lacked an academic background in the discipline which underpinned his vocation. Charles spent his first day aboard the Beagle constructing a timetable for himself, which would allow him to become acquainted more intimately with the subjects of meteorology, mathematics, and biology, as well as other subjects such as French and the Greek New Testament, which he decided would form the basis of his reading on Sundays. He also had copies of Paradise Lost and Humboldt's personal narrative, in which the scientist and explorer Alexander von Humboldt detailed his adventures to the Americas. Darwin noted in letters home that he had a difficult relationship with the captain, Fitzroy, as did many other members of the crew. Fitzroy of the aristocracy and an illegitimate descendant of Charles II, with a wicked temper which would flare erratically. Darwin also recounted an event in which he argued with Fitzroy on the subject of slavery, which the latter supported. Darwin wrote that the argument had been so fierce that he had pondered leaving the Beagle altogether. Darwin shared his lodgings aboard the Beagle with Augustus Earle, a draftsman, and became friendly with several other members of the crew, including John Stokes and Charles Musters, a first-class volunteer. Another, Sim, was a cabin boy who was later to become a personal assistant to Darwin. Over the course of the voyage, Darwin's notes show a man becoming ever more convinced of the potency of natural selection, as well as his conviction that fossils were the remnants of life forms which had existed before humans had appeared, all of which he formulated during his first few weeks at sea, as he studied aboard the vessel in his cabin. battled seasickness and wrote simply that the Bay of Biscay was hell. During the first weeks of 1832, Darwin commenced practical studies and developed a net for collecting plankton, which he studied and wrote about emphatically in his diaries, noting the vast array of colours and forms which these creatures took. On the 16th of January, the Beagle made landfall on St. Jago in the Cape Verde Islands off the coast of modern-day Mauritania. He recalled that upon setting foot on the island, he was entranced by the volcanic rocks, the song of strange birds, and the vast array of flora and fauna that he saw. During his time in the Cape Islands, Darwin developed a theory that hard white rocks, which littered the islands, were formerly molten lava flows which had flown over the seabed and contained imprints from shells and coral reefs. On the 28th of February, the crew of the Beagle alighted on the shores of Bahia, now a state of Brazil, and home to the city of Salvador. He wrote that this land is a chaos of delight, and his time in Brazil was to have a great impact on him and his work. He wrote of the beauty of the wildlife and of the nature in Brazil, and argued that this was nature in its grandest form. He also stated that to a naturalist, there was a pleasant nuisance in having to stop every few yards to study a new creature or flower. Darwin also encountered much slavery in Brazil, which was the last country in the Western world to abolish the practice, which it eventually did in 1888. He was deeply disturbed by what he saw, and wrote that, "I hope the day will come when they will assert their own rights and forget to avenge their wrongs." Darwin and his companions settled at the small village of Botafogo, which was located a short distance outside of Rio de Janeiro, situated on a lagoon. He soon embarked on a 3-week ride into the countryside from his base, during which he travelled a distance of several hundred miles, in what would have been a dramatic and exhaustive introduction to his new landscape. When working from his base in Botafogo, Darwin also maintained a strict routine and collected specimens one day, to be followed by a day of preserving and analysing his finds on the following day, a 2-day timetable which he maintained for the duration of his stay. Darwin was able to observe dramatic and exciting natural events in person when in Brazil, and noted with great interest an incident in which he had witnessed a vampire bat bite a horse, and made notes on glowworms, butterflies, and fungi. On the 5th of July 1832, the Beagle left Rio and travelled south for Montevideo, now the capital of Uruguay. Upon their arrival, the crew were informed that a revolution was taking place in the city, an event which was part of a series of conflicts which had emerged in Uruguay following the Declaration of Independence in 1828, and reflected a conflict between two political factions which had entered the vacuum which followed. The conflict into which the Beagle had strayed was a rebellion by the Montevideo garrison in support of Juan Lavalleja, the leader of the 33 Orientals, a revolutionary faction which opposed the presidency of Fructuoso Rivera, a veteran military commander who was the incumbent leader. Fitzroy made the decision not to land in Montevideo, and instead proceeded to Buenos Aires, whereupon they were fired at by an Argentine naval vessel, a problem which was later rectified by the governor. After this, the Beagle returned again to Montevideo, and Fitzroy requested to land at a private mooring. After this stop, the Beagle continued south, hugging the coastline in order to observe it. It was during this stretch of the journey that Darwin was marooned for a single night. This was due to bad weather, which meant that the Beagle was unable to come and pick him up from the island, at which he had stopped in order to take samples. He would later write that he never knew such cold, although the experience allowed him to come across samples of fascinating fossils, such as that of the extinct giant armadillo and the giant sloth. The ship continued to pace back and forth between Buenos Aires and Montevideo, allowing the crew to send and receive mail, and Darwin to ship off his specimens home. Fitzroy, the captain of the Beagle, was also able to undertake a disturbing practice when he released 3 Fuegan prisoners that he had attempted to westernize from a previous voyage, sending them back to their communities with a bizarre assortment of items, such as cabbages, tea trays, cutlery, and wine glasses. This was an incident, however, which Darwin expressed his opposition to. The next few weeks were spent by Darwin undertaking riding expeditions around Buenos Aires and Patagonia, during which he reported to have felt the extremes of human comfort, writing that he often suffered from a great thirst and that the seemingly endless riding had caused him to feel incredibly tired. He was also plagued by mosquitoes and reported that the jaguars which inhabited the surrounding forests had caused great fear amongst his guides. On returning from an expedition back to Buenos Aires, Darwin found himself unable to enter the city on account of another revolution, and instead was forced to remain outside the city proper for a great period of time. He was unable to reach the Beagle until the 4th of November, after which the vessel sailed, eventually calling into the Rio de Santa Cruz in Argentina. The Beagle had been damaged over the course of her voyage and required repairs, which were undertaken at the mouth of the river. Meanwhile, Fitzroy had planned an expedition to the Cordillera de la Costa mountain range, which would require the crew to embark on a 245-mile trip upstream, a journey which was spread over 13 days, and which the captain ultimately deemed a failure. On the 12th of May, 1834, the Beagle set out on her final trip south and crossed into the Pacific Ocean on the 9th of June, eventually reaching Valparaiso in Chile at the end of July. From here, Darwin trekked the Andes and was able to observe the differences in flora and fauna, which correlated with their altitude. Darwin then contracted an illness, likely to be Chagas disease, which caused him to experience fever, swollen lymph nodes, and headaches, and to which some historians attributed his later poor health, such as his lethargy and heart problems. He reported at the time in his letters home that he had experienced great periods of tiredness and that he had suffered from blackouts and confusion. From Valparaiso, Darwin made one of his most important geological expeditions and ascended 10,000 feet into the Andes in order to observe the segmentation of the Earth from the sides of the mountains which surrounded him. He commented that it was the first view I ever saw which really resembled those pretty sections which geologists make of the inside of the Earth. Darwin also advanced on one of his longest expeditions, traveling some 450 miles to well over 100 geological specimens, which he labeled and recorded. By this time, he had been away from home for over 3.5 years, and his letters, despite showing his excitement at his work, reflected an ardent desire to return to England. On the 7th of September 1835, the Beagle sailed for the Galapagos Islands, which were to become synonymous with Darwin's work. As soon as the ship anchored off the islands, the focus of Darwin's work switched from geology to biology, and he noted eagerly that the flora and fauna of the islands closely reflected those of South America. Darwin's observation of tortoises and birds on the islands stemmed from his interest in the fact that locals were able to identify which island an animal came from on the basis of their appearance. Such was the localization of their variants. He realized that finches on the various islands had differences in their appearance, which correlated with the island from which they had originated. The beaks of the Galapagos finches were of particular interest to Darwin, and he noted that some were better suited to the consumption of insects and some seeds, suggesting they were adaptations to specific environments. However, his notes at the time suggest that he did not realize the implications of his observation, writing that, "When I see these islands in sight of each other, and possessed of but a scanty stock of animals, tenanted by these birds, but slightly different in structure and filling the same place in nature, I must suspect that they are only varieties." The Beagle remained in the Galapagos archipelago for a further 4 weeks, from which it sailed south over the Pacific, spending Christmas Day of 1835 in New Zealand. While there, he commended the work that was being performed by missionaries in the region, and indeed, one of his first published reports from the voyage was included in an edition of the South African Christian Recorder, in which he wrote, "Missionaries thoroughly deserve the warmest support, not only of individuals, but of the British government." Such was his interest in the work of these organizations. Darwin co-signed this statement with the Beagle's captain, Fitzroy. On the 12th of 1836, the Beagle landed in Australia in what was the 5th year of her expedition. He noted in his diary that he was pleased to have a level of immunity to European diseases. Such was the suffering of native communities with illnesses such as measles. In Australia, Darwin also noted the similarities between different species of mammal and noted their development had occurred in tandem with those of other continents. He stated in his notes that he was surprised that such similarities had developed through such a varied pathway, noting that it seemed as if two creators had come by the same product through an entirely different process. The Beagle soon set sail for home and made an unexpected stop in Bahia, where the ship had landed 4.5 years before. Darwin was exhausted and craved a return to England, writing, "We have now steered, thanks to God, a direct course to England." Darwin's return voyage reflected on the majesty of the untouched natural world which he had been able to encounter through his journey, and the power of nature which he had been able to discover undefaced. This he referred to as an almost religious experience, writing that it inspired a feeling that there is more to man than the mere breadth of his body. On the 2nd of October 1836, the Beagle landed at Falmouth in Cornwall, and 2 days later, Darwin had returned to his home in Shrewsbury for the first time in over 5 years. He found that his family welcomed him home with open arms, and his father, impressed with his discoveries, accepted his choice of career. Once he had returned home, Darwin went to Cambridge and then to London in order to arrange and edit the official Zoology of the Voyage of the Beagle, in which he wrote extensively about the journey as well as his discoveries and ideas. Humboldt, his hero, was impressed with Darwin's work and praised his writing on travels in the tropics. Over the course of the 1840s, Darwin published further works which stemmed from research which he had conducted on the Beagle, including coral reefs, volcanic islands, and geological observations on South America, and was able to encounter various great scientists such as Sir Charles Lyell and Sir Joseph Hooker. Lyell was a prominent scientist and proponent of the theory of uniformitarianism, the idea that present-day natural laws and processes exist not just here today, but through space and time. Darwin adopted this theory and argued that it could be used to explain a continuous process of change in organisms. Hooker was a young man and shared a great love of naturalism with Darwin. The two became firm friends, and it was to Hooker that Darwin confined his theory of natural selection, which remained a secret between the two for a number of years. By the time that he had returned from his voyage, Darwin was convinced that organisms underwent a process of change and adaptation. He further theorized that this could be the case on a grand scale, and that the change which occurred within a species could be responsible for wholesale and dramatic changes, both in their appearance as well as their mode of life. In July 1837, Darwin commenced work on a new text which he called The Transformation of Species, and only just over a year later, he had recorded what he now called the theory of natural selection. Darwin documented the thought process that led to his theory in his notebooks. He began from an observation that sexual reproduction leads to greater variation in a species than does asexual or parthenogenic reproduction. Darwin noted that through reproduction, Offspring within a species had differences from one another and from their parents, which can be referred to as random variation. These differences themselves did not appear to be directed toward any environmental advantage or design, and were random, sometimes inhibiting the capacity of the organism to live, and other times enhancing it. A variation could, over a period of time, become ubiquitous amongst a population of offspring if it provided an advantage in life. Those within a species who were better suited to a certain environment would live and pass these characteristics on to their own offspring, leading an entire population within a certain area to bear these particular. Much of Darwin's theory was also based on establishing a list of species which had diverged from one another in present characteristics, which he did through an examination of fossils, demonstrating that species who shared relatively few characteristics with one another had in fact stemmed from the same ancestor, and that they had diverged from one another through adapting to particular environments. Darwin noted this point in his writing, stating that in South America, parent of all armadillos might be brother to Megatherium, now dead. The level of variation in nature had been well covered in previous works. The Archdeacon William Paley, often credited with articulating an argument for the existence of God from design, through an analogy involving a watch, had himself written of the great differences present amongst animals and plants, which he had presented in his work, Evidence for Christianity. Darwin was puzzled by the potency of seemingly designed adaptations among species which had evidently undergone random variation. This evidently frustrated him, and he wrote later that how selection could be applied to organisms living in a state of nature remained for some time a mystery to me. It was whilst reading Thomas Robert Malthus's work on population on the 3rd of October 1837 that Darwin finally cracked the mystery of selection, explaining the preservation of useful variation and the disappearance of unhelpful or inhibiting variation. Much of the remainder of Darwin's professional life was defined from this point. He was committed to demonstrating the potency of natural selection as an explanatory theory for the modern natural world, and worked hard to document it in nature. Darwin also had other matters on his mind in 1837. The latter part of the year saw him construct a document in which he debated the various pros and cons of getting married, in which he weighed a fear that he would be unable to travel and would have greater financial commitments to a constant companion, charms of music, and female chit-chat. He eventually erred on the side of marriage and entertained the joys which would come with it, before concluding, marry, 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 QED. Darwin evidently also had a constant companion in mind when he wrote his list, and proposed to Emma Wedgwood soon afterwards, and on the 11th of November 1838, the two were engaged to be married. Darwin and Emma departed on a week's holiday from London, after which they moved into a house at 12 Upper Street on New Year's Day 1839. Indeed, 1839 started well for Darwin, and he was appointed a member of the Royal Society on the 24th of January, 5 days before his wedding. The couple remained in London for a time, although increasingly poor health had motivated them to make a change. Darwin and Emma moved to a country home named Down House, in the Kentish village of Down. Hooker and T.H. Huxley, a fellow biologist, were regular guests at Down House, and Darwin wrote lovingly of the rural isolation of the place and the solace which it afforded him to conduct experiments, read, and spend time with his family and close friends. On the 27th of December 1839, William, the first of 10 Darwin children, was born. William was of great interest to his father in many ways, including scientific, and he kept a detailed record of his son and his activities, including the ways in which he developed and adapted. Darwin was, by all accounts, a loving and devoted father, who dedicated time in playing with and helping his children. He was very concerned with their health, but afforded them great freedom. Down House was a perfect environment in which Darwin could continue his research, and he stored vast amounts of information from his studies there, specimens and notes, as well as letters and documents that he had received from around the world, with information from experts and naturalists across the globe. Despite the joys of family, Down House, and his advancing scientific work, Darwin was plagued by illness from 1837 until the time that he died in 1882. When his father died, he was too ill to attend the funeral procession, and a dinner held after a scientific presentation gave him of strength for a number of days. Darwin also suffered from a great deal of self-doubt, which he had surrounding the potency of his own theory of evolution, refusing to publish his findings until he had collected a wealth of evidence which he could use to overwhelm any potential critics. Originally intended to be a short essay, Darwin produced a draft for a 230-page long work in which he outlined his theory and provided an incredible barrage of evidence for it. He had intended to keep the work to himself, although was encouraged by Hooker and Lyell, who were impressed and urged him to make his findings public. One of the major motives for Darwin's eventual decision to go public with his findings was the receipt of a letter from Alfred Russel Wallace, in which Wallace posited precisely the theory that Darwin had developed and asked him for comment. Darwin did not wish to rob Wallace of what was a perfectly legitimate independent discovery, and arranged to have his findings published alongside Wallace's in a joint paper. It was this product that was presented before the Linnaean Society on the 1st of July 1858, and later published in the Society Journal. After this presentation, Darwin was motivated to more fully explain his own theory and findings, and did so in the form of the Origin of Species, which he managed to complete in the remarkably short period of 13 months. He would go on to write 10 further books, all of which laid out his position and provided evidence, and in doing so, he changed mankind's perception of the natural world in a profound manner. There are several reasons why Darwin waited such a long time to formally present his findings. He was greatly concerned with ensuring that he provided a mass of evidence to back up his claims, and was sidetracked somewhat by his work with barnacles, work which led him to investigate their reproductive processes, and which showed him the significant variance in the phenotypes which developed. One of the major forces that influenced Darwin to produce and publish his Origin of Species was undoubtedly the influence of Wallace, and it is important that his work be remembered alongside Darwin as research which revolutionized biology. Once it had been produced and published, the Origin of Species was a hit. The first edition sold out on day one, and the subsequent editions which were drafted and produced were in great demand. The book itself was thoughtful and well organized, presenting the basis of the theory of evolution alongside a wealth of evidence which covered all major areas. Darwin also tracked the evolutionary development of several organisms and investigated how organs had become specialized to their roles, how some species had become extinct, and forecasted the explosion of the human population. One of the reasons for the success of the work was the review it received from the noted zoologist Thomas Henry Huxley, who praised the work and exclaimed, "How extremely stupid not to have thought of that." Several other highly influential scientists endorsed Darwin's work, including Hooker, Lyell, and Canon Tristram, the zoologist of the Bible. However, Darwin encountered much criticism as well as praise for his work, and was roundly attacked by writers such as Philogas, who asserted in his book Omphalos that the world had been created by God in the way that it now appeared. In other words, that nothing had changed since the world had been created. His book fell flat. Other critics attacked Darwin on a scientific basis. Adam Sedgwick argued that he had abandoned the accepted scientific method as it had been formed under Francis Bacon, and another dangerous opponent was presented in the form of Richard Owen, an anatomist and paleontologist who attacked the origin of species in a lengthy review, which Darwin himself stated was malignant and clever. Religious opposition to Darwin was furious, and he was accused by Henry Triman, the botanist, that the threat he had posed to the doctrine of the creation was so powerful that the origin of species had made Darwin the most dangerous man in England. Tensions on this matter came to a head at the British Association in Oxford, during which Bishop Wilberforce attacked the theory of evolution, which was successfully and effectively defended by Huxley, who was at the height of his power. Indeed, Huxley remained a staunch defender of Darwin, and at a later public encounter with Bishop Wilberforce was reported to have informed the bishop that he would rather have an ape for an ancestor than a man who used his reason and intellect to attack those seeking the truth. The incident apparently caused an audience member to faint, and Huxley's following scientific arguments, combined with this comment, led Wilberforce to silence. Darwin later jested to Huxley, "How durst you attack a live bishop in that fashion?" Similar battles were fought between scientists and preachers across the world. In the US, Germany, and Russia, exchanges were held publicly between scientists and their opponents, bringing academics such as Ernst Haeckel to the fore, in a position similar to that of Huxley. Darwin attracted political as well as scientific attention. Karl Marx repeatedly tried to dedicate his book Das Kapital to Darwin, although this was rejected on numerous occasions. Darwin was later honored with a statue in the Soviet Union, which was used in part to spearhead a rejection of religious ideology. After 1859, Darwin published 10 biological works, 6 of which were engaged with particular botanical problems, dealing with questions concerning devices for securing cross-pollination, as well as the operation of climbing plants. One concerned earthworms and their effect on the natural environment, and the other 3 concerned themselves with evolutionary biology. Many of these later works were designed to augment and complement the theory that he had presented in The Origin of Species, although they also contained some odd digressions into theories of sexual selection. The first of these was the variation of animals and plants under domestication. In this work, Darwin turned his attention to the significant variation which existed amongst domestic animals and included dogs, cats, and foals, examining and analyzing the variation which they exhibited. He maintained from this his original conclusion that evolution was a slow process which relied not upon sharp variance between members of a population, but on small, incremental differences which became increasingly potent in a species over a long period of time. Later in his life, Darwin presented the theory of pangenesis, which was his attempt to examine and explain the ways through which characteristics were transferred between members of a species. He posited that something called gemmules were transferred between beings through sexual reproduction, a theory which was, of course, erroneous, but which was nonetheless a valiant attempt to account for inheritance in the absence of any knowledge of DNA. Following his variations, Darwin worked on a new book, The Descent of Man, in which he sought to powerfully reject the idea that man had descended from Adam and Eve, and posited rather that they had developed over a great period of time through the process of natural selection. Darwin asserted that humans had descended from a form of ape-like primate, which may have originated in Africa, a theory which remains highly supported by more recent research conducted by academics such as Broom and Dart and Leakey. Many critics of the time were outraged at what they saw as his assertion that humans had monkeys as their ancestors, which was not, in fact, what he was arguing, since monkeys were the product of a period of evolutionary development which had been concurrent to that of humans. Darwin led his investigation with an examination of the similarities of humans and apes, and similarity of the formation and operation of some organs and musculature between them, as well as the similarities in brain structure. He also noted several vestigial characteristics in humans, such as the embryonic formation of a vestigial tail, and that some humans possessed what later became known as Darwin's point, which manifests as a thickening of the helix at the tip of the human ear, an evolutionary trait connected to the pointed ear tips of several primates. Darwin also emphasized that humans and primates shared not only physical, but also emotional characteristics. He argued that apes demonstrated an advanced emotional maturity, which manifested itself in reason and sense of morality, although he emphasized that, whilst recognizable as a distant embodiment of human-like intellect, that of mankind was doubtless greater. Darwin also dedicated a great deal of the descent of man to the topic of sexual selection, and argued that much of the struggle in nature was for reproduction. Mammals attempted to win out over one another for sexual engagement through physical combat, which enabled them to reflect shows of strength. He argued as well that for many species, the size of the male was an important determining factor in the sexual freedoms it could enjoy, and noted this as a significant factor in the mating behavior of animals such as the sea elephant, sometimes called the elephant seal. In birds, Darwin argued sexual preferences and choices for members of a given species were more often determined by visual displays. Male members of many avian species were more brightly colored than females, and their mating behavior often commenced with a dance or vision, which enabled the male to display their feathers and plumes to a female. Darwin noted this behavior was particularly significant for birds of paradise and hummingbirds. Some of these ideas have since been discredited, such as Darwin's general assertion that animals were polygamous. We now know that many birds engage in monogamous relationships, and there have since been biological distinctions made between social and sexual monogamy, which Darwin confused with one another. Indeed, we now also know that colored plumage on birds often acts to defend territory and intimidate attackers, as much as, if not to a greater extent, than it serves in determining sexual relations. These omissions informed Darwin's further general assertion that sexual reproduction within a species was almost solely determined by the choice of the female in sexual partners. This view has since been discredited, and we now know that many of these rituals are in fact mutual in allowing both partners to make a decision. In the final chapter of his book, Darwin turned to the sexually selective practices of humanity, and asserted that, in this case, selection was almost always made by men, who, he argued, would choose a female partner based on several characteristics, such as their figure and facial structure. He indicated that many fashions attempted to augment desirable characteristics amongst humans, and for men, fashion reflected wealth and social status, which informed the choice that women made. These theories are, of course, very much of their time, and have been subject to countless criticisms from social science. There is an obvious omission of several fundamental aspects of human social and sexual engagement, such as the importance of the formation of emotional bonds between sexual partners, and the fact that female choice in human sexual preference has been a constant throughout human history. Darwin's theory was important for the fact that it introduced the concept of displays as a form of choice information in sexual preference, although the field has advanced significantly in the intervening years. Emotions and their development were also of interest to Darwin, who noted that primates and humans shared several emotions and had a similar reaction to emotional stimulation, such as public shaming, and that both expressed more complex emotional responses, such as the desire for deliberate revenge when wronged. He pursued this field of study with his 1872 book, The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals, in which he studied how emotions were expressed physically by certain species. He noted with interest the expressions of emotion in cats, horses, monkeys, and apes, as well as a plethora of other animals such as porcupines, hyenas, and kangaroos, leading him to conclude that emotional expression was innate to many animals. In his pursuit of data on genuine emotional expression in humans, Darwin focused his attention on the expressions of infants and inmates in asylums, obtaining photographs of facial expressions which he labeled and analyzed, concluding from this, and a study he conducted internationally, that despite culture and region, human emotional expression was largely common across the world, and many behaviors and modes of expression would be recognized between humans wherever they were from. Darwin further argued that these forms of emotional expression, as they occurred in animals, stemmed from a preparation for action. Swans demonstrating a state of anger with arched wings and two-footed propulsion. Dogs baring their teeth in distress, which stemmed from an evolutionary practice of preparing for action, and thus giving animals with these displays of emotion an advantage in their prospects of survival. Darwin also dedicated later books to the development of vegetables and plants, and argued against the view that some plants engaged in self-fertilization. The variation which existed in these species would have to stem from some degree of cross-pollination, which he wanted to further investigate. Some work had already been done on the subject, notably by Christian Conrad Sprengel, who had advanced the theory that flowers attracted bees and thus played a role in the process of reproduction and cross-pollination in his 1793 book Das entdeckte Geheimnis der Natur im Bau und in der Befruchtung der Blumen, which was groundbreaking work in the development of biological understanding, but received little acclaim during the author's lifetime. Darwin wished to build on this understanding through research which analyzed the reproductive processes of plants and the process of cross-pollination. He studied orchids in particular and the ways in which the proboscis of moths had developed to obtain the nectar contained within them. One genus he studied was the Coryanthes orchid, which was structured in such a way that bees would tumble into the center of the flower and become covered with pollen, which once they had crawled out, they would spread to other plants. The various and ingenious ways in which plants were adapted to the process of cross-pollination was a source of immense interest to Darwin and led him to describe them as beautiful adaptations which could transcend in an incomparable manner the contrivances and adaptations of which the most fertile imagination of man could invent. Darwin examined these processes further in his later book, Effects of Cross and Self-Pollinization in the Vegetable Kingdom, which argued that there must be some innate value in the cross-pollination of vegetables, and that over time, plants and pollinators such as bees become suited to one another through features such as the development of an elongated proboscis or a flower which allowed access to a certain species of bee. Darwin also advanced theories on the growth of plants and indicated that stems had the capacity to bend as they grew through the process of asymmetrical growth on one side of the stem, overtaking the rate of growth on the other side and thus pulling the plant around a curve. This process was often seen in plants which adapted themselves to make best use of light conditions, although it was a process which also took place at night, indicating that mechanisms beyond the reflexive response to light must play a role. Darwin's last book was produced in 1881 and concerned earthworms. He conducted much of this research in his home in Down House and erected a worm stone so that he might record the rate at which the stone descended into the earth, and thus how potent the influence of earthworms on the structural integrity of the soil in the lawn was. He conducted further experiments which allowed him to the anatomy, habits, and physiology of earthworms, and even analyzed the effect that music would have on their behavior. noting that a bass note played on a piano would send them into their burrows. Darwin, now late into his life, demonstrated that earthworms had caused the monoliths at Stonehenge to sink and thus appear far shorter than they were. He also showed that their actions were responsible for a Roman villa sinking so deep into the earth that it was too submerged to be affected even by invasive agricultural practices such as ploughing. This thesis, a little-known work by a man who is best remembered for his other research, nonetheless encapsulates the doctrine which was central to much of his work, that small, incremental actions and processes would, over time, come to have significant effects on the natural world. In the winter months of 1881 to 1882, Darwin experienced serious heart problems and was incapacitated more completely than he had been already. In February 1882, he wrote in a letter to a friend that he believed his course was nearly run, and on the 19th of April, he died, a short time after his 73rd birthday. Darwin was buried in Westminster Abbey and was carried to his grave by the President of the Royal Society, Huxley, Hooker, and Wallace, as well as several other notable persons, to be buried alongside Isaac Newton. Darwin was notable in his life for many things. The fact that a man with no formal scientific training would complete a voyage as testing as that undertaken on the Beagle, to then introduce one of the most powerful and influential models of biological development in human history, as well as a wealth of other botanical, paleontological, and geological theories which were groundbreaking in their own right, was truly remarkable. And he is today celebrated as the father of numerous scientific branches. The influence of Darwin's central theory of evolution cannot be overstated. The disruptive effect that this had on biological, scientific, religious, and social understanding remains truly significant across the world today, and he is often celebrated as a paladin of reason and scientific pathfinding. Darwin was characterized in great part by his humility, his dedication to his self-appointed task of scientific advancement, and his insatiable thirst for knowledge. We undoubtedly owe our modern understanding of our own origins and existence to him, and he remains one of the most celebrated scientists ever to have lived. What do you think of Charles Darwin? Does he deserve his reputation as one of the greatest and most influential scientists who has ever lived? Or should some of the credit for the theories of evolution and natural selection be at least in part shared with largely forgotten figures such as Alfred Wallace? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. The man known to history as Albert Einstein was born on the 14th of March 1879 in the city of Ulm, in the south of what was then the German Empire. Ulm was a major urban center of the Kingdom of Württemberg, a major constituent part of the German state in the late 19th century. His father was Hermann Einstein, an Ashkenazi Jew from Buchau in Württemberg. Hermann had been academically gifted and showed a strong ability in the field of applied mathematics when studying in Stuttgart, the capital of Württemberg, in his youth. However, the Einstein family were not wealthy, and he was forced to abandon his studies and went to work in the feather bed shop run by his cousins, Moses and Hermann Levy, in Ulm in the 1870s. Albert's mother was Paulina Koch, a member of a family of German Jews who had developed extensive connections as purveyors and merchants in Württemberg. She married Hermann Einstein in 1876, and Albert was their first child. A daughter, Maya, or Maria Einstein, was born 2 years later, in 1881. Albert's youth was dictated to a considerable extent by his father's business dealings. When he was still an infant, Hermann Einstein, following the business advice of his brother Jakob, decided to move the family to Munich, the largest city in some 170 kilometers to the east of Ulm. This occurred in 1880, as Jakob and Hermann sought to establish Einstein & Co. as an electrical engineering company in Munich, just as the great age of electrification was about to begin sweeping the Western world. There, Albert was enrolled in a Catholic elementary school, before being transferred to the Luitpold Gymnasium in Munich in 1887. Albert remained there until 1894, but at that stage, the Einsteins were once again uprooted when Hermann and Jakob failed to secure a contract to begin the electrification of Munich. Instead, they headed for northern Italy, settling first in Milan and then in Pavia. Albert briefly remained in Munich to continue these, but after several months became disillusioned with the strict rote learning on offer at the gymnasium, and convinced both his parents and the school authorities to let him leave to join them in Italy. Albert continued his education in Italy from 1894 onwards. He was already showing distinct signs of a precocious ability as a scientist and mathematician, although his father desired for him to take a more keen interest in applied engineering, and so follow him into the family business. In Munich in the summer of 1891, he had taught himself algebra and the advanced geometry of the ancient Greek mathematician Euclid. A family tutor by the name of Max Talmud, who excelled himself in the fields of optometry and ophthalmology, was employed by the Einsteins to teach young Albert advanced mathematics and scientific principles, but he soon found his charge was becoming more knowledgeable than he himself was when it came to subjects such as calculus, algebra, and nor was he a prodigy who was solely interested in scientific and mathematical topics. As he entered his teenage years, he was also reading widely of some of the most advanced philosophical writers of the 18th and 19th centuries, notably the German Enlightenment philosopher Immanuel Kant. Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, first published in 1781, and offering one of the most analytical discussions of metaphysics, the study of the nature of reality, is one of the densest philosophical tracts ever written. Yet Albert seemed to understand it clearly at age 14, something which bewildered his tutor. Young Einstein's abilities did not go unnoticed by his teachers, tutor, and parents. Thus, shortly after he arrived in Pavia, and following his 16th birthday, he was sent to take the entrance exams at the Swiss Federal Polytechnic School in the city of Zurich, an advanced school of science, mathematics, and engineering. Although he scored high on the technical exams, Albert was not admitted at this time, in part owing to his youth. The following year, he passed the Swiss Matura, an equivalency exam in the country for those who had not gone through the formal schooling process within Switzerland, but wished to complete the secondary education curriculum there. Earlier that year, he had also renounced his German citizenship to avoid being called up for the required military service expected of all young men in the country. Thus it was that, as a stateless individual, he finally entered the Polytechnic School in Zurich in the autumn of 1896, age 17. There he would study physics and mathematics, the two subjects which he had demonstrated a prodigious ability in since he was a child. He would remain there for 4 years, eventually acquiring a diploma in 1900. Einstein's years in Zurich were those in which his research interests began to emerge in a fully formed state. He was becoming an eclectic scientist, one who might broadly be categorized as a physicist, but whose area of expertise covered a wide range of topics, such as the discovery of an accurate way to measure the dimensions of tiny molecules, a field of endeavor belonging to quantum mechanics, the broad science of describing the physical properties of nature at the atomic and subatomic level. Additionally, he was concerned to measure how light moves. At the time he was beginning to conduct complex research into this subject in turn-of-the-century Zurich, the prevailing view amongst European and North American scientists was that light traveled exclusively in wave patterns. As would become clear in the years that followed, Einstein doubted this theory and believed a further layer of complexity existed within the mechanism whereby light traveled. These and other aspects of advanced physics were at the heart of Einstein's research in his mid-20s. They formed the core of his doctoral thesis, which he was studying for part-time throughout the early 1900s, and which he completed in 1905 in Zurich, entitled A New Determination of Molecular Dimensions. His research in the early 1900s was evidently aided by Mileva Maric, a young Serbian mathematician and physicist who had begun attending the Polytechnic School in Zurich around the same time that Einstein had first been granted teaching hours there after finishing top of the class in 1899. Maric was one of only 2 female students attending there at the time. She and Einstein were soon involved in a relationship with each other, and it is now assumed that she contributed to his research, though the exact degree to which she did so is unclear. In any event, her own research was interrupted in the summer of 1901 when she fell pregnant. Maric and Einstein were not yet married by then, and this was a time when having a child out of wedlock was still considered a social scandal. It appears that Mileva returned to her native Serbia to have the child, who was called Liesel in their correspondence after her birth. What happened to her thereafter is unclear. Some sources believe she died from scarlet fever in 1903, but others suggest she was put up for adoption in Serbia. It seems more likely that she died as Maric and Einstein had married in January 1903. They would go on to have 2 further children, a boy, Hans Albert, born in the summer of 1904, and another son, Edward, in 1910. It may seem peculiar in retrospect, but Albert did not immediately find it easy to find a teaching position upon completing his diploma in Zurich in 1900. He spent the next year and a half trying in vain to acquire a junior-level lecturing and research position in a Central European university, but to no avail. In the meantime, he acquired Swiss citizenship in 1901, finally acquiring statehood after half a decade of theoretically being without a national affiliation. With Swiss citizenship in hand, a friend and associate from the Polytechnic in Zurich, Max Grossmann, enlisted the aid of his father to get Einstein a post at the Swiss Patent Office in the capital Bern. Here, Einstein worked as a patent assistant examiner. What this effectively meant was that Albert was tasked with assessing the merits of various inventions and devices, which were brought before the patent office by individuals who wanted to have their intellectual ownership of their invention recognized, to ensure credit for the device was given to them and they could benefit financially. Einstein worked there for the next several years. Beyond serving to support his young family, his work focused on many different devices involving electrical conduction and mechanics, and it has been posited that this impacted on Einstein's own research during his formative years. The manner in which Einstein burst forth from almost complete obscurity within the developed world's scientific community to become one of Europe's paramount physicists in the mid-1900s is one of the strangest stories in the history of science. While he was completing his doctoral studies and working in the patent office in Bern in the first half of the 1900s, Einstein was working on a series of papers for publication in the pages of Annalen der Physik, one of the world's leading academic journals for the study of physics, which had been published in Germany from 1799 onwards. This eventually resulted in 4 separate research papers, which were all published in the journal in 1905. Individually, they made major contributions to various fields within the study of physics. Collectively, they have been deemed to represent a revolutionizing of humanity's conception of the molecular and atomic dimensions of the natural world and the development of modern physics. Consequently, 1905 is usually referred to by biographers of Western science as the Annus Mirabilis, or miracle year, of Einstein's career. The first of Einstein's 4 papers of 1905 was entitled On a Heuristic Viewpoint Concerning the Production and Transformation of Light, and was published on the 9th of June. This explained what is known as the photoelectric effect for the first time. The photoelectric effect is where electrons are emitted when electromagnetic radiation, such as light, hits off a material or substance. The electrons which are emitted during such a process are called photoelectrons. Up until 1905, when Einstein described this photoelectric effect, the prevailing view amongst physicists was that light traveled much like a wave in the ocean. But Einstein explained that the photoelectric effect meant that light also traveled in what he termed to be a finite number of energy quanta, which moved without dividing, and which could only be absorbed or jetted. This not only explained the unknown about the nature of light and electrons, but had fundamental implications for understanding how light of a certain frequency could bring sufficient energy into play to liberate an electron. This built on work conducted by physicists such as Max Planck in previous years, but Einstein's paper added extensive new details on how energy and light interacted through the photoelectric effect. This had major implications for practical applied physics, and many years later, this discovery would be directly cited when Einstein was awarded the Nobel Prize for Physics, although it was not until the mid-1920s that his findings were fully accepted amongst physicists. Just 6 weeks after this first paper appeared, Einstein's second paper of 1905, entitled On the Motion of Small Particles Suspended in a Stationary Liquid, as required by the molecular kinetic theory of heat, was published in Annalen der Physik on the 18th of July. Prior to Einstein's paper, there was no accurate way of measuring the dimensions of molecules, but several scientists in the 19th century, such as John Dalton, had noted that chemical substances tended to combine together or break down in weighted proportions, which suggested that they were all made from an as yet unidentified physical molecule that was common to all things. These unitary molecules are known as atoms today, after a word which had been coined by ancient Greek philosophers of the 6th century BC, who were themselves seeking to understand the nature of existence 2.5 millennia before Einstein's time. Second 1905 paper showed how these atoms could be measured more comprehensively by using what was termed Brownian motion, whereby particles, in this case pollen, were suspended in a water solution. Einstein's paper, along with a corroborating study produced by the French physicist Jean Perrin in 1908, demonstrated unequivocally that atoms and molecules were real entities, which were the building blocks of existence. Thus, this second paper of 1905 was a major contribution to humanity's acceptance of the existence of atoms and molecules and the emergence of atomic theory as the basis of much of 20th century physics. Einstein's third appearance later on the 26th of 1905. This was entitled On the Electrodynamics of Moving Bodies and focused on the issue of special relativity. This sought to reconcile an equation which the Scottish mathematician and scientist James Clerk Maxwell had devised in the early 1860s regarding electricity and magnetism. Maxwell's equations led to difficulties in how physicists should understand mechanics which occurred close to the speed of light. In response to this problem, Einstein outlined his special theory of relativity, or special relativity, in his 1905 paper. This stated that the speed of light is the same for all observers regardless of the motion of the light source or the observer of the light source. This opposed the idea postulated over 2 centuries earlier by Isaac Newton, which held that the speed of light is not fixed. Moreover, Einstein's special theory of relativity correctly assumed that when two objects are concerning light, there's no true way of knowing which is in motion and which is not. Einstein had come to this realization while traveling in a streetcar in Bern in the early summer of 1905 and looking at the clock tower in the center of the city. He realized that if his car suddenly started traveling at the speed of light, the clock arms on the clock tower would suddenly appear as though they had stopped. But the clock inside the streetcar would continue to move around as though nothing had happened, because both Einstein and the clock in the streetcar were traveling at the same velocity. Therefore, the speed of movement was relative. If the streetcar had suddenly accelerated to the speed of light, it would not mean that the clock tower had stopped, only that it appeared to have done so relative to the speed which the streetcar was now traveling at. This was the special theory of relativity at work. Einstein's fourth and final paper of his Annus Mirabilis was published on the 21st of November and was entitled, Does the Inertia of a Body Depend upon its Energy Context? Few have heard of that title today, but a great many are familiar with the equation which Einstein pioneered in the paper, E equals mc squared. In brief, what this means is that the energy of a body at rest, defined as E, is equal to its mass, or m, multiplied by the speed of light, the c of the equation, squared. This equivalency equation showed that a massive particle possesses an energy, or rest energy, which is distinct from the kinetic energy of a particle. This would come to be known as the mass-energy equivalence, and highlights how the rest energy of a particle, such as the nucleus of an atom, could be so massive as to result in an enormous amount of light and thermal energy being released if the particle was disturbed sufficiently. As we will see, the practical application of this equation was to have devastating consequences in later decades, and Einstein later grew to regret this aspect of his research. Einstein's 4 papers published during 1905 did not simply constitute breakthroughs in the confined world of academic theoretical physics. His research shaped the application of science to the modern world in the decades that followed. For instance, when you walk up to an automatic door today and it opens in front of you, this is because the sensors used in the doorway react when the photons in the light beams they emit are obstructed, in this case, by a moving person. The sensor then tells the door to open. Einstein first explained how photons work. Solar-powered calculators and streetlights that automatically turn on when it gets dark, amongst other innovations, also emerged from his work on light. The special theory of relativity helped lead to the development of global positioning systems, or GPS, over time. Thus, when you switch on Google Maps, it is effectively functioning based partly on research which Einstein published in his Annus Mirabilis papers. And when a nuclear power plant creates massive amounts of energy by harnessing the energy in the nucleus of an atom, they are doing so based on Einstein's discoveries concerning energy and mass equivalence as contained in the equation E equals mc squared. Einstein's groundbreaking research findings, published in 1905, soon came to the attention of the European scientific community, though at a time when people were still reliant on the circulation of hard copies of academic journals and word of mouth for research to be disseminated. It took a few years for the import of his findings to become clear across Europe. As they did, they transformed his career. By 1908, he gained a teaching post at the University of Bern and was able to leave his position at the patent office. The following year, he was appointed to a new chair of theoretical physics, which had been created at the University of Zurich. He remained there for the next 2 years. During this time, he continued to refine some of the points he had made in his 1905 papers, while also moving on to begin developing the theory of general relativity. As an offshoot of his work on special relativity, the theory of generals from the warping of space-time by those two masses. This research made major initial contributions to the science of black holes and other mass objects within the universe. In 1911, Einstein left Switzerland after over 15 years there to take up a new position which had been offered to him at the University in Prague, the oldest university in what is now Czechia. Was then a constituent part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. In tandem, he was offered Austrian citizenship. Although he spent just over a year there, he published upwards of a dozen papers on topics such as the mathematics of radiation, quantum theory, and gravitation. Before long, a new offer pulled him back to Switzerland. This was an invitation to teach at his old alma mater, the Polytechnic School in Zurich. He was there by the summer of 1912 and would spend the next year lecturing to classes who were increasingly familiar with the growing fame of the German physicist, also researching problems on gravitation and molecular heat. Much of this latter work was in conjunction with Marcel Grossmann, the Swiss colleague who had attended the Polytechnic with Einstein in the late 1890s and whose family had aided him in acquiring his early position at the Bern Patent Office. In the spring of 1913, less than a year after taking up his position in Zurich, Einstein was visited in Switzerland by Max Planck and Walter Nernst, two of the foremost scientists of the age. Both worked in Berlin and had come to Zurich to convince Einstein to land of his birth to take up a position at the University of Berlin. The post came with automatic membership of the Prussian Academy, as well as his appointment as director of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Physics. This would allow Einstein to concentrate on Elsa, who lived in Germany and whom Einstein had begun corresponding with frequently since the spring of 1912. Thus, early in 1914, Albert made the move to the German capital, his first move at first with their two sons, but she was immediately unhappy in Berlin and sensed Albert was growing closer to his cousin, and soon decided to return to Zurich with their children. They remained separated until 1919, when they finally divorced, at which time Einstein married Elsa. By then, both she and Albert were in their 40s, and this second marriage of Einstein's did not result in any of the children, though Albert became stepfather to Elsa's two daughters from previous marriage. Einstein's arrival in Berlin was immediately interrupted by the outbreak of the First World War. For years, tensions had been building between the major European powers over issues as disparate as colonial rivalry in Africa, the vacuum left by the collapse of Ottoman power in the Balkans, and the naval race between Britain and Germany. These all coalesced in the summer of 1914 into the outbreak of a pan-European war, which soon became a worldwide conflict. When it erupted, and Germany's invasion of neutral Belgium as a means of striking quickly at drew widespread international condemnation, a document entitled Manifesto of the 93, addressed to the civilized world, was soon being circulated in Germany. The move was led by figures like Adolf von Baer, the 90 Nobel Prize in Chemistry, and Paul Ehrlich, the 1908 recipient of the Nobel Prize in Medicine for his pioneering work in chemotherapy. Einstein, who was a lifelong pacifist, refused to stand with several others. Manifesto that Europe's sense of common culture could be harnessed to bring the war to a swift end. Unfortunately, their hopes were not met, and the war was to drag on for 4 more years of interminable conflict, followed by years more of revolution and civil war across much of the continent. Despite the ongoing war, Einstein was able to commence new research in a concerted manner in Berlin from 1915 onwards as the initial shock of the outbreak of the war lessened. However, it was not until 1917 that the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute was finally established in Berlin, with Einstein as its first director. Funding and administrative delays brought by the war effort had delayed its inception. He would serve as head of the institute for the next 16 years. Meanwhile, in 1916, he was admitted as a member of the German Physical Society, which had been established in 1845, and is the world's oldest major academic body of physicists. Foreign honours would also follow in the years ahead, including membership of the Royal Netherlands Academy of Arts and Sciences in 1920, and admittance as a foreign member in 1921 to the Royal Society, arguably the world's most prestigious scientific society, and one which dated 1860, when it was founded in London. Such honours aside, Einstein continued to break new ground in his research in the mid-1910s. For instance, in 1916, he hypothesized the existence of gravitational waves, which are effectively curvature of space-time. These could not be detected using the instrumentation available in the early 20th century, but in 2016, a century after Einstein predicted their existence, they were finally confirmed by American scientists. He was also beginning to theorize the existence of what we now know to be black holes, points in space where gravity is so strong that neither light nor particles can effectively escape from them, and which distort space and time. As with so much else, his work on black holes was pioneering and paved the way for many of his successors to produce detailed accounts of the building blocks of the universe later in the 20th century. He could, however, be mistaken too. He began working on what he termed the cosmological, a theory which supposed the existence of a static universe. Many years later, when the American astronomer Edwin Hubble discovered the recession of nebulae in the universe, Einstein realized his earlier theory of the cosmological constant was incorrect, and referred to his, quote, biggest blunder throughout his career. His other great research project of the war years, though, was far from a blunder. Einstein had been working on the concept of relativity for over a decade. Special relativity was the subject of one of his acclaimed papers of 1905. Yet it was not until the mid-1910s that he began finalizing his research on the subject of general relativity. The general theory of relativity outlined the geometric theory of gravitation. This moved far beyond ideas concerning gravity to explain gravitational pull, and the full complexity applies to the universe, and not just individual planets. Going debate as to who actually arrived at the general theory of relativity first, as his contemporary, the German mathematician David Hilbert, essentially arrived at nearly identical conclusions as Einstein did in the mid-1910s. As with Charles Darwin and Alfred Russel Wallace, who both broadly developed the theory of natural selection at the same time, in the mid-19th century, Einstein and Hilbert were in communication with each other, and Einstein had visited the University of Göttingen, where Hilbert was 15, to present lectures on his own findings. What seems relatively clear is that Einstein and Hilbert influenced each other sufficiently that they both arrived at the same conclusions concerning general relativity within days of each other in the winter of 1915. In late 1918, Europe and the wider world began to emerge from the grip of the First World War, although in some countries such as Russia, Hungary, Turkey, and Ireland, the end of the war saw the commencement of bitter civil wars, which eclipsed anything that those countries had seen during the war itself. Yet, with the resumption of some form of normal life, academic discourse resumed fully, and research began to be disseminated while Einstein and Hilbert's work on the general theory of relativity reached a wider audience within the community of Europe and America's physicists. As it did, there was an increasing appreciation of how groundbreaking their studies were. Then, in the summer of 1919, the theory was confirmed as being accurate by Sir Arthur Eddington, an English astronomer and mathematician during a solar eclipse. This time, the popular newspapers picked up the story, proclaiming that Einstein's theory had overthrown the model of the universe developed by Isaac Newton nearly 250 years earlier. Given all of this, it is perhaps unsurprising that he won. The Nobel Foundation in Stockholm decided to award Einstein the Nobel Prize for Physics. They specifically cited his work to electric effect in his paper from 1905 in the award designation, but it could just as easily have been awarded for a wide range of research findings over the previous 15 or so years. Receipt of the Nobel Prize in 1921 and the opening up of the world during the boom time years of the 1920s after years of war and social discord saw Einstein and Elsa, whom he had just recently married, decide to travel internationally. In early April 1921, they sailed into New York City, where the couple were greeted by the mayor, John Francis Hylan, and a delegation of some of the most senior members of the city's Jewish community. Weeks of lectures and receptions followed, notably at Columbia University in New York and Princeton University in New Jersey. Later that month, Einstein met President Warren Harding in the White House. Afterwards, they left for a Pacific voyage to the Empire of Japan, and then onwards to Singapore and India before reaching the Middle East. There, Einstein visited Palestine, which had become subject to a British mandate following the end of the First World War, and where the Jewish Zionist movement was attempting to establish a new state for the world's Jews after centuries of being scattered around the globe. Afterwards, he returned to Germany, but the 1921 to 1922 trip was the beginning of a pattern of significant trips to different parts of the world. For instance, in 1925 he visited South America, spending weeks in Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil, countries which were booming economically and socially in the early 20th century, and where Einstein was revered within the academic community. In the mid-1920s, Einstein became involved in a scientific debate which was widely reported on at the time. This was between himself and Niels Bohr, a Danish physicist who had won the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1922, 12 months after Einstein had been awarded the same honor. Building between Einstein and Bohr throughout the 1920s over their differing interpretations of quantum theory. Much of this centered on Bohr's refusal to believe that photons, which Einstein had first theorized the existence of in 1905, were real. He did not accept that they did exist until 1925.
And it's going to do whatever it wants to do. It's going to have its way with you. And it's just going to leave you in the dust.
And 1925, but culminated in a famous academic disputation in 1927 at the 5th Solvay Conference at the International Solvay Institutes of Physics and Chemistry in Brussels. Here, Bohr and Einstein continued their debate, with both figures arguing points which eventually proved to be accurate. However, beyond the theoretical arguments, the conference is noteworthy for the number of the world's most accomplished physicists it drew together. 17 of the 29 attendees had already or later received Nobel Prize awards, while Einstein and Bohr were joined by figures including Marie Curie, Werner Heisenberg, and Erwin Schrödinger. It points to the sheer level of brilliance of the scientific community in the interwar period. The late 1920s also saw Einstein reconceptualizing his own theories of the universe. This was in response to the discovery by the American astronomer of the recession of the nebulae, or what is now termed Hubble's law. This states that galaxies are moving away from Earth at speeds which are proportionate to the distance they are from the Milky Way. These speeds are always faster, meaning that the further a cosmic body is from the Earth, the faster it will move away from the Earth. These findings, which were made public in 1929, required Einstein to abandon his current theory of the universe at that time, which was known as the cosmological constant, which supposed that the universe was largely static in the way that it expanded. That is, that the cosmos had been expanding since the Big Bang at a relatively constant speed. Hubble's discoveries forced Einstein to re-evaluate his hypothesis, as it was now clear that the universe was expanding at an ever greater speed. Hubble's discovery was also partly responsible for Einstein's decision to embark on a new journey to the United States in December 1930. He wanted to meet Hubble and thank him for his research, which he duly did in 1931. However, the trip is generally more remembered for Einstein's visit to California, where the ostensible purpose of the voyage was to take up a 2-month visiting fellowship at the California Institute of Technology, better known as Caltech today. During this sojourn, Einstein ominously noted that science had as much and perhaps a greater capacity to do harm than to do good within human society, a reference no doubt to the increasing use of technology in warfare, an issue the pacifist Einstein found abhorrent. This same aversion to the growing militarism of the 1930s led Einstein to have an affinity with the novelist Upton Sinclair and the actor Charlie Chaplin, both of whom he met in Los Angeles during his visit, and who were both publicly affirmed pacifists themselves. Einstein's growing friendship with Chaplin led him to attend the premiere of his new film, City Lights, a silent film which was significant in establishing the romantic comedy genre in American movies. When Albert and Elsa Einstein entered the cinema with Chaplin, Einstein was cheered with the same regard a Hollywood icon could obtain. It was also the beginnings of a long friendship with Chaplin, which saw the actor visit Einstein's Berlin apartment shortly afterwards, and Einstein renewed their acquaintance when he himself returned again to America early in 1933. While Einstein had been holding his positions in Germany and traveling widely in the 1920s and early 1930s, as his fame and accomplishments increased, the political environment back in his native Germany was changing for the worse. Germany had been mired in political chaos in the aftermath of the First World War, but from 1923 onwards had entered into a period of pronounced prosperity and instability. That was shattered late in 1929, when the stock markets on Wall Street in New York City crashed and a massive economic depression set in across the developed world. In Germany, as millions lost their jobs and their economic security, a huge proportion of the population turned in national elections to the rabidly anti-Semitic National Socialist German Workers' Party, or Nazis, under their leader Adolf Hitler. In Reichstag 1932, they became the largest political party in Germany, and in the first months of 1933, Hitler became Chancellor of the country. Within weeks, the party effectively turned Germany into a one-party fascist state. This was extremely ominous for the country's Jewish population and individuals like Einstein. In the United States, he decided not to return to Germany, and instead the Einsteins settled in America after a brief visit to Antwerp in Belgium, where Albert handed his German passport into the citizenship. In Berlin, the Nazis had already searched his apartment twice on account of his Jewish heritage, and over the next year academics such as himself were forced out of their positions across Germany. In the United States, following his decision to seek permanent residence there in 1933, Einstein quickly acquired a position at the Institute for Advanced Studies at Princeton University in New Jersey. It was the institute institution which he would spend the longest portion of his career. Barring a directorship at Brandeis University in Massachusetts in the mid-1940s, Einstein was primarily associated with Princeton for the remainder of his life. In the mid to late 1930s, Einstein undertook some further notable work here on the east coast of America. A particularly significant engagement resulted from collaboration with Nathan Rosen, a Jewish-American physicist. Together, Einstein and Rosen produced a model of what a wormhole might look like. Wormholes are theoretical structures which might connect disparate points in space-time together. At the time that Einstein and Rosen produced their theoretical wormhole bridge, they were a relatively novel concept, but they have latterly come to form a fundamental aspect of theoretical writings on space travel. In due course, they became a mainstay of science fiction writing from the middle of the 20th century onwards. While Einstein was teaching in the United States in the 1930s, developments were occurring back in his homeland of Germany, which would soon have global implications. Following their initial rise to power in 1933, the Nazis had made clear their intent to overturn the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, which had brought the First World War to an end. In the mid-1930s, they began rearming Germany, recruiting hundreds of thousands of soldiers into the military and building thousands of tanks, fighter planes, and bombers. Then, beginning in the spring of 1938, the Nazis used diplomatic coercion to seize territory from its other neighbors such as Czechoslovakia. When Hitler then invaded Poland in September 1939, Britain and France determined that they could no longer appease them and declared war on Germany. In the immediate term, the government of President Franklin Delano Roosevelt did not have public support for American involvement in what was deemed within the US to be a European war, which it should not involve itself in. However, when Germany's ally, the Empire of Japan, attacked the US Pacific Fleet at rest in Pearl Harbor in Hawaii in December 1941, the United States also entered the Second World War. More than any war in human history, it was one which would be shaped by scientific innovation. Despite his pacifism, Einstein was soon involved in correspondence with the US government concerning the growing conflict. Indeed, this had commenced weeks before the war erupted in Europe. Early in 1939, European physicists had discovered nuclear fission using uranium. With this discovery, the theoretical possibility of developing a nuclear bomb of some kind moved ever closer. A number of European physicists, foremost amongst which was the Hungarian Leo Szilard, realized exactly how possible it now was that a dedicated research team could develop a nuclear warhead. This deeply worried many European scientists, as many of the continent's leading physicists worked in Germany and could be co-opted into helping the Nazis develop a nuclear weapon, one which Hitler and his accomplices would have little compunctions about using as a conventional weapon of war, despite its absolutely cataclysmic capacity for the loss of human life. Consequently, Szilard and two fellow Hungarian physicists, Edward Teller and Eugene Wigner, composed a letter to the US government warning of the risks of the Nazis developing a nuclear weapon before any other state. They sent this to America, where Einstein appended his signature to it before it was sent to the administration of President Roosevelt. What has become known as the Einstein-Szilard letter was influential in the months that followed in the US initiating it to develop a nuclear weapon. Manhattan Project, the US government's program to develop a nuclear weapon, was initiated on a piecemeal basis late in 1939, just weeks after the receipt of the Einstein-Szilard letter. This ran enormously against Einstein's own pacifist inclinations, though the possibility of the Nazis acquiring such a weapon before the US had forced him into warning the government of the dangers of this occurring. This aside, he viewed war of any kind as a disease which should be resisted by all of civil society in the modern world. Accordingly, he did not play a role in the Manhattan Project itself. Rather, it was led by Robert Oppenheimer, an American theoretical physicist. Though its activities were limited between 1939 and 1941, once the United States entered the war in December 1941, funding and resources increased enormously. Particularly so, as it became increasingly apparent that the Nazis were, in fact, trying to develop superweapons such as a nuclear bomb at various installations in Europe, notably in Norway, where what is known as heavy water was being produced, a form of hydrogen with different nuclear properties which could conceivably be used to manufacture a nuclear weapon. The research here, though, was slow and was scuppered on numerous occasions by sabotage missions launched by British Special Forces and Free Norwegian fighters. By that time, the Manhattan Project was employing upwards of 130,000 people in the United States, and a nuclear reactor had been demonstrated in Chicago as early as 1942. Eventually, in mid-July 1945, the world's first nuclear device was detonated in the desert of New Mexico. By the time the first nuclear weapon was detonated, the Second World War had already been over in Europe for several weeks. However, because of the agreed Allied policy of leaving the conclusion of the war in the Pacific against the Iran until after Nazi Germany had been defeated, the conflict was still raging then. The administration decided to use the nuke, but doing so would ultimately save over 1 million lives if it forced Japan to surrender quickly. Thus, on the 6th of August 1945, the first nuclear weapon used in warfare was dropped on the city of Hiroshima, killing upwards of 75,000 people on the first day, and a further 60,000 or so in the months that followed from radiation sickness. 3 days later, a second nuclear device of a slightly different kind was dropped on the city of Nagasaki, killing upwards of 80,000 people across the initial destruction zone, and as a result of the after effects, Japan did quickly surrender, but Einstein was appalled by the ferocity of the attacks and the fallout from them. Shortly after the bombings, he declared that the time has come now when man must give up war. It is no longer rational to solve international problems by resorting to war. He subsequently expressed his regret that his research on the molecular structure of the world and the concept of mass energy and equivalence, which he had first published in 1905, had contributed towards the development of nuclear weapons. The post-war years saw Einstein continue to research and publish, though by then he was nearing his 70s and the pressures of his public profile and some health concerns restricted how much he could accomplish. Nevertheless, at Princeton in the late 1940s, he developed what he referred to as his unified field theory, findings which he published in Scientific American in 1950 as On the Generalized Theory of Gravitation. This unified field theory sought to develop a single, unified theoretical framework which could be used to understand the fundamental forces of nature and the universe. Efforts had been undertaken by many physicists throughout the first half of the 20th century to develop such a unified theory, but none had met with acceptance across the academic community. Einstein's theory attempted to incorporate elements of his work on general relativity, electromagnetism, and gravity, and proposed a single origin for the entire set of physical laws, one which could unify forces such as gravitation, electromagnetic forces, and even the curvature of space-time, with which much of Einstein's work in the 1930s had been concerned. Ultimately, his work and that of others in developing such a unified theory were unsuccessful, but his research in this respect is nevertheless regarded as being consequential in the further development of differential geometry, the study of the geometry of smooth shapes and surfaces, particularly as they apply to space. The years following the end of the Second World War in America also saw Einstein acquire a form of celebrity within mainstream society, which was largely unprecedented for a theoretical physicist. In many ways, this went back all the way to the early 1920s and Einstein's first arrival in New York City. His theory of relativity had just been confirmed by other scientists, changing our fundamental understanding of the universe, while Einstein was the recipient of the Nobel Prize. The New York Times had run a story in December 1919 proclaiming that Einstein had, quote, destroyed space and time through his research findings. Here was the most fundamental overhaul of human thought since Charles Darwin's theory of natural selection a half a century earlier. But Einstein's work was greeted with applause, whereas Darwin's had been viewed as sacrilegious. His associations with figures like Charlie Chaplin in Hollywood and his increasingly iconic physical appearance all made him a more identifiable figure in the years that followed. Most tellingly, by the 1940s, it was becoming apparent how Einstein's revolutionary ideas were changing society and the world in practical ways, not just from the perspective of theoretical physics. As all of this occurred, he became a figure as fated within American society as Stephen Hawking later would be in the second half of the 20th century, or figures like James Lovelock and Richard Dawkins in the early 21st century. By the time his working life came to an end, Einstein's written and published output was enormous. Though it may seem unusual to many, Einstein's primary academic output was in the shape of papers in academic journals, of which there were nearly 300 over a span of 55 years, rather than books. This was and remains the primary means of communicating research for academics working in the hard sciences. Such books as Einstein authored, of which there were over a dozen, were generally reproductions of work he had already published as academic papers, the idea being to tie together his existing work on general relativity and other topics, or to try to make the material more accessible to a general audience. Some of these were used as advanced undergraduate and postgraduate textbooks for students of theoretical physics for years to come in universities. Additionally, translations were made into multiple languages, ensuring that Einstein's work was accessible in dozens of countries by the middle of the 20th century. Beyond this academic output, Einstein was a voracious correspondent, and at the Albert Einstein Archives at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, there are over 3,500 pages of his private correspondence, dating from 1912 to 1955. He also wrote widely on various political, philosophical, religious, and humanitarian issues. Unsurprisingly, collected editions of Einstein's work, correspondence, and other writings, such as those published since the late 1980s by the Academic Press of Princeton University, the university where Albert spent nearly all of his career in the United States, have stretched into dozens of lengthy volumes. The individual who produced this enormous body of work was, despite his brilliance and celebrity, a resoundingly modest individual. He once proclaimed of himself, quote, "I have no special talents. I am only passionately curious." He never acquired the trappings of wealth or fame, and indeed visitors to his home in Berlin in the 1920s or America in the post-1933 period were generally struck by the modesty of the abode, where the most lavish adornment was usually a piano so that Einstein could play the classical music he loved. His family life, it must be admitted, was difficult. His two biological sons went to live with their mother after she and Albert separated in 1914, and thereafter their relationship was somewhat distant. Hans later immigrated to the United States in 1938, where they reconnected. But Edward remained in Europe, and despite maintaining a correspondence with his father, never saw him again after Albert left for America in the early 1930s. Edward later developed psychiatric problems and was institutionalized in Zurich. Albert's marriage to Elsa was also strained long before her death in New Jersey in 1936, and it has been widely speculated that Einstein retreated into his scientific inquiries at times as a substitute for his own weaknesses when it came to emotional relationships. Politically, he was humane, holding a lifelong aversion to violence and war. He deeply admired Mahatma Gandhi and his non-violent opposition to British rule in India, and the two became correspondents. Over time, his political views moved towards a criticism of capitalism and advocacy of socialism, while he also wrote on numerous occasions about the desire for a system of global government and an end to competition between nation-states. He held positive views of the United States, deeming the country to be a meritocracy, but the FBI had developed a dossier on him before he ever fully relocated to America from Europe, and by the mid-1950s it ran to over 1,400 pages. a not wholly unusual development for a former German and an academic in post-war America. An intrinsic part of Einstein's character was his Jewish heritage, though he himself was a professed agnostic and viewed the Bible as a collection of primitive legends. His Jewish heritage also shaped his life from the 1930s onwards, as it saw him relocate to the United States in the face of the Nazi threat. Einstein also became noted in his later years for his support for Zionism and the State of Israel. He had visited Palestine back in the 1920s when it was being governed as a British mandate in the aftermath of the First World War. At that time, hundreds of thousands of Jews were already living in or migrating to the region, with the goal of reforming a Jewish state after nearly 2,000 years of being dispersed around the world. In 1925, Einstein agreed to be listed amongst the first Board of Governors of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem when it was established that year. Then, in the aftermath of the Second World War, hundreds of thousands of Europe's Jews who had survived the Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazis during the Second World War headed for the Holy Land. When the British mandate there expired in March 1948, the Jewish people declared a new state of Israel for the Jewish people in the Levant. In 1952, Einstein was offered the ceremonial position of president of the country, though he declined on account of his age and inability to leave the United States at that stage. Einstein remained supportive of the Zionist movement until his death, but one wonders what the pacifist in him would have made of the Israeli state as it descended into interminable warfare with its Muslim neighbors from the Suez Crisis of 1956 onwards. By the time Israel entered into the Suez Crisis or the Second Arab-Israeli War against its southern neighbor Egypt in 1956, Einstein had died. Shortly after the end of the Second World War, he had begun to suffer from an abdominal aortic aneurysm, an enlargement of the abdominal aorta, the largest artery in the abdomen. It can become blocked, much like any other part of the circulatory system, owing to high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and smoking. Einstein had the issue operated on successfully in 1948 by reinforcing the aorta wall, but despite improving his lifestyle, including adopting a vegetarian diet, the problem resurfaced again early in 1955 when the aorta ruptured, causing internal bleeding. He was admitted to hospital on the 17th of April, but refused emergency surgery to try to intervene to stop the bleeding, proclaiming philosophically that it was best to meet death with dignity when one's time had come. He died the following day on the 18th of April 1955 at 76 years of age. The surgeon who carried out his autopsy afterwards removed Einstein's brain for scientific study, though this was done without the permission of his family. It was subsequently dissected, and the remains of it are today found in the National Museum of Health and Medicine in Washington, D.C., while some sections were put on display in the Mutter Museum in Philadelphia in 2013. It has been suggested that the abnormal number of glial cells in his brain might account for Einstein's inordinate aptitude for mathematical equations. His body was cremated shortly after his death in New Jersey, and his ashes were modestly scattered at an undisclosed location. Albert Einstein was one of the most influential thinkers in the history of science. So significant were his findings in his research over a span of half a century that his surname has become synonymous with elevated intelligence. Perhaps what is most unusual about this is that it all sprang from relatively humble beginnings. In the 1890s, he was effectively an international nomad when he was still a teenager and young man, moving between his native Germany, Italy, and Switzerland as his parents tried to balance their financial and business situation with their awareness of their son's precocious abilities as a mathematician and physicist. His time at the Polytechnic School in Zurich provided some stability, but Central Europe's universities saw fit not to hire him when he completed his initial studies there, and instead he spent several years working in the Swiss Patent Office in Bern. It was here, while evaluating inventions during the day and starting a young family, that he began working on some of the most significant research in the field of physics ever undertaken. The result, in the Annus Mirabilis of 1905, were 4 groundbreaking studies which revolutionized humanity's understanding of the nature of the universe, at once revealing the existence of photons and the nuclear and atomic building blocks of existence. 1905 changed everything. In the years that followed, Einstein was promoted year on year to ever more significant academic positions, until he eventually reached the peak of European academia in Berlin, just as the First World War broke out. In the midst of that calamitous conflict, he developed the general theory of relativity. In 1921, he was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics for his work, though more accolades followed in the decades ahead. What is perhaps most notable about Einstein's career, however, from the 1920s onwards, is the public profile he developed. Visits to the United States, South America, across Europe, and the Middle East allowed him to advocate on behalf of a number of causes. The most significant was his ringing of the alarm bells about the threat posed by Nazi Germany from 1933 onwards. Indeed, he immediately renounced his German citizenship when Hitler seized power and moved to the United States. There, he continued to note the dangers posed by the possibility of the Nazis acquiring a nuclear weapon. However, it was a double-edged sword for Einstein, the pacifist, for the cost of seeing Nazi Germany defeated in the nuclear race was seeing the US drop its own atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. In the aftermath of the war, he used his position to advocate on behalf of a state for the Jewish people in the Middle East following the Holocaust. When he died in 1955, he was the most acclaimed scientist in the world, one who ultimately influenced the entire fields of physics, mathematics, and cosmology in the modern era. The history of the 20th century might well have been significantly different had it not been for Einstein. What do you think of Albert Einstein? Was he the most revolutionary intellectual in modern history? And what might explain his inordinate intellect? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
Welcome to the most guests. Myself, over there yesterday, under the weather, I had a little bit of a virus. Still the same observation, but getting better. That's a test. The Shiloh is, if it happened from the monkey, so whenever I am, if my wife gets sick, from a really good set. Getting sick, she's got a say, but otherwise, I have a problem, right? But also, the after this guy said that's why the nothing will go this way after the trip. So I'm going to explore that as I learn to do the control. We're going to do a golf program. I will go over there. We'll fuck and see this thing. My wife had to have good weights that people usually like this. So, I just received this from Ayurveda and my official from the Rocket Trip. And I'm reading. And she was declared this is not a regular trip when it's kind of that sort the idol was definitely because it's hard to revolve around, only around She said, "We reminded no matter where we are, Sahara Desert by the Camel, or Marrakesh market, the reality remains that the mission we want to share in Paris Hashem. This is true spiritual can only happen with the remarkable devotion of Eli and special reverence. Meeting so many people that all have a part of this prayer learning is a truly humbling and special experience. We're so grateful to have had that opportunity to join. Thank you for all these organized orchestrators of the entire government schedule, even out no details. Sometimes we want to take a break from each chart because we can become emotionally or physically. But this experience took a spiritual compass and it feels toward Torah. You miss this? Torah mixes in a better awareness of taking a better lesson. Understanding has the impact of Torah learning is found. But beyond that, I refuse to know is to keep Paris Hashem on another level and include others on a higher level of message. This feeling of inspiration. I should have regarded very clearly with the unwavering support we represent with the utmost depth. Thank you all for allowing us to be a small part of something having such an impact on us, our family, and entire bodies. So Hashem said to belly is ready to present for a great Torah. He said somebody who's much more than that for many years ago. Higher and higher professional. And now I want to show you a small clip that our silence put together of just fire. Just fire parts of the tree. Gotta wear those headphones. Oh, so you can hear both. That's not much fun. So the guy? Oh, he's great. Short battery. Unbelievable. All right. We'll jump into the share. I don't know if this is a yet, but people there, maybe a lot of you, the women here speak Hebrew. So the incredible Louis Braffman is giving a share with our women tonight at 9:30 on Zoom. So we're going around. Having some serious FOMO about some of the Moroccan troops here. I don't want to. Okay, no, it's terrible. It's FOMO about missing the Moroccan troops here. I'm sitting in overlooking the busiest bridge in the world, learning the dot by myself, but that's good alone. Many outwardly successful people spend their lives searching for a deeper purpose, the opportunity to build themselves to a force greater than themselves, that genuinely impact the lives of others for the better. I dare say that we have found that in MPY. Best, not only politics, the politics down in Malaysia and Chicago, which struck into it. We're the sponsor by Shia Spear of Luck say, welcome home, Rebel Stefanski from Morocco. Pure money secured. Now let the party begin. Serious Oimer, depois a cor do Schlitto. This is more from the layers of the coach Lema. Maybe we was perfect. I should really say serious Oimer. Yeah. I could have missed the first of the last day. Ayoi, Shmoya, Barboy, Shisha Shaboys, Shisha Yomin, Boimer. It's Rebellious Paul, because he forgot to say it and share. So everybody not just for the merit of the Muslim hero, the Rufus sort of fast hype player. The Scepter Zeb and Yao show off the family. That off. Kobe and Eddie Moses. Zebnish must prove it basketball. Bro, Yakovlov. Shoulder. Donald Seaman, Russian, Saddle Nets. The Sheer, the Scepter's Patrick by David Sal, dedicated memory of murdered, all third times he did. The Magic family from the sport making alliance and non-stop brothers and guys was the thank you to Chief Benny. And Anders was blue before saying I was young, the little ancestor. The young Danielle Roosevelt, real specific. I'm thinking here, this is the cheetah bed. What happened? Nothing at all. The people are on the sorry thing is not a killer. A catch, a chase. And we get to be in the seal fun, and we're on the way to the airport, and we're driving for 2 hours. We haven't seen a single animal, not even a giraffe, not an elephant. Right in front of all our Jeep, extremely rare because we never had both Jeeps together. Face had been was in a circle. What's happening right in front of us? This literally in front of us, over and over. And then by the top itself, it was higher grass. It wasn't that glory. Today, in this trip, we're at something that we weren't allowed to speak on. Everybody cried there. We didn't know. When we prepared, we didn't know that it's going to be your yard side. So this is a bigger, true. People, it's usually when you have a trip like this, there's going to be the naysayers. This trip allows us not to do a charity fundraiser, which is one of the reasons we do it, because our income, they support and they help, and otherwise we have to go through the whole process of charity. You know what it is. Some people like it. Some people say it's a good thing, and I hear it. Even I think someone say we should still do charity. Everybody should feel part of it. But anyway, I want to talk that everybody that came on the trip paid their own way. Anyone did not pay for anybody to come. It's an appreciation for the trip together, and we give it at cost, so it's a very cheap trip for anybody that pays, but they don't pay. Because I had already some people, emails, oh, you're taking our money, and if yes, it's not the end of the world. But, begging it, you know, I'm sharing on the top review. Let's see if the show is going to give you the opportunity to give and give and give, and we'll take you also the truth. Yomen Ariba says to Yomen that Daniel Rosenthal, who is Simcha, his son, and his mother is Mantu, who is on Mary Bar Miriam. Might be the truth. I'm not joking. Yomen and Daniel Rosenthal are also Shefa. Spanish response is wishing the LBY family a good job to the Samach. Thank you. I love this sponsorship. It's over there. Hold on. Master of the Yabba tribe continuing to set up for an 8-year-old cancer patient. No, he wrote me a beautiful email. Okay, hopefully we'll be in there tomorrow. It's over there. Maybe it was a 9 a.m. Beautiful email. However, British man somebody Murray came and brought Ben off and another Brody that got me to the white Jews look speaking out. It's not from Brody College. Kaliavich, one of the biggest investors in Jewish education worldwide. But the Yale Foundation team, the merit of Puri and Yale, Kaliavich, and their children, Benjamin and Matt, anonymous, the merit of Shidduch for Sarah Gold about Rivka, my good friend, and we got us the naming of the building. You see the name of MDY. Bruce Poland made a Shidduch. His youngest daughter, Shira, is engaged, and we're ready to go. But Moscow. You'll see them. The whole family. The Zichonish Rise of one-time God, Ben Avram Yosef, Putin, with the age of 80, received smicha. At the age of 80, received smicha, Rabbi Yosef. By Mati Stengi, Mazel to Yehuda Stengi, MDY graduate, remember he used to come every day? Things. No way! You his daughter! And Ariella Barclay on their engagement. Wow! That's not a MDY shit. Yeah, there's a lot of my friends that play for MDY market. Ezra Abraham, in honor of my Shas anniversary. Ezra Abraham, where's the love? Thank you, Belly, for the past 2,711 days since welcome back. Ezra Abraham. I came over there in the building over there. This little Australia. Wow. Developed. I'll see. Sit up top. Stand up a second. Tell me what you got us over here. Unfortunately, I won't be able to. I know. This all slip. A cheese chocolate vodka. This is Lloyd de la Roche. If the owner's going to eat it now in front of me, it's going to be a very, very big thing. Very, very bad thing. All right, let's go. Go ahead. Eat. Enjoy yourselves. Go. I lost 10 pounds. I don't intend to gain them back right now. Go ahead. You slacking it up? Yeah, it's a satellite location. It is. What's going on there? What's going on? Tommy Schwartz. Okay, good. Beautiful. Oh, good. What's that? No, bar. Yeah, bar. HYK Ventures, our boy side, we gotta go. One of the sponsors, the one HYK Ventures, is super success for all our clients. We know that he'll look over and broken for an offshot. Everyone gets sponsors, innovations, LCS, Sponsor, Simple and Fagan, Rufi, Unis, Sponsor, Kaya. And we are, we're showing you how many of them are showing Bravo, Esther, Rosalia, Daniel, Zed, Daniel, Esther. So, I think you're going to miss them. Just on face by the issue. I'm sure you're not studying. She doesn't share. If somebody's chef, let's say directly over here, chefing over here. She doesn't share. Rashi points out, unlike all other Mishnahs, Hashon means only after the fact. Over here, means the Chatila. You can check on the side of the neck, the Chatila. Unlike minutes, nothing. When it comes to Sula, what's the Rico? You take some emails about this one. The same hand does. Right over here. This is how I did it. It breaks. It's one from the other. show you that little Nami. You cannot do the leak on the head. Why can't you do the leak on the head? Hardboy around the moments in the Photoshop box that says, not on the hardboy, not on the head, but rule hardboy. Yeah, it's not confusing. What's the rule hardboy? The part that sees the hardboy. What sees the hardboy? Here, let me show you on this. This is hardboy. This part over here sees the hardboy. This is the little hardboy. Hardboy, little hardboy. Okay. Underneath the head, when I say I'm proving it says all oil, the fire oil is good for the leak. What is all oil? Look how small the head is. How are you going to do it over the wall? But this entire area, that I'm going to say why it's just cold. From here over to here is the area for the leak. All oil goes pitches to the they don't stop until it's the network. Worry about it. Okay. You know what? I'm going to put it back in the thing. We're going to say goodbye to our star. Check this out. I'm sure they inserted this. This is what we saw. We're going to say crazy. Was I exaggerating? This is what we saw from the top view. And there's people in here. Let's see if we can see a person here. Here's a guy inside. Oh, you see it inside there. Not shy. Here. Yeah, to give you a minute because it really smells. Here's the eye. Go over, you'll see a eye. They put a yellow on it in the beginning. Show you sat there just mesmerized. That's whole. They take just a regular eye, you see putting up the animal, they put some yellow on it, they smear it, they put this one and that one, each one is different colors. Really cool. Okay. So it says they should put a Corsica on the east side, on whatever, the what side? Put a Corsica on the south side of the city, but it smells so bad in the okay, well, put all this. Okay. So do you know? We're taking away there. We're not really. The door up over, how do we know that it's a full hardboy, not hardboy? So what sees the head, which is the name that sees the head. The name where manipulation all of them still are, but the flying show is sitting across from me. I see them. I'm able to see them. So you see the idea of is that it can see. You can see the name can see the head. Well, if you follow my life here, so now I have another problem that tells me that it's not the face, but it's behind the face. It's the iron. I'm like, what's the second plus one? The heat table there, the name I don't know what the iron is. The name that will be the name I don't even know what the iron is. I don't even know what this is. Oh, schmack, you follow me live here. So I know the iron is the opposite of the face. The face is on one side, the iron is on the other side. Another one back of the head. Wow, the iron is on the so now I know that the iron is the opposite of the face. And the ball iron is down a little lower than that. It's the head. Andre Bidet Rivapia. Two songs of Rivapia. The twins, the famous twins, you live in this year. They come along and they drop a big bomb. Mientras Felico, Panzer, Simone, you thought the Malik is one way. I'm going to tell you something completely different. Malik is like this. Where is it? You got to pull the body of that shit and bring them all the way around to the back of the neck. And then you can do what do you mean by that? Again, that you're not coming in directly into the spine. So what you do now is go to the spine, give it a spinal cord. That was pretty much dead by that point. But then you go right there into the coordination on the plate, no? so you know, Mrs. Malico, Master Simone, very lawyer, as he takes the two Simone the control of that, he pulled back behind the back. Well, why did they do it? You get the Andre, some say, half months. You could also, if you feel like it, you could, but bring it back. If you don't want to bring it back, you can go regular. And there's another sheet that says only regular. What? That's not what, no. The first sheet of this is something. No, the Latino, you go and you do Simone first and then the spinal first. Mrs. Malico, Master Simone, La Ferrer, good morning. Yeah, Liquidammer is now. What's the part of Liquidammer? No, so that's not up. You're supposed to put your fingers. You can get it. But either you want to do it, you're not going through the artery. Razi says over here, points in the second. Look at the second part. Back up and also included Kilan Soy, Big Hamalico. It's part of the legal. Bobby Sharp Shaker. Razi says, look, we know that in the tiny little hole in the bed shed, the esophagus, then it's anal straight. So when you take your knife and you go in slow motion, you know, those cameras that are in capture, you know, moving shots, you go like this, and you hit the bed shed with your knife, you get tricked. A millisecond later, you went through the vessel and you did cheat them. But there's a moment where you made this animal trade. That's not a concern. But Shashuk, so you can mention, I'm sure you better speak also. Or you think you 4 times go back and forth to pump the vessel. It's okay? I'm a show you know here. Give the shkito. I'm having a mural that happens reason my friend is in the shkito. The car from the shkito is not kids. So you can say that when you do the Lico, that's how you do the Lico. You break the Kudashandra, and then you go to the front of the Vesha. But that's how you do it. That's how it's done. It's not an automated trade. That's how it's done. Every animal you make it trade with somehow in between. Yeah. Talking about big it out, remember that. Big it out, some say you could also do it like that, big it out. Now, not be Mars, bring the seam on the back so you don't hit the freckles, you don't hit the spinal cord first. When we started kind of hot now, it makes a lot of sense, like when all it says is overdose. You're not, I showed you an oil, you know. I'm oiling an oil with a bunch of shit. So good idea, not too bad. If I believe you have to put Simone in the back of the neck, but your oil condition shouldn't that work also by Shika? Why doesn't that work by Shika? If you pull the Simone to the back of the cow's neck and shove it from the back of the cow's neck, it's your work. You just shove it with the Simone. I don't care where the Simone works, the front of the neck or the back of the neck. It's your work. So why? Well, I'm turning off. I got it. Well, that's the way I have it. The reason why it doesn't work as Shika is because we're not talking about it. It could work as Shika. In the Mishnah says it's no good. It's no good. Why not good? It is good. Oh, because when I go back, I say, shove the Simone in the back of the neck. So if you don't shove the Simone in the back
It is the 6th of December, 1912. At Tel El Amam, in central Egypt, a German archaeological team led by Ludwig Burchardt, is digging for items of historical value from the city of Baghdad, which was briefly established in the 14th century BC as a new capital and center of the worship of a sun deity, the Aten. Early in the afternoon, Burchardt receives word that some exciting finds have been made. Several plaster busts of what must have been important individuals have been found.
One of them is a remarkable discovery. It is an incredibly well-preserved head of a woman with a large headdress. In due course, it will be revealed that this is a bust of one of the wives of Pharaoh Akhenaten, the heretical king who built the city of Akhetaten. The woman's name, Nefertiti, the most famous queen of New Kingdom, Egypt. The woman known to history as Queen Nefertiti was born in the middle of the 14th century BC, possibly around 1370 BC, during the latter stages of the reign of King Amenhotep III, who belonged to the 18th dynasty of ancient Egyptian rulers. Despite being one of the best-known figures from Egyptian antiquity, owing to the iconic portrait bust of her on display at the Neues Museum in Berlin, there is no consensus among historians and Egyptologists about her life. Indeed, the varying king and queen lists which have survived for ancient Egypt are sometimes contradictory, and it is possible that Nefertiti was born as late as 1355 BC. Nefertiti is associated with the Amarna period of Egyptian history, after Tel El Amarna, the modern name of the archaeological site of the city of Akhetaten, 200 miles south of Cairo, which served as the capital of Egypt during the reign of Nefertiti's husband, King Akhenaten, known as Amenhotep IV, at the beginning of his reign. Akhenaten's efforts to bring about a religious revolution in Egypt, focused on the worship of the sun disk Aten, were reversed by his successors, who sought to erase all trace of the Amarna period. New archaeological discoveries and investigations of DNA samples from the Valley of the Kings and Queens continue to shed new light on Nefertiti's life and the era she lived in. Yet there are many things which are still unclear or remain conjectural. Nefertiti first enters the archaeological record when she is depicted alongside her husband in a temple complex dedicated to the Aten and Karnak in Thebes, built early in Amenhotep IV's reign. Since nothing is known about her life before her marriage, there are competing theories about Nefertiti's identity and parentage. Nefertiti's name, which means the beautiful female has arrived, has inspired a theory that she was a foreign princess who married into the Egyptian royal family. A possible candidate is a princess named Tetukipa from the kingdom of Mitanni in what is now northern Syria, who had married Amenhotep III late in his reign and became Amenhotep IV's wife after his death. However, there is no evidence suggesting that Nefertiti or her sister, Utinejmet, were of foreign origin. While it has been posited that Nefertiti was her husband's sister, other Egyptian queens who married their brothers bore the title King's Sister or King's Daughter, neither of which are included among Nefertiti's many titles. A tomb inscription of a woman named Te indicates that she was the nurse of Nefertiti, and Te's husband Ai, a general and aristocrat who later became king himself, holds the title God's Father, which during the 18th dynasty may have been used to describe the king's father-in-law. Since Te is described as Nefertiti's nurse rather than her mother, it is possible that Nefertiti was the daughter of Ai and an earlier wife, and there is evidence that Ai may have been a brother of Queen Tiye, the wife of Amenhotep III, making Nefertiti and Akhenaten first cousins. A theory based on DNA studies on a pair of mummies from the Valley of the Kings, understood to be the parents of King Tutankhamun, would require Nefertiti's mother to be a sister of Amenhotep III, since neither Io nor Te align with this. Nefertiti would have to be the daughter of Ai, and an unnamed princess would have died young, possibly in childbirth. Like so much else about her life, though, much of this is speculative about Nefertiti's origins. The kings of the 18th dynasty ushered in a golden age in the history of ancient Egypt during a wider period known as the New Kingdom, to differentiate it from earlier eras like the Old Kingdom, in which the Great Pyramids of Giza were built over a millennium earlier. During the 15th century BC, King Thutmose III proved one of the greatest military leaders in Egyptian history, expanding his realm into Syria and the Levant, marking the greatest extent of Egyptian power in Asia. Egypt's power and prosperity continued into the reign of Thutmose's great-grandson, Amenhotep III, which lasted almost 4 decades. In the 5th year of his reign, the young king led a military campaign to suppress rebellious Nubian tribes in what is now Sudan. This appears to be the only major military action of the reign, and Amenhotep was otherwise a monarch who preferred to cultivate cordial relations with his neighbors. While he married several foreign princesses to consolidate these diplomatic relationships, he underlined his superior status by refusing foreign rulers' requests to marry Egyptian princesses. These foreign wives were subordinate to Queen Tiye, Amenhotep's great royal wife. The 18th dynasty was known for powerful queens, most notably Queen Hatshepsut, Thutmose III's aunt, who was a king or pharaoh in her own right for 2 decades. Archaeological findings indicate that Tiye played an active role in the political and religious life of the country. Her status is further highlighted by over 50 so-called marriage scarabs, which give details of her parentage and the extent of the realm ruled by her husband. Amenhotep III's reign had been preceded in the 15th century by that of Thutmose III, who expanded the New Kingdom to unprecedented heights, conquering large parts of the rich Levant. Amenhotep's reign saw little conquest, but a lavish and costly temple-building program was undertaken. A new temple at Zemek in northern Sudan depicted Amenhotep III as a living god, while a temple at nearby Sedika honored a deified Queen Tiye. In around 1350 BC, Amenhotep III celebrated his 30th year on the throne with the Hepsid Jubilee. The celebration marked a significant change in the king's iconography by depicting him as a solar deity with rays radiating from his head, coinciding with the increased prominence of the Aten as an independent god during his reign. These innovations would be taken further during the reign of his son and successor. Amenhotep III's eldest son and intended heir, Prince Thutmose, died before his father, leaving the king's namesake son as the heir. The elder Amenhotep ruled for another 9 years or so, celebrating another 2 jubilees before his death. Scholars are divided about whether Amenhotep IV served as his father's co-ruler before becoming king in his own right. Amenhotep appears to have remained unmarried upon his father's death, since his mother Tiye is initially depicted alongside him as great royal wife. A year or 2 into his reign, Amenhotep IV married Nefertiti, who is likely to have been in her mid-teens at the time. In addition to being the king king's great wife, Nefertiti carried titles such as Mistress of Upper and Lower Egypt, Mistress of all lands, and Lady of the Two Lands, all of which reference the geographical extent of the kingdom, particularly its two constituent parts, Upper Egypt in the south, centered on Thebes, and Lower Egypt in the north, centered on Memphis. These three titles, during the 18th dynasty, once again indicating the status of royal women during this history. Nefertiti's particular status is also highlighted by her imagery in Karnak and later at Amarna, where she is shown striking down her enemies. Such representations are common for Egyptian kings, but are unique to Nefertiti among Egyptian queens. Amenhotep IV's building work at Karnak offers the best evidence for Nefertiti's life before the transformation. Nefertiti is initially depicted in Asian, though her husband, the king, is already shown in the so-called Amarna style. With but almost feline facial shape. Construction, while Amenhotep and Nefertiti were still childless. Nefertiti appears frequently in the imagery of the festival, sometimes alongside her husband, and sometimes on her own. At this stage, she is shown in a transitional style that combines features of the old and new styles, but within a few years, she would be depicted in the new Amarna style too. The celebration of the Hebsed Jubilee early in the reign is confusing. These festivals were usually only first celebrated in the 30th year of a pharaoh's reign. One theory for why it was held so early in Amenhotep IV's rule is that this jubilee was held on what would have been Amenhotep III's fourth jubilee in his 40th or 41st year. This would indicate that the jubilee was held in honor of the late king, who had assumed the form of the Aten. During the reign of Amenhotep III, the Aten had assumed a traditional anthropomorphic form based on the god Ra-Horakhti, and this is also how the deity was shown during the earliest stages of Amenhotep IV's reign. However, in the depictions of the Hebsed Jubilee, the Aten is shown as a sun disk with rays emanating from it, indicating a link to portrayals of Amenhotep III during his first Jubilee. The celebration appears to have taken place at the courtyard of the Jempa Aten, the main building of the Aten complex, and possibly the first to have been completed. The courtyard was surrounded by a colonnade, in front of which stood some 50 colossal statues depicting the king and queen in the new artistic style. Most of the statues depict the king wearing a royal dress or kilt, but statues originally thought to show the king naked, without genitalia, are now believed to be representations of Nefertiti wearing a tight-fitting dress. Not long after the Jubilee, Nefertiti gave birth to her first daughter, Princess Meritata, who is shown frequently alongside her parents performing religious rituals. The Aten complex at Karnak also includes a few representations of a second daughter, Mekhekatu, who may have been born in the 3rd or 4th year of the reign. A third daughter, Ankhesenpa Aten, later Ankhesenamen, also appears in one place. The Aten complex consists of 4 buildings, including the Jempa Aten, a structure to the east known as the Hut Benben, may have been the last of the 4 to be decorated, and holds particular significance for Nefertiti. Dedicated to the solar cult, and possibly serving as an inner sanctuary, Nefertiti appears as the sole officiant, while Amenhotep IV is completely absent. This appears to be unique in ancient Egyptian iconography, and further indicates that Nefertiti's status was higher than nearly all Egyptian queens, including those of the 18th dynasty. Despite the extensive building work at Karnak, as the building work was underway here, the king decided on a far more ambitious project to promote the art and cult of the sun disk by building a new city from scratch, which would serve as the main cult center for the Aten and also the center of royal administration. At around this time, Amenhotep IV adopted the name Akhenaten. The exact meaning of the name is disputed, with the leading theories being satisfied of the Aten or effective for the Aten. From this point on, Nefertiti's name also began to appear in inscriptions as Neferuaten Nefertiti, meaning beautiful are the beauties of the Aten. This longer rendering of her name became more frequent as the reign went on. The construction of the new capital of Akhetaten, meaning horizon of the Aten, began in the 4th or 5th year of Akhenaten's reign, around 1346 BC, though it could have been as late as the 1330s BC, given the lack of certainty around dates during this period. Situated on the eastern bank of the Nile, the inscriptions on the boundary stele placed on the northern and southern limits of the city state that the location was chosen because the land belonged neither to gods, nor to kings, nor to private individuals. The part of the text explaining why the king had decided to move his capital is badly damaged and is subject to many different interpretations, but it appears as though the cult of Aten was not welcomed in Thebes, the established capital, and may have inspired some form of opposition to the king, which encouraged the move to Akhetaten, also known today as Amarna. The proclamation listed the main religious and royal buildings on the site, including the small Aten Temple, the Great Aten Temple, and 2 palaces referred to as the residence of the pharaoh and the residence of the king's great wife. The former is believed to correspond to the Great Palace, located in the city centre near the 2 Aten temples, while the latter may have been the small North Palace to the side of the Royal Road that linked the main city to North Riverside Palace, which served as the principal royal residence. Although the complex was positioned on the north-south axis, leading from the North City down the Royal Road, attesting to its religious and cosmic significance. The rapid development of the city south of the Great Palace saw the road turn towards the southwest, parallel to the bend of the river. Like all Egyptian kings, Akhenaten was particularly concerned about the afterlife. The plan for the city of Akhetaten envisaged the construction of a royal tomb complex for Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and their eldest daughter Meritaten at the end of a wadi or ravine that ran on an east-west axis, possibly serving as the focal point for both the small Aten Temple and the Great Aten Temple. The location of the royal tombs in relation to the Aten temples is a further indication of the close relationship between the Aten, the divine form of Amenhotep III, and the royal family of Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and their children. The royal tomb at Amarna, known as TA-26, is almost unique among Egyptian royal tombs, since it was intended for multiple occupants, rather than the king himself. One suite of rooms to the right of the main column. Corridor leading to the king's burial chamber was later used for the burial of Akhenaten and Nefertiti's younger daughters, while another more extensive suite may have been intended for Nefertiti. In a demonstration of the new Artemis theology, Nefertiti also plays a major role in Akhenaten's burial chamber. Akhenaten's empty sarcophagus, now in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, after being reconstructed from fragments uncovered within the tomb, shows 4 female figures standing in each corner. Instead of the traditional funerary goddesses Isis, Nephthys, Neith, and Serket, Nefertiti is represented performing this role for her husband. And it is possible that she also served as goddess of the dead for the wider population, since images of the royal family are presented not only in royal monuments and temples, but also private funerary chapels in her honor. Further boundary stelae were placed further out to offer a more precise delineation of the city's limits. To the northeast, the city extended to the mountains that housed the tombs of the priests of Aten, while a large tract of agricultural land west of the Nile was also incorporated into the city's boundaries to feed the royal city's growing population. These later stelae are more detailed than the earlier ones and are decorated with images of the king and his family. Most of these feature Akhenaten and their 2 eldest daughters, but a handful also featured a representation of Angesenpa Aten, suggesting that she was born around. The depiction shows that Nefertiti had 3 more daughters after Angesenpa-Aten. The 4th daughter, named Neferuaten Tashiret, or Neferuaten the Younger after her mother, appears in 4 private chapels and seems to have been born around year 7 or 8 of the reign. The 2 youngest daughters, Neferure and Setenpenre, are only shown in 1 tomb chapel. Based on these representations, it may be concluded that Setenpenre was born in the year 12 and was the youngest of the 6. While it is well established that Akhenaten and Nefertiti had 6 daughters, it remains unclear whether they had any male children. Based on evidence from blocks from a temple wall at Amana that were later reused at the temple of Thoth in nearby Hermopolis or El Ajmunin, it is widely accepted that Akhenaten was the father of Tutankhaten, later Tutankhamun. However, the identity of the famous boy king's mother has continued to be a source of intense scholarly debate. While there are no scenes that depict Nefertiti and Tutankhaten together, it was rare in Egyptian iconography for royal sons to be depicted in tomb or temple scenes, unless they were an office holder carrying out a particular religious or ceremonial function. Throughout the 20th century, it was widely believed that Tutankhamun's mother was Kia, who held the unique title of greatly beloved wife of the king. Kia's origins are disputed, and it is possible that she was the Mitanni princess Tetukipa. Like Nefertiti, she had a sunshade built in her honor, and she is also depicted on temple walls with an unnamed daughter. During the latter stages of Akhenaten's reign, around year 12, Kia appears to have fallen into disgrace, since most of her monuments were later rededicated to Meritaten, and her name and image replaced by those of Meritaten or Angesenpa-Aten. The name of Kia's young daughter was likewise erased and replaced by Meritaten Tashiret and Angesenpa-Aten Tashiret, implying that the 2 princesses had daughters of their own. This is unlikely, since Angesenpa-Aten would not have been of childbearing age at the time. Instead, Meritaten Tashiret and Angesenpa-Aten Tashiret were possibly both fictional children, invented to avoid making major changes to monuments initially dedicated to Kia. The fact that Angesenpa-Aten is represented alongside alongside Meritatum indicates that these changes were made after Meketaten's death in year 12. The identity of an unidentified mummy, known only as the Younger Lady, found in Tomb KV-35 in the Valley of the Kings, has further complicated matters when it comes to the parentage of Tutankhamun. Her remains indicate that the deceased individual was possibly killed. It was once thought that the mummy may have belonged to Kia. DNA analysis on the body in 2010, led by the Egyptian archaeologist Zahi Hawass, claimed that the Younger Lady was possibly the mother of Tutankhamun, and that she was also the daughter of Ta and Amenhotep III, and thus a full sister of Akhenaten. Hawass makes the world.
Yo, Mr. Chris, you ready?
Ta's daughter.
Rabbi, guess what?
What's that, girl?
You heard about the strawberry moon?
Did I hear about what?
The strawberry moon.
Oh, okay. I know of it.
Strawberry moon is coming tomorrow.
Right?
Yeah, it's at 7 p.m. Eastern time.
All right, you excited for it?
Yes.
Okay. You gonna go look at it?
Yes.
Excellent.
They have to remind me.
Well, what time did you say it's gonna be?
7:57 my time, Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, but I mean, when you come in here, it'll already be out. So I'll just do my best to remind you when you come in tomorrow night to make sure that you take a look at it. Get it, girl.
Yes.
Are you proud of that spare?
Thank you. So how was your day?
It was good. I sent out a bunch of emails and I'm uploading. Like, I've been on something like 5 podcasts recently, like in the last week or so, or that have published within the last week or so. It's probably more accurate to say. So I'm uploading them to all my channels, and that takes a really long time. Each one takes like an hour. So, because I'm doing it from like 7 different channels, and I have a lot of them to go. So, just been working on that, and I built a robot that when I'm on these podcasts, sometimes they ask me questions that are like, I'd like to, like, I have a basic knowledge of it, but I'd like to go deep. And so I'm just like getting all the questions that I think I might be asked, and then I'm just publishing deeper answers to them. And that's what that's doing. And finding more people on whose podcast I might have the opportunity to be on.
Okay.
Oh, look at that spare. Folks, that was a split. Miss Aquarius just had one of the great splits in the history of the game. I saw it. That was amazing.
Oh, that's great.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, Mr. Aquarius, you're running out of time. Are you delayed or something? There you go.
I might be delayed. I might be delayed because it ain't running no time over here. No, it might be delayed on your side. This thing on show with my mind. Later, better get it together.
There you go. That's 2 strikes in a row. That's big time. That's a big score. Okay. You've got to get this, which I think you can. Oh, no doubt, folks. Very good job. And now she's going to take the lead, everyone. No doubt.
You got
That's the
this.
lead.
Let's go.
Miss Aquarius has the lead, everybody.
Everybody's gonna get in here. Let's go.
No doubt. Big
Yeah,
score. Big score.
Yeah, see, that's gonna lead.
Oh, super big score, Miss Aquarius.
I'm stupid. We're contacting you about an email you may have received from the specific
Miss
error and content revenue that was not intended for the account. No action is required or uncoming on your part. The email does not reflect any payment to your or record security.
What do you
disregard the message entirely? We apologize for the inconveniences may have caused. Thanks for choosing Amazon. Even though it's your same company location. Let me see. I don't even know if y'all sick something. You tell?
Miss Aquarius, I don't know what you're talking about.
In Japanese.
You win, I win, I win, you win. Reload.
Reload. Yeah, I'm glad that they sent that to me because I didn't get nothing from Japanese. Yeah.
I had 116 that game. That was a big score.
Nice.
Look at you, right off the bat. Nice little curve to it. Really beautiful.
Yeah.
Get it. Match her. I don't like these ones in the corner like this.
Yeah, but you know how to do it, then I do. I don't know how to do that. I do it sometimes, but it be tricky and hard. Ooh, that's
Nice strike.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Folks, Miss Aquarius has 2 in a row. If you're paying attention to this, which you should be at home, this is already an incredible performance. All right, this is a challenge. If she gets this one, we're gonna be shocked. Not because she's not good and can get it, but it's really, really hard. Really, really hard. I'm trying. All right, folks. We need a comeback of the century here.
There you go.
Thank you, ma'am. We're down by 16 pins, folks. That's a lot of pins. Oh, it's over. Miss Aquarius just put the nail in the coffin. Maybe not, but 16 pins, that's a lot. But now it's 6. Now it's 6.
Oh,
This is a tough split. Very tough split. All right, folks, we're down 20.
Let's go.
We're down 20. What a comeback. What a comeback. Folks, one of the great comebacks that we've seen.
Uh-oh. Get it.
There we go. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. That was phenomenal. Phenomenal job, Miss Aquarius.
Who's got a dice party? Somebody sent me a dice party.
Did I send you it?
No, it was Zoo. Yeah, where's Zoo? Yeah, Zoo.
I sent it to you?
But Zoo won. Zoo won? 250 versus 195.
Yeah, that game, of any game that you can't really control if you're going to win or not, you can kind of barely control it.
I don't know. But play that game. Take it. Go out there. He helped me play that game. He liked that game.
Even the best people at that game, Zoo looked it up. and they win 50%, they lose 50%. Even the best people, there's like, it's kind of random.
You say yeah, still playing?
Are we still playing?
No, it said, is y'all done? You mean y'all done? I guess y'all done. I don't know.
Yeah, we're not playing.
Yeah.
That was a couple days ago at least.
I know, that is good. That's good. You are just good at something.
That's very funny, Mr. Curtis. Yeah, that's his best game.
I'm just playing like that, but he's good. He's good at golf too, right?
No, he's better than most people, but in comparison, I don't want to put him down by any means. He gets it every once in a while, so that's good. And if he played even an average person on Play-Doh, he's better than. He just sometimes takes like risks that aren't always that prudent. Oh, not always that smart, but that's all right.
At least he can play. He play good. Like Bogan, he keep playing. Ain't gonna put him down. He doing good.
Oh, I know. I would say all of those things right to his face. He knows it. In fact, I'd probably be.
But I know I was telling you doing good. I ain't gonna be sitting up there doing him like that. I ain't gonna put him down.
No, I probably would be even more aggressive if he were here. But if he played an average person, he would beat them, and he beats Riser and me sometimes too. So that's good. And then sometimes Riser teams up with him against me.
Riser team up with Zoo?
Yes, ma'am.
I have to listen to that one day. That's gotta be funny.
Oh, it's funnier for them, I think, because it's difficult to win when there's one of them holds me back, and then the other one goes forward, and it just makes it difficult. Look who it is. We were just talking about you. We're talking about how good you are at Dice Party and that you can sometimes be pretty good at mini golf too. Zoo, how you living, big dog? Zoo, you gonna talk? Or you just gonna sit there? Zoo, can you hear us? Oh, okay, hold on. Miss Aquarius can hear you. I have to reset my device. Or not the whole device, just one moment.
No, I can't hear you. No. There you go.
I can hear you now.
Zook, did that girl watch your movie?
No, I can't hear you. Now I can't hear you. There you go.
Zook, yeah, did that girl watch your movie?
I'm saying that tonight.
Okay. Did she watch it or no? Or you don't know?
All right, good night.
Sweet dreams, Mr. Grace, God willing.
Probably. I'm saying that tonight.
At the stand-up, or do you guys have a date or something?
Yeah. At the stand-up.
And you're performing, right?
Yeah.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
What stand-up are you going to do?
Mix of stuff.
You don't even know what you're going to do.
I'm Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
We need enough magnets to create a magnetic field to create exotic matter, and then we need a vehicle that can go fast enough for the
magnetic field.
I'm on it, big dog. Did you call Riser? Did you call Riser? I'm asking you a question. Did you call Riser?
No.
Okay, well, call him.
Is there all that magnets incorrect? Is that matter?
I'll let you know once you call Riser. Okay. Shout out to Zook for calling Riser. What are the odds Riser comes into this discussion? 0%.
Not very.
Did he pick up?
He was on line an hour ago, and I didn't pick up.
All right. Yeah, I mean, with enough of anything's possible, Zoot. Really, anything's possible, just period. But yeah. And I think he's mad at me. He shouldn't be mad at me. But I gave him a challenge. And I gave him an hour-long task. It's not for me, it's for himself. It's for his own business. And I told him what to do, and I told him how to do it. And he's like, I'll get it done by the end of the month. I'm like, dude, guys in Africa do this within a day. Why is it going to... It literally will take you like... Well, I said it won't take an hour. It'll take maybe a little longer than that. Maybe like 8 hours. And he still hasn't done it. And... I know he's sick or whatever, so I don't want to give him too much shit, but it's just he needs to, in my opinion, be a little faster. So, Zoot, what are you going to talk about? Zoot, what are you going to talk about?
Conspiracy theories.
Oh, why are you choosing that?
The moon landing.
What are you going to say?
The moon was made of cheese. No, I don't know.
What are you going to say? How about you do something on the World Cup?
Did you know that people are eating ranch?
Yeah, dog. Americans eat ranch like it's like very common. Americans
Like
put
the Europeans are smuggling. All the European teams are smuggling ranch back home.
I like how you call it ranch. No one in America calls it ranch. No one. 0 people. No one's ever done that. Ranch. Ranch. I like that. Ranch. Don't they have ranch in Australia? Like if you're getting a salad, if you're going to eat a salad, what salad dressings do you have a choice of usually? Zoo, do you remember that time I asked you a question?
Not sure.
Yes, you do. There's like ranch, French, Italian, Russian, Thousand Island, balsamic vinegar. Some places have Greek. That's it, really. Don't they offer that to you in Australia?
Yep.
Is there anything?
You know what I just thought of?
What did you just think of, Zoot?
What if she hates the movie I suggested?
Then she's not the right girl for you, dude. You're passionate about this movie, so if you're that into this movie, which I know you are, then she's not the right girl for you.
Yeah. I mean, she's not like fucking Chelsea and didn't watch the fucking Donkey Kong documentary.
Look, Chelsea's a bitch just in general. Nobody should be fucking with that girl. That girl sucks. Seriously, that could. Okay, so here, did you ask her to?
It was on the podcast that they kept on bringing it up, and then she didn't watch it. And then I asked her, "Did you watch the documentary?" And she's like, "Did you watch the podcast? We talked about how I've never seen the documentary." Like, oh, you should. And then I was like, "Well, you should. It's like the best documentary ever made." And she's like, "I'll pass."
And she was like, "I'll pass."
Yeah, it is. I don't know. It is one of the best documentaries ever made.
I would say no, but I would say that it's not awful. It's okay. Why is Chelsea such a stuck-up bitch? No, seriously.
Australian girls.
She thinks she's just hot shit because she's on the radio. And what she doesn't understand is she pissed off the wrong fucking person. I bash that bitch 24/7 on my live streams because she banned me on Instagram for no reason. For fucking no reason. I didn't say anything weird. I didn't creep on her. I didn't poke her. I didn't leave a comment. I just followed her. And the reason why I followed her is because I thought she was funny, which is what fans of people are supposed to do.
Do you have many other accounts you can follow?
I don't care. That was my main account, and that's a serious thing. It's a terrible mistake that she made. It makes her look xenophobic and closed-minded and against other cultures and people from other countries. And frankly, she made a giant mistake.
Do you want to know what the number one documentary of all time is?
That's a good question. That's a very good question.
Oh, wait. Let's do IMDb. Let's do IMDb. Blackfish.
What is it?
Blackfish.
Okay. I don't think that's the best one ever, but I've seen it.
Have you?
Yeah, it's about SeaWorld. Have you seen it?
No.
It's pretty good. It makes me not want to go to SeaWorld. Because, like, how they keep those animals. And it made me perhaps be, like, anti keeping animals in captivity. What's number 2?
Exit for the gift shop.
Isn't that about like Banksy or something?
Yeah, it's about straight dollars.
Yeah. Okay. What's number 3?
Dear Zachariah, a letter to a son about his father.
About what is that?
A filmmaker decides to memorialize a murdered friend. A filmmaker decides to memorialize a murdered friend when his friend's ex-girlfriend announces she is expecting his son.
Oh, okay. What about what's number 4?
Grizzly Man.
All right, have you seen that? Well, I have. That's baller. It's a Herzog, Werner Herzog film, and can I tell you the story? Can I give away the ending or no?
Yeah, sure. I'm not gonna watch it.
All right, so it's just you should though. It's really good. It's a story of this guy who he doesn't live stream his life, but he records his life on like GoPros. And I believe he's from Long Beach, California, and he moves to Alaska because he's like obsessed with bears. And he is absolutely like enthralled by bears to the point where he starts to like bond with them. And so he'll like follow them into their living area and he'll feed them. And he was just like living in a cabin for a while. And then I think he lives in a tent some, and he's all alone. He's like, and I think he either lives up there for like 2 or 3 years or something. Maybe his girlfriend comes and visits him or something like that. I think that's what happens. But he's got like a lot of video of him just with bears, and they come up to him and he treats them like big teddy bears, especially the baby bears. And it's almost like the bears are almost like kind of treat him like dogs. Like he treats them like dogs, like where he's petting them and he's like nuzzling them, and like, if I recall. And then he gets eaten by one, and his girlfriend got the tape, and they don't show it, and you can't hear it, but they just say it's like the filmmaker who made the movie basically said it was like the worst thing he ever heard, and he just had him destroy the tape because it was so violent. So like the guy loved bears so much, but he got eaten by one. What are your thoughts on that?
Kind of reminds me of this movie called Into the Wild.
Yeah. It's similar. Or maybe is it Into the Wild based on him or something? I could be wrong on that.
No, Into the Wild.
From the 90s or something.
Just a guy who just like he's like from a rich family. Instead of going to college, he just like fuck this. I want to like just explore the wild. And then he eats like a blueberry, and then he dies because the blueberry was poisonous, and he didn't know.
Damn, that's some wild shit, dog. Was that your favorite story of all time?
I mean, I like those kind of stories where people just go, fuck this, I'm going to go out into the wilderness and not care about the materialistic world.
Was that your what was number 5?
Samsara.
What's that?
Filmed over nearly 5 years in 25 countries on 5 continents and shot on 17mm film. Samsara transports us to varied worlds of scare grounds, disaster zones, and industrial complex and natural wonders.
Okay, what's 6?
Number 6 is OJ Made in America.
Okay, what's 7?
Free Solo.
Okay, that both of those are good. What's 8?
The Act of Killing.
Okay, that sounds gruesome. What's 9?
Horror.
What is it? Morocco?
Baraka, a collection of experimental photographers' themes, human life and religion.
What's the next one?
Big dreams.
That's a good one. Have you seen that?
No.
If I recall, it's like from like the late 80s or early 90s. It's like the story of like a white kid and a black kid, or a black kid and a white kid, or something like that, and how they were get recruited to different schools or something. Something like that. It's been a long time since I've seen it. Okay, what's the next one?
The history of Nazi Germany.
Okay, what's the next one?
Paradise Lost, the child murders at Robin Hood Hills.
That sounds awful. What's the next one?
Man on Wire.
That's a good one.
I've seen it.
It's something I have to watch.
Bowling for-
I've been wanting to watch it for a long
I've seen
time.
the movie with, I don't know if I've seen the documentary, but I've seen the movie with Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Okay. Did you say
Bowling for
Columbine is next?
Sorry?
Bowling for Columbine is
Bowling
next.
for Columbine.
All right, that's a good one. In my opinion, all of Michael Moore's videos are really good. He lost like he Thin Blue Lines is okay. Have you seen any Michael Moore documentaries?
No.
I would say like maybe 2004 or something. He was at his peak, and he was like a force. He was like a media force. And then I don't know. I think he went after the Bush administration, and then they just basically were like, "Well, you're done." What's next? Thin Blue Line. Okay, then what?
George Harrison, Living in the Material World.
Have you seen it? Okay, I haven't either, but I should probably check that one out.
It's 3.5 hours long.
Okay, well, I've got time. Thank God.
Then next is Searching for Sugar Man.
Riser loves that one. So does his mom. I need to watch that. I haven't seen it.
I've seen parts of it.
Okay, what's the next one?
13th.
13th is 13th.
An in-depth look at the prison system in the United States and how it's racial inequality.
Okay, what's the next one?
Inside Job.
Is it on? What's it on?
The 2008 financial crisis.
Okay. What's the next one?
Won't Be My Neighbor.
What's that about?
Television host, friend, children's television host, Fred Rogers.
Oh, yeah. Won't You Be My Neighbor? Okay, yeah. Mr. Rogers. Okay. What's next? Armadillo?
Yeah.
What's that about?
Danish soldiers are sent to Afghanistan in 2009 for 6 months.
Okay, what's the next one?
The Cove.
Oh, what is that? What is that one? I've heard of that one.
Using state-of-the-art equipment, a group of officers led by renowned dolphin trainer infiltrate a cove near Japan.
Yeah,
Exposed both a shocking instance of animal abuse and serious threat to human health.
yeah, I've seen that one.
They shall not grow old.
I've seen that one too, or I've heard of it. What is it? It's like about children.
That's a World War One. No, it's about World War One.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Crumb. What's next?
Crumb.
Yep.
What's that one about?
Controversial cartoonist Robert Crumb and his traumatized family. Fantastic fungi.
What is Fantastic Fungi?
Fantastic fungi is a descriptive time-lapse story about the magical, mysterious, and medical world of fungi and their power to heal, sustain, and contribute to the pregnation of life on Earth. Began 3.5 billion years ago.
Oh,
Capturing the
fungi
fragments-
or fungi.
Yeah. Then capturing the fragments.
What's that?
Seamlessly typical upper middle class Jewish family whose whole world is instantly transformed when their father and his younger son are arrested and charged with shocking and horrible crimes.
What's the name of that one?
Capturing the fragments.
Okay, what's the next one?
I am not your Negro.
What's that about?
James Baldwin tells the story of race and modern America in his unfinished novel, Remember the House.
What's the next one?
This one just dark, born into brothels, Calcutta's red light kids.
That is dark. Okay, what's the next one?
Jesus Camp.
I've seen that. Have you seen that?
Going Clear, son. No.
Going Clear? I think I've seen that too. That's on Scientology.
Scientology and the Prison of the Land.
Yeah, I've seen that or something close to it. Okay, what's the next thing?
Deliver us from evil.
I think that one sounds familiar. What one's that about?
Sexual abuse in the Catholic Church.
Okay, what's the next one?
Taxi to the dark side.
Tax You Through the Dark Side?
Yep.
Okay, what's that about?
Details of torture and interrogation practices during the war in Afghanistan.
Oh, that sounds awful. What's the next one?
4 little girls.
What is that?
Documentary of the notorious racial terrorists bombing the Isaac Club and of the Americans, the 6th Street Baptist Church during the Civil Rights Movement, which killed 4 young girls.
That's terrible. What's the next one?
Citizen 4.
What's that?
It's about a guy who goes to Hong Kong and he talks to Edward Snowden.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, what's the next one?
Burdens of Dreams.
What is that? What's that about? About what is that?
It's about a German filmmaker.
Okay.
Lake of Fire.
What is that?
A graphic documentary on both sides of the abortion debate.
Okay, what's the next one?
Into the Abyss.
What is that? I think I've heard of it.
Conversation in Death Oregon. And after Michael Perry and those affected by his crimes that as a nation of white people in a state kill.
Oh no, I haven't seen that. Okay, what's the next one?
Mentions of Doubt.
What's that?
A documentary that looks at pundits for hire who present themselves as scientific authorities as they speak out about topics like toxic chemicals, pharmaceuticals, and climate change.
Oh, interesting. Okay, what's the next one?
The wisdom and the trauma.
The what in the trauma?
Wisdom and trauma. Hearts of Darkness, the filmmakers of Apocalypse. It's about Apocalypse Now.
Okay. What's the next one?
Earth.
It's just called Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, what's that about?
Documentary TV series Planet Earth.
Oh, I've seen that. I'm surprised that's not number one. Everybody always thinks that's the best. Yeah, I've seen that.
And the next one's DMT, the Spirit Model. Cool. And the next one you've talked about is, we've talked about this one. It's called Jim and Andy, The Great Beyond, featuring Barrett.
What? We've talked about that?
Yeah, it's how Jim Carrey adopted the personality of comedian Andy Kaufman in The Sad Man and the Man.
Okay, we've talked about it, but I haven't seen it. But yeah. Okay, what's the next one?
Religious.
Religious or religious?
Religious. Yeah, religious.
With Bill Maher?
Yeah.
Oh, no way. That's in the top 100? That's amazing. That,
46.
that's like my favorite documentary.
47 is Give Me Shelter.
About the Rolling Stones and Martin Scorsese?
No. Give Me Shelter is about when the 300,000 members of the Love Generation collided with a few dozen Hells Angels and first goes Speedway to bloody
Yeah, it's about it's about the Rolling Stones, yeah. Okay. What else? What's the next one?
This film is not yet rated.
I've seen that. That's on the Motion Picture Society, right? The MPAA?
I don't know.
Yeah, it is. Okay, what's the next
one? Is Abducted in Plain Sight.
Oh, it's about alien abductions?
No, it's a psychopathic neighbor that abducts that 12-year-old.
Oh, that's terrible.
The next one's Pumping Iron. That's all.
That's Arnold Schwarzenegger.
You should know what Pumping Iron is.
Yeah, it's Arnold Schwarzenegger.
So that's the 50th, according to IMDb, the 50th.
All right, movies now.
We're doing movies.
Yes, sir.
I'm only going to do the top.
Okay, there more of the documentary.
They only did up to 50.
Okay, let's do movies now.
I'm going to do up to 50.
Oh yeah. No, well, that's way too many. Yeah, definitely.
The Shawshank Redemption, number 1.
Okay.
Godfather, number 2.
Hold on. Okay.
The Dark Knight.
Dude, I can't believe The Dark Knight is 3. That to me is way too high, but I don't know. Maybe some people really like it. Obviously, they do. That's Christopher Nolan, right?
Number 9 on my top 10 films.
It was too dark for me, but I don't know. Maybe I have to watch it again.
Number 4 is The Godfather Part 2. Number 5 is 12 Angry Men. Lord of the Rings, Return of the King. Number 7 is Schindler's List, Ship of the Ring. Number 9, Pulp 10, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Number 11, The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers. 12, Forrest Gump. 13, Fight Club. 14, Inception. 15, Star Wars Empire Strikes Back. 16, The Matrix. 17, Interstellar. 18, Goodfellas. 19, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. 20, 21, It's a Wonderful Life. 22, The Silence of the Lambs. 23, Saving Private Ryan. 25, The Green Mile. 26, City of God. 27, Life is Beautiful.
That's your movie. That's your
Yeah.
movie. Okay.
28, Terminator 2, Judgment Day. 29, Back to the Future. 30, Star Wars, A New Hope. Kill Bill, 31, Kill Bill, The Whole Bloody Affair. I think that's both cuts. 32, Spirited Away. 33, Gladiator, Pianist. 35, Parasite. 36, Grave of the Fireflies. 37, Psycho. 38, Harakiri. 39, The Lion King. 40, Departed. 41, The Whiplash. 42, The Prestige. 43, American History X. 44, Leon the Professional. 45, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. 46, Cinema Paradiso. 47, Casablanca. 48, The Untouchables. 49, The Usual Suspects. And 50, Django Unchained.
Do you agree with that list?
There's a few I'll take out.
What would you take out?
Kill Bill.
I understand that. What are your thoughts on Gladiator?
Gladiator?
Yeah.
Where was that?
34.
33.
33.
I'll take Gladiator as well. Gladiator is just. Gladiator was good for its times, but we had more.
You would take out Gladiator?
Yeah. mean, it's just not like great, memorable. It's just it's a well-made film, but it's just not like I can't remember any of the characters' names. I can't remember any of the just.
His name is like something Maximus, something
It's-
Maximus. Father to a slaughtered son, husband to a slaughtered wife. Some shit like that.
Yeah, but like, there's no like dialogue that anyone quotes in Gladiator, and there's no characters there. Everyone goes, "Oh, I love
Yeah,
the
there
character from Gladiator."
are. I think about this one all the time. What we do in the present echoes in eternity.
What?
What we do in the present echoes in eternity.
Who says that?
He does in the movie.
Okay. I need to watch it again. I'll take out Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse as well.
Yeah, in it.
Well, I haven't seen it, but I can't. That's why I can't. Like, yeah, it's just. It's probably better movies than that one.
Yeah, is that a cartoon?
Yeah.
And they have it in the top whatever?
Yeah.
That's pretty ridiculous, don't you think? Wow, that's unreal. What movie is missing from that list?
Wizard of Oz.
You think The Wizard of Oz is one of the best movies of all time?
I would put it in the top 50. Yeah.
Okay,
Wizard of Oz does have issues though.
Yeah, it does, but I could see that. Wizard of Oz is a classic, man. It's a complete classic. Like
Wizard of Oz, the biggest Wizard of Oz, and this is the time it came out. The costume design is fucking atrocious.
Doug, there are no
Wizard of
black
Oz,
people in that movie. There are no Asian people in that movie. There are no Latinx people in that movie. The only thing that they have are white people. What about that?
Yeah.
I
mean, this movie was made before World War II, so
I get that. I could see people saying that was the, like, if you said to me, and Wizard of and then it turns to color. Like, I'm sure people themselves when they saw that the first time they've ever seen a color in movie, and it just was like their minds exploded. Look it up. Was it? Okay, what was? Zoot, what was?
Visit to the Seaside, 1908.
Nobody's seen that though. All right. What else is missing from that list, Zoot? So, do you remember when I asked you what else is missing from that list, and then you were just silent?
Yeah.
Okay, so what else is missing from that list?
They got Goodfellas and the casino shit. Well,
I think that's a really good observation. Ooh, hold on. You thought Mystic River is one of the top 15 movies of all time?
Yep.
Okay.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I saw it in the theater, dog. All I remember is just about Boston. I didn't think it was that great. I think that Good Will Hunting is probably better if you want a movie about Boston.
Gran Torino is missing as well.
Have you seen Dead Poet Society?
Yep.
All right, would you put there?
It'd be in the top 100.
Okay.
Slumdog Millionaire is also missing.
That's a good one. What about The Founder?
I think that's in the top 250 somewhere. I wouldn't put it in the top 50.
Okay, I can live with that. You're better than Riser. Riser fell asleep during it and refuses to watch it.
I've seen it. I didn't like it that much.
Oh man, I love that movie. I've seen it like a bunch. Have you seen Across the Universe, the Beatles musical?
No. You know, if someone told me that it's just not my thing. Enjoy it. There are good scenes in that movie, but yeah.
I get that. I get what you're saying. All right. What about what about have you seen E.T.?
Yeah.
Okay, would you put E.T. in that bad boy?
No.
You wouldn't put E.T. in that?
I'd put 18 really high on a Spielberg list, though, but I wouldn't put. E.T.'s just. Yeah.
Okay. Tom Hanks movies that you just named in there. Would you put Man in there?
Top 50.
Yeah. Okay. Do you think that Tom Cruise deserves? Nope. Didn't put in that top list, but I think they should. And Riser hasn't seen this movie. Is Titanic.
Scientologist in the Academy.
Yeah, just like any other religion, probably.
Probably like if there's no real Scientologists in the Academy, then they're probably not going to give him an Oscar.
No, dude, he's loved. He's like, he's Mr. He's been Mr. Hollywood for the last 40 years.
Even with his controversial role in Scientology.
Absolutely, man. He's been in Risk. He was in The Outsiders, like a teen actor. He was a teen heartthrob. He's in Cocktail. He's in Top Gun. He's in Top Gun Maverick. In Jay Maguire. He was in Vanilla Sky, which I haven't seen, but I should. Everybody talks like that's a really good one.
I don't think he really believes in the Scientology stuff. I think he just knows that he's at the top of the pyramid and he can get people to do whatever he wants for them.
I kind of agree with you on that. I think he recognizes that he's so big that he can be like a religion if he wants. He was in Eyes Wide Shut. He was in Top Gun Maverick. He was in Mission Impossible. He is Mission Impossible.
The Outsiders is a good movie.
What is a good movie?
The Outsiders.
Dude, The Outsiders has like 7 really people in it.
Yeah, kid from the Karate Kid, Johnny Depp, Charlie.
Yeah. Rob Lowe.
And Tom Cruise.
And top, yeah, I think.
No, it wasn't Patrick Swayze, not Charlie Sheen.
Emilio Estevez, Charlie Sheen's brother. Do you know who Emilio? Yeah, Ralph Macchio. Did you know that Emilio Estevez was in Mighty Ducks, and he's Charlie Sheen's brother?
Yeah. It's been like 15 years since I've watched The Outsiders. What's it about?
What are your thoughts? Have you Top Gun? What are your thoughts
No,
on?
I haven't.
You haven't seen Top Gun?
No.
It's amazing. Have you seen Cocktail?
No.
It's amazing.
No.
Have you seen Risky Business?
Francis. No. I
It's
didn't realize
amazing.
Francis Coppola was the director of Outsiders.
Do you know that his grandson is Nicolas Cage? And something like that. Look that up. I think that's true.
That's a Michael Bay movie.
Yeah, there's a big one. Have you seen really when I was young? Because it was a rated R movie that they show nudity, and so it was seen as like, I don't want to say family friendly, but they just cussed in it. That's it.
Who's this?
Who's what?
Who just joined?
Nobody. That's Brandon.
Hey, Rabbi, I gotta get.
He's cut.
Yep.
What does that mean? Oh, you're getting new keys?
Yeah.
Okay, well, take care, big dog.
I'm gonna stay for a bit.
Okay, then let's keep talking movies. What's your favorite sports movie ever? Have you seen Remember the Titans?
Yeah, I was about to say that, but I was like, oh, that's just like cliche. The other cliche also was Moneyball, Pay Moneyball. I think you would like my.
Yeah, with Brad Pitt and about the Oakland Athletics.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, there's so many boxing movies, but I don't think boxing count. Like, I don't count as a movie.
Oh no, that counts. Yeah, all the Rockies, they're their own thing. Okay, but I understand if you don't want to count them. What's your favorite Will Ferrell movie?
And no. We go back to sports movies. I'm thinking.
Have you seen We Are Marshall?
Still thinking about sports.
Okay.
What's the one called with the Jamaican bobsled team?
Cool Runnings, Tom.
Cool Runnings. Yeah,
You like Cool Runnings?
that's not my favorite. No, I just think that's a cool movie. But
What's your favorite cartoon?
cartoon movie?
Have you seen Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Same here. I fucking love that movie.
I don't know why they haven't had it big.
They were going to. It's all written. It's all like it's ready to go, but they just never made one. I think it's there's like a they were going to, I think, at the end of the 90s, but then just ended up not doing it for some reason. I think it had to do with me and Warner Brothers not getting along because they needed both Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse or something like that.
Yeah. They needed Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, that movie's the first time ever that they're both shown on the big screen at the same time.
Really?
Yeah, isn't that fascinating? In the future, what's going to be bigger, Mickey Mouse or Bugs?
Mouse.
Incorrect, Bugs Bunny, because Bugs Bunny has more cartoons than Mickey Mouse does. Mickey Mouse just really has movies that he did way back in the day. Bugs Bunny did Looney Tunes show, and there are way more of those.
Yeah, but Disney have theme parks.
So does they have
That maybe what would joke with.
but they have Six Flags is their stuff. What's your favorite aside from Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Favorite? Yeah, like Lion King kind of.
Man, all the Disney movies are good. Like all the old school Disney movies are good. Tarzan.
With Brendan.
Hercules.
Okay.
Did Brendan Fraser though?
Did he what?
Brendan Fraser's on top.
Brendan Fraser was Tarzan. What did you say? Or no, he was George of the Jungle.
Yeah. With Angus T. Jones from Twin Hawk.
Okay, what about him?
He was George of the Jungle.
Oh, was he?
I think he was in the second one.
Do you like him?
I think he had a rough childhood.
Yeah, I do too. I feel bad. Kid, things they used to say on that TV in front of him as like a. I can't believe that was like wow. That show, yeah, but I mean that show was kind of scandalous. Okay, well everybody's got an issue. Oh yeah. Yeah, he made up pretty. Who's your favorite child actor?
Does River Phoenix count?
Sure. I don't really have one, I guess. I don't know. That one I don't Shipka, Keenan Shipka. I think she did a good job in Mad Men.
Or maybe Hilary Duff.
Okay, yeah, that counts. Did you like Hilary Duff?
I mean, I don't know who you have a crush on Hilary Duff as a kid.
I didn't. Older than she was, or maybe we're the same age, but I had my mind on like chicks in their 20s and 30s when I was a teenager. I wasn't looking at girls who were like on Disney Channel. Like if they were on Disney Channel, I just assumed that they were like they were still growing. I want bitches who are mature already. What about Hannah Montana? Did you ever watch that show?
Yeah.
And what did you think of it?
It was fun. Would I watch it now? No, fuck no. But it was fun as a kid, you know. Just...
Okay, do you prefer Pokemon or Digimon?
Pokemon.
Do you prefer Pokemon over?
No.
Okay, what do you prefer more than Pokemon?
Dragon Ball Z.
Okay, that's interesting.
That's like going, but watching like cops, like the anime series, like nostalgia.
Okay, did you ever watch Teenage Mutant Turtles? Yes or no? I'll wait. Favorite Ninja Turtle?
So I grew up with a different Ninja Turtles to you. I grew up like with the really mature, dark one. You grew up with the cartoony one.
Yeah, dude. What one were you meant? You meant the the movie?
I grew up with a series that came out in 2003. It was called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yeah, it's called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And you grew up with the more like 80s, 60s one, where it was more cartoony.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't 60s, it was 80s, dog.
80s and 90s.
Yeah. Yeah, that's totally true. I remember thinking it was so controversial where the movie, dude, when that movie came out, it was like, I remember when it came out, I came home from school and it was on, my parents got it for me on video. And I watched that movie like 1,000 times. And they had a thing that was like, in that movie, they're supposed to be with like the bad guys or whatever, and the bad guys are like smuggling stuff. And I remember them saying regular or menthol, and I didn't know what that meant, and I kept asking, what's regular or menthol mean? And my parents are like, you understand when you're older, not knowing that they were referencing cigarettes. That's the bad part of that movie. They're smuggling cigarettes. Say regular and menthol. Do you remember that scene? It's like, yeah, it's really brief, but that's okay. Dude, I remember listening to the song at the end, pretending that I was a Ninja Turtle. That shit was double. Yeah, and that was like the first time they were on, like you saw them not as a cartoon. It was massive. Dude, they made a video game for the Nintendo Entertainment System, and the video game was so hard, I still to this day have not beaten it. And I watch like the angry video game nerd play it, and he'll like get so pissed off about it because they made it like purposefully too hard to beat. There was a thing back in the day that games would make their games too hard so that you couldn't beat the whole game over the course of a weekend. Because a lot of people, when you would games were really expensive, and you would rent them as opposed to buying them, and they'd make them so that they were just difficult enough so that you wouldn't be able to beat it over the course of a weekend, and then you'd go and have to rent it again.
Yeah. Like games now, you can finish it in a day.
I mean, some you can, but not like Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto would take you like two or 3 weeks. No way. Nobody.
If you glitch, if you find some speed running glitches, you can.
Nobody's beaten Grand Theft Auto in 2 days. No way. you need at least 50 hours to do it. Probably.
Let me check speedrow.com.
Okay.
5 hours.
Okay, but you like does there that you're skipping cut screens and everything? Wait, is that for
Yeah, this is all people.
is that for Los Santo Grand Theft Auto? Wow. Okay, what about Grand Theft Auto 4?
Probably less.
Potentially. But you got to think that
3 hours. 3 hours and 34 minutes. 3
is
hours and 9 minutes.
are they using cheat codes? I mean, I guess if you know where all of the stuff is stored, then I guess you could do it really quickly, but even still, that seems really fast. That's like the world record, though. I get that.
That's on PC. On PlayStation, Xbox, it says it takes like 8 hours.
Yeah, I was gonna say because it's just the loading alone, it takes a long time. Do they include loading in that?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. I mean, but don't some people's systems load faster than others, I guess? Maybe. Okay. So that, I mean, that's still not super fast.
I mean, you can get a faster PC than someone else. Faster console than someone else, usually. All consoles are usually the same hardware, usually. This.
Right. I'm in agreement with you on that. Okay. What's your favorite Batman?
Movie?
Yeah.
Or character?
Movie. Have you seen Batman?
The Dark Knight. The Dark Knight. But the new Batman's close. Like Batman's close. But if the next movie is good in the series, I'll say, like, yeah. Like, the Batman's a good intro movie because the Batman Begins Up isn't a great intro movie, but the Dark Knight is a good movie. Have you seen the original Batman from 1989? Yeah.
What are your thoughts on it?
My favorite Batman's like from the comics is the Arkham Batman.
What is Arkham versus Gotham? What's Arkham versus Gotham?
Arkham is like Gotham. It's the mental asylum inside Gotham.
Oh. And you like that one?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite Batman bad guy?
Riddler.
Okay, that's a correct answer. Okay, then who?
Red Hood.
What's Red Hood?
Red Hood is Jason Todd, who was the original Robin. Red Hood's the original Robin who's turned evil.
Is it scary?
What?
Is it scary?
No. He's just evil. And in the games, he's also is in the games he's the Arkham Knight.
Okay. Do you like the Joker?
Joker's okay, but it's been done so many times it's just repetitive.
Do you like Mr. Freeze?
Yeah, but he hasn't been done well yet.
Dude, Arnold Schwarzenegger did a really good job.
No, he didn't.
Stay cool. He was amazing.
His performance has been awful. Anyway, I'm gonna go.
Peace out, Zoot. Good talking to you. Zoot, your mic's still on. Zoot, your mic's still on.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Peace.
The couple had other daughters whose names do not survive. While Hawas does not rule out this sister adopting the name Kia after marrying Akhenaten, he argues that Tutankhamun's mother was an unnamed sister of Akhenaten, whom he took as a minor wife. However, many Egyptologists still contend Nefertiti could have been Tutankhamun's mother, as DNA evidence from 3,400 years ago is not always reliable. The data could also be the result of 3 generations of first cousin marriage, which is what is sometimes proposed for Nefertiti's ancestry. If this view is correct, this would make Nefertiti the mother of Tutankhamun. The chronology of the later Amarna period is disputed, and depending on how the evidence is interpreted, Tutankhamun may have been born as late as year 11 of Akhenaten's reign, or more likely, around year 8. The inscriptions at Amarna show that in around the year 9, the full name for the Aten underwent a fundamental change, dropping the reference to Ra-Harakti as well as the old air god, Shu, although the independent form of Ra continues to be associated with the Aten. The name change may have coincided with the prescription Hebrew creator god Amun, knowing which the god's name and images were subject to widespread erasure, even when it featured in the names of individuals, such as Amenhotep III. The prescription is held as one of the devices of the Amarna period. as Akhenaten sought Egypt's traditional polytheistic religion into a monotheistic faith, with the Aten or sun disk as the sole god. Some scholars have argued that the prescription of Amun took place early in Akhenaten's reign. The evidence at Amarna suggests that Amun and the Aten coexist. Akhenaten considered the Aten the preeminent god. Amun continued to be revered by the wider population in his reign to completely eradicate the cult of Amun, perhaps such as the advent of a league which swept through each Bronze Age world. Yet, while Akhenaten funded the restoration of temples to traditional gods, there is nothing to suggest that he proactively prevented their worship or defaced images. The faith might exclusively worshipped the Aten and prescribed Amun, challenging the Aten as the primary god, but he still possibly believed by the gods in the traditional Egyptian pantheon and did nothing to stop people from worshipping them. This would mean that Akhenaten's religious revolution, as radical as often suggested, though it would have been instances of the later kings who taught the traditional religion to claim that Akhenaten had attempted to complete the old gods. Nevertheless, the new Atenist ideology represented a major religious, social, and political change. This was accompanied by the new Amarna style of was already on display in Karnak. The representation of Akhenaten and Nefertiti generated and unnatural forms in the statues produced of them shock value to signal the beginning of a new age. The Amarna style within of the early Amarna period, while all from Aten, Nefertiti, and the royal family in Amarna have been destroyed. A number of small figures have survived intact, as have a collection of heads from a workshop belonging to a sculptor named Thutmose. This was where the iconic bust of Nefertiti was discovered in 1912 by German archaeologist Ludwig Borchardt. The leader of the excavation team wrote of the bust, Egyptian sculptors hardly ever attempted to express any emotion in the faces of their artworks, but this face is the embodiment of serenity and composure. While the bust does not contain any inscriptions identifying it as Nefertiti, the tall, flat-topped blue crown is unique to Nefertiti and can be seen in other depictions of the queen found at Amarna and elsewhere in Egypt. It has since become one of the most iconic works of art from Egyptian antiquity and transformed the queen into an icon of feminine beauty. Its work of pioneering figures like the 20th century Mexican artist Frida Kahlo bust, the same workshop an unfinished head site.
2,000 years ago, and people still think you're hot.
The queen's eyes and eyebrows would have been made materials such as calcite and obsidian tones would have given colour to the finished item. The 12th year of Akhenaten's reign, around 1340, depending on how we interpreted the chronology, appears to have been the zenith of the Amarna period. Two similar reliefs, or pieces of wall art from different tombs in Amarna, carry text which state that during this year, Akhenaten and Nefertiti received tribute from the rulers of the Levant, stretching from what is now Gaza all the way north to the Lebanon, a land primarily inhabited by the Canaanites and Phoenicians at the time. There were rich trading cities here, like Tyre, were valuable to those who controlled them. Pharaoh also received submissions from the Nubians to the south in Sudan, and the desert people to the west in Libya. The inscription runs, all countries collected together at one time, and the land in the midst of the sea, bringing offerings to the king upon the great throne of Akhtaten, for receiving the goods of every land, granting to them the breath of life. One shows the royal couple being carried to the feast in a litter, while the other shows them receiving gifts alongside their 6 daughters. The fact that the festivities are extant was not a recurring event or symbolic represent Egyptian power, but rather some special. While the reliefs do not give an explicit reason for the international gathering to knots and possets, as celebration might mark completion of the city of Akhtaten. At the time, the city was over 7 years old, and bodies from workers' cemeteries at Amarna showed suggesting that the main ceremonial structures in the city may have all completed by this time. Not long after this great celebration, which served as a demonstration of Egypt's superiority over its rivals, a series of tragedies began, and by extension, the whole kingdom. The 2 youngest girls, Neferure and Setempenre, died first and were buried in the royal tomb. Followed soon after by daughter Meketaten, who was shown in her tomb chamber, being mourned by her parents and surviving sisters, Meritaten, Ankesenpamaten, and Neferuaten Teshet. While the cause of the princess is not explicitly stated, the death of Mother Dia at around the time is suggestive of a deadly plague brought to the city by the international guests who gathered for the celebration. Year 12 may also have marked of Meritaten and Smenkare, one of the most enigmatic figures of the Amarna period. The tomb chapel that shows the celebration of Year 12 with the royal couple and their 6 daughters bears an adjacent unfinished relief depicting Smenkare offering support to the deceased individual. Several artifacts, including ones found by Howard Carter in Tutankhamun's tomb, named Smenkare as a king, with the Teperure Smenkare, and the middle coffin of Tutankhamun may have initially been made for him. Smenkare's identity and origins remain a mystery, but he is a candidate for the mummy discovered in the otherwise empty tomb, KV-55, in the Valley of the Kings. Based on the inscriptions on the coffin, the individual was a king of the Amarna period, and was therefore either Smenkare or Akhenaten. The mummy was among those subjected to DNA analysis in 2010. This concluded that the mummy was the father of Tutankhamun and died in his 40s, seeming to indicate that it was the body of Akhenaten, though the DNA tests cannot be 100%, especially at a time when familial intermarriage amongst the royals was so common. Therefore, many scholars believe that the individual died in his early 20s, ruling out Akhenaten and leaving Smenkare as the only candidate. If Smenkare had been a younger brother of Akhenaten, this would also be consistent with the 2010 DNA study, identifying the KV-55 mummy as the father of Tutankhamun, since the 2 brothers' genetic material. The date Kare's reign as king is also a source of dispute among scholars. While some Egyptologists believe that Nefertiti adopted Smenkare and ruled 3 years after Akhenaten's death, others argue he was appointed co-regent by Akhenaten and died after a short reign. While it would be unusual for a younger brother as co-ruler, when he already had a son, Tutankhamun may have been prompted by the plague that claimed so many members of the royal family, anxious about his his own mortality, Akhenaten would have recognized that 4 years old could not have become king without some form of regency government to rule during his childhood years. Thus, in order to ensure the survival of, which clearly was proved of by many people, Akhenaten needed a trusted family member to rule alongside Tutankhaten in the event of taking place in tandem's elevation to the kingship, bringing the possibility of more marriage. In the end, Smenkare is believed to have died after a reign, possibly of the same disease that had carried away the royal princesses. Following Smenkare's death, there were no more suitable who caretaked the new religion as Akhenaten intended. He therefore turned to his great royal wife, Nefertiti, who was henceforth depicted wearing the conical royal blue crown commonly worn by kings of the. While this is an indication of Nefertiti's elevated status of graffiti from a quarry north of Amana, dating from late in Akhenaten's reign, continued the title of Great Royal Wife rather than King. While there had been precedents of female kings in Egypt, most notably with Hatshepsut a few generations earlier, there may be of unease about Nefertiti a king. She herself was not the daughter of a pharaoh. At some point between when his graffiti was produced and Akhenaten's death about a year later, most likely in mid-1330s BC, Nefertiti appears to have become a full king. Among the artifacts uncovered from Tutankhamun's tomb is a box referring to a king named Ankeperure Neferuaten. The box also refers to Akhenaten and Meritaten, with her title of Great Royal Wife. In 1928, the British Egyptologist Percy Newbery argued that owing to the same throne names, Aten and Smenkare were the same person, and the box was catalogued as belonging to Smenkare. This was the prevailing view for 4 decades, until the 1970s, when a new theory emerged that Neferuaten's throne name was often written in the feminine form, Anket Keperure, following in the example of Hatshepsut, who used both masculine and feminine versions of her throne name. Since Neferuaten had been one of Nefertiti's while she was Akhenaten believed that King Neferuaten was Nefertiti. He continued to identify her with Smenkare, claiming a regent while Neferuaten, but adopted the male name Smenkare after Akhenaten's death when she became an independent ruler. Further research in the early 21st century confirmed Neferuaten as a female ruler, owing to the epithet beneficial for her husband, and appeared to distinguish between a male Smenkare and a female Neferuaten. While Nefertiti is now considered the leading candidate for King Neferuaten's daughter, has also been proposed as candidate, though this as Great Royal Wife alongside Neferuaten. A few other objects from Tutankhamun's tomb have been made during the co-regency of Akhenaten and Neferuaten. One temple decoration from Amana, later reused at El Ashmonin, appears to represent Akhenaten and Neferuaten as kings alongside Neferuaten was named king. Akhenaten opposition held Akhenaten prior to his death. That Neferuaten continued to be king after Akhenaten's death is attested by another piece of graffiti from a tomb chapel at the Sheikh Abd al-Qurna necropolis on the west bank of Thebes, also known as the Valley of the Nobles, dated to the 3rd year of Neferuaten's reign. It includes partial epithets that are usually interpreted, but it could also be understood as beloved of Amun, given Deity's prominent role as a champion of the artist faith. The fact that the graffiti also includes a prayer to Amun indicates Watan stopped the persecution of the cult of Amun. Furthermore, the piece states that the person who made it was a priest employed at the sanctuary of King Ankaparore in Thebes. While this could refer to Neferuaten, the name of Ankaparore in the graffiti is not combined with any epithet, as would be expected for Neferuaten, whilst Menkare's throne name is invariably shown without any epithets. The presence of a sanctuary in the cult of Amun at Thebes seems unlikely, given that he predeceased death. And while Christian work would have stopped during the persecution of the cult after Akhenaten's death, while some scholars have argued that Neferuaten reigned for 3 civil kings before Akhenaten upon it is more likely to succeeded his father directly and ruled alongside Neferuaten. After becoming king at the age of 8, Tutankhaten took his wife. One of his first tasks was to hide the burial of his late father. At the time of Akhenaten's burial, his tomb had already his mother Queen Tiye, daughters Menkaten, Neferuaten, and Setempenre, and presumed younger brother Menkare. Although a space in the tomb had been intended for Nefertiti, the tomb was Akhenaten's body was placed in his red sarcophagus and placed within the mound into the rock. A throne from Tutankhamun's tomb initially kept their art and name after Akhenaten's death. At the front of each is a scene where a couple are shown underneath the rays of the altar. Of unclear provenance, but supposedly from Amarna, shows Tutankhaten making offerings to Amun and his wife Mut, indicating that worship of Amun was once again permitted. Such a decision is likely to have been taken by Neferuaten out of political necessity after her husband's death, though she may not have been as radical in her religious beliefs as he had been, and was content to restore the worship of Amun alongside the Aten. In the 3 years after Akhenaten's death, the members of the royal family kept their Aten names. The capital remained in Amarna, the cult of Amun was restored, and the state once again supported the cults of traditional gods. A stela from the Temple of Karnak, known as the Restoration Stela of Tutankhamun, states that the temporaries of the old gods had been neglected, and as a result, the gods no longer protected the land, implying that the misfortunes that had afflicted the kingdom since Akhenaten's reign were a result of the new theology. This must surely have been primarily a reference to the terrible plague that ravaged the Near East at this time. Since the Restoration Stela was issued in Tutankhamun's name, it is likely to date from the period of his civil rule after Neferuaten's death, although it is possible that the restoration
Yo, what up, Crunch?
was credited to
I'm just chilling. Hope you're doing well.
The construction of new tombs in the royal body after Akhenaten's death appears to indicate that the capital was intended to remain
Come in my Discord if you want to talk. Discord.me/rabbi. Discord.me/rabbi Big Dog.
TA-27 was begun later and was probably intended for Tutankhamun as queen and later as female king. Neferuaten would have had funerary items made by rock craftsmen to accompany her into the tomb upon her death. Many items from the tomb of Tutankhamun appear to have been initially intended for Neferuaten, including several small statues which show a form despite being labeled as Tutankhamun, and other reworked items of Neferuaten's name can still be seen underneath Tutankhamun's name. Some of Neferuaten's grave goods that were used for Tutankhamun's burial may have initially been intended for Smenkhare. In particular, Tutankhamun's metal coffin with its distinctively male head appears to have been made for Smenkhare, taken over by Neferuaten and eventually used by Tutankhamun. Tutankhamun's sarcophagus also has signs of being reworked, though it is unclear whether this was merely to change his name from Tutankhamun to Tutankhamun, or if the original name had been Neferuaten. The fact that a large number of funerary items intended for Neferuaten ended up being used by Tutankhamun indicates that she was not buried as a king. If the mummy of the younger lady is indeed Neferuaten Nefertiti, then it strengthens the case for a violent death. The mummified remains missing a large part of the left cheek, and while this was botched mummification, result process or post-mortem vandalism, CT wound was the ages of 25 to 35. This would correspond to the idea that Nefertiti married Akhenaten teens, served as great royal wife for most of his 17-year reign, became King Neferuaten shortly before Akhenaten's death, and ruled for 3 years before her violent end. One theory for Neferuaten's murder is that her efforts to steer a middle path between the Amun and the Aten cults did not satisfy the conservatives who hoped to see a wholesome of the old religion. Alternatively, she could have been extremists who believed that her moderation was of Akhenaten's legacy. Although Neferuaten, Nefertiti's father, would become the dominant figure in Tutankhamun's government following her death, necessarily meaning that he was responsible for instigating the murder of his daughter. The supplication of the younger lady with Nefertiti, and instead argues that the two unidentified female bodies, KV-21 in the are those of Nefertiti and her daughter Akhenaten, who is also missing parts, making it difficult to identify them. Death left Tutankhamun as the sole king from certain, but Nefertiti's death appeared around 1330 BC, by which time Tutankhamun was around 11 years after the boy's death. The former reached eye as king and may have married Nefertiti's sister Nechert to legitimize his rule. The two men were responsible for decisively moving away from Artemism, and the young king and queen took the names Tutankhamun and Ankhesenamun to symbolize the restoration of the old religion. Indeed, there was a violent reaction against the heresy Akhenaten and Nefertiti were judged to have presided over. The temple of Aten at Karnak was dismantled, and the images of Akhenaten and Nefertiti in the distinctive Amarna style were chipped away at and repurposed for the construction of temples dedicated to Tutankhamun. Thebes re-established as the capital. The gradual abandonment. While the bodies of Akhenaten, Spenkhare, and Tiye were moved to KV, the three young princes, Meketa, accounted for. The remaining alternative, if she is the young lady, then Nefertiti buried in KV 55 before being moved to KV 35 along with Tiye, who has been identified as the elder lady. This is that Tutankhamun's famous tomb, KV 62, was initially a single tomb where Nefertiti was buried. Tutankhamun died unexpectedly. Age, the tomb was extended for the king, while Nefertiti's mummy was KV 55. The former's body, while the latter joined Nefertiti, erased from his coffin. After the cult, Nefertiti and the cult of Aten, which they were so firmly associated with. While this process was initiated by Ai, after his reign, his name was also excised from history by Horemheb, who would rule as the final king of the 18th dynasty. In the official lists of Seti I and Ramses II, Horemheb is Shetep III's direct successor with a reign of over 30 years. Despite these efforts, when the Egyptian priest and historian Manetho compiled a major list of Egyptian kings or pharaohs in the Egypt was under Greek rule, he gave the names of the five may correspond to the rulers of the Amarna period. These are named Akhenshere, which might refer to Akhenaten, or the two kings named Ankheperure. Akhensheres at the beginning of the list is identified as a woman, indicating that even after Akhen's efforts to erase their names, there was some fragmentary records of the including Bosnef. However, the arrival of Christianity and the suppression of the traditional pagan cult in Egypt at the end of the fourth last. The early, nearly all knowledge of ancient Egypt was derived from classical sources. Napoleon Bonaparte's expedition in 1798 inspired a great wave over the following decades with reference to Manetho's king list and monumental inscriptions. Scholars gradually pieced together a list represented in hieroglyphs. However, the kings of the late 18th dynasty represented but continued to face problems. Jean-François Champollion was already aware of Akhenaten's name in 1824. He could not find a satisfactory match in Manetho's list. Instead, during this period, scholars also began to notice the unusual elements of the statues and temples produced at Amarna. identifies with a punch that Akhenaten was the same person as Amenhotep IV and the son of Amenhotep III, with Nefertiti as his wife. Interest in Nefertiti revived in the late 19th century with the discovery of the Amarna letters, clay tablets written in cuneiform script and containing diplomatic correspondence between Akhenaten and foreign courts. These further light on the Amarna period. These letters, together with excavation at the site in 1891 to 1892 by British Egypt Vitus Petrie, shed additional light on an obscure period of Egyptian history. The idea that the art and cult in monotheistic was of considerable interest to religious scholars who noted similarities with old times. In 1911, Ludwig Borchardt began a survey of the residential districts in the south of Amarna. The shop of the sculptor Thutmose was found late 1912. Among the was the bust of Nefertiti, which was recognized as a spectacular artistic treasure. Although the finds were transported to the Egyptian Museum in Cairo to receive their export stamps, Borchardt diverted the bust to his house in Cairo and had it transported privately to Berlin, where it was given to him. The bust and other items from the excavation season were exhibited at Private Museum in Berlin in October 1913, where Kaiser Wilhelm II went to see it. He was late with a copy of it commissioned by Simon. When the other artifacts were exhibited publicly in November, Borchardt insisted that Nefertiti's bust be excluded from the display, knowing the outrage it might generate in Egypt that had taken to Germany. The outbreak of the First World War the following summer prevented the Germans from returning to Amarna in 1914, and after the war, the British Egyptian Exploration Society took over the work there. In 1921, British archaeologist Leonard Woolley excavated a site known as the Maru Aten, now known to be the sunshade of Kia. At the time, Nefertiti was Akhenaten's only known wife, and the monument's usurpation by Menetaten led Woolley to conclude that Nefertiti had fallen into disgrace. The idea of a split between Akhenaten and Nefertiti remained the prevailing thought. Took Sankara as his young male lover next. It was only the discovery of Kia's name in 1959 that led scholars to Kia as the original owner of the monument. The famous discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb by Howard Carter in November 1922 inspired further interest in the Amarna period due to his family connections with Akhenaten and Nefertiti. A few months later, in March 1923, Nefertiti's bust was first revealed to the public in Germany. In July 1920, James Simon had transferred ownership of the Amarna finds to the Egyptian Museum. Although Borchardt continued to be opposed to the Nefertiti bust being put on public display, he was persuaded by the museum's director to publish a scholarly Borchardt's publication, and the public exhibition of the bust led these to claim that the artifact's export in 1913 had been a mistake. Negotiations to exchange the bust with important items from the Cairo Museum were met with public outrage, and the state government of Prussia withdrew its consent for the exchange. After the Nazis came to power in Germany, Hermann Goering proposed returning the bust to Egypt in his capacity as Minister-President of Prussia, but the effort to strengthen diplomatic relations with Egypt was denied by Adolf Hitler. The bust in Germany as the centerpiece of a new Egyptian museum. Shortly before the outbreak of the bust was recovered by the US Army. The American authorities refused to repatriate the artifact to Egypt, arguing that it was still under German ownership. Since the Neues Museum was badly damaged during the Second World War, the bust and other Egyptian artifacts were deposited at several locations around Berlin until 2009, when it was returned to the restored Neues Museum. The bust's public display has led further calls from Egyptian authorities for its return to Egypt display as a major centerpiece of the Grand Egyptian Museum. It has defied the efforts of the post-Omar-King her into oblivion, and has instead become one of the most in ancient Egypt. Despite 2 centuries of interest in her, the detailed packaging any coherent narrative of her life relies on making a series of assumptions. She married Amenhotep IV Akhenaten in her mid-teens. The couple had daughters and 1 son. In year 4 of husband's reign, which started around the very middle of the 14th century BC, the royal court and household moved to Akhetaten. Amenhotep IV changed his name to Akhenaten, and Nefertiti added Neferuaten to her name as they began reorientating the state religion towards the worship of Aten, the sun god. While Akhenaten and Nefertiti worshipped the Aten, the cults of the other gods were still in place until the prescription of in around the 9th year of Aten's reign. In year 12, after a great celebration to mark the city of Akhetaten, a plague claimed the young princesses and the queen mother Tiye. This prompted Akhenaten to make his young Kare their regent, anticipating that he could protect the young Tutankhaten and protect the Aten that he was trying to establish throughout Egypt. When Smenkhare died shortly thereafter, Akhenaten gave Nefertiti a kingly crown, though she was not made a full king until very shortly before Akhenaten's death. As King Ankheperure Neferuaten, she pursued a policy of moderation and revived the cult of Amen. She reigned for 3 years as king until dying in violent political upheaval. And Horemheb assumed the reins of government on behalf of the young king, now called Tutankhamun. Nefertiti's remains were brought. She was denied the burial honors of a king, and many of her funerary items were used for the burial of Tutankhamun instead. The issue of whether she is synonymous with the younger lady and whether or not she was the mother of Tutankhamun remains a major point of scholarly debate. Continuing examination of the various royalties and the mummies within the 14th century BC, using ever-evolving scientific methods, may shed further light on all of this in years to come. Further study of the missing KV-21 may support Zahir Hawass' theory was buried there, or her body might still lay undiscovered alongside her daughters, somewhere within the Valley of the Kings or Queens. Then again, new evidence might raise as many questions as it answers, and perhaps scholars will never reach a consensus on the course of Nefertiti's life, or of the Amarna period as a whole. What do you think of Nefertiti? Was she the mother of Tutankhamun? And to what extent was she involved in the restoration of the cult of Amen? Did her reign end with her brutal murder? And if so, why do you think this might have occurred? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much He is here to carry Pompeius Magnus, his fervent war for control of the Roman Republic. However, upon landing, Caesar learns that Pompeius were killed by the servants of Pharaoh Ptolemy XIII, Philip. Displeased with Pompey's killing, Caesar